stupid question.
Yo, what's up?
No, do a different one. That's the dumbass.
It's
Like,
just a startup.
nobody's gonna argue with you on
Watch,
that.
watch. We're at like
Oh
500.
wait, no, that's just people talking.
I just don't want to talk about politics. Hold on. We gotta.
Is that a thing? Is that
Yeah, that's a panel.
what
That's a
is
panel.
it?
What's
Sure.
going on, bro?
Yo, what up, Brody?
What's going on, Brady?
Shit, man. Early morning, ready to get the day started on a positive note. Always conscientious of these dark clouds and these feminists and these haters and rockheads that are coming to, ruin my day. First thing before I even get out the house.
I hear you, Brady.
Yeah,
I give
man.
you all the blessings, you know?
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. And that's why I checked in, because I know you would. You know what I'm saying? Great minds think
You've been
alike.
up here before?
Of
Sammy?
course, of
Oh,
course.
okay.
I'll be
Okay,
up
my
here when
bad.
you be. I gave that rabble rousing speech against the FBA pretendians the other day
On whose panel?
on yours.
Oh, really? Okay. My bad.
Yeah, see, you're just so popular, you don't even know, you
Shut
can't even
up.
remember
Don't
who are
make
your
me. What?
fans.
I appreciate it. Um, yeah. I know. I'm trying to switch it up right now because you know. But was it FBA showed up on my panel?
It was something to that effect. It was
It was
something.
here. Was it
Yeah,
this
something
prompt
to
right
that
here?
effect.
Was it this prompt right
Yeah,
here?
but yeah.
Like that one?
Which say it again?
Was it this one?
Yeah, that was it. That
That
was
was
it.
it.
That was it.
So, do you think FBA is dying down, or is it getting more popular?
Do you notice it dying down? Because I think I kind of noticed it dying down too.
I just feel like my algorithm is just. I feel like it is like, but I see it popping too. But it's just I think it's just my algorithm. You know, like the things that I pay attention to on this TikTok account, it always comes up. So this is really like an internet thing. You know,
Yeah,
so
it's an algorithm. And the algorithm doesn't even work properly. I remember numerous times where I went into the algorithm settings, or it gave me a choice as to whether this was good content or if I was interested in it, and I click no, and the shit still comes up. So I don't think the filters on the algorithm are working, but um,
they're out here on these TikTok streets.
exactly. They're out here on these TikTok streets. But no,
So the
I with all the bannings and suspensions, I think they've piped down, and all the threats of prosecution, I think have made them pipe down. You know, I think yeah, I just think they've piped down, and they they didn't have anything to stand on anyway. They weren't making any sense. They were all over the place with it. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, Tariq, they're like kind of backing off the pretendian title. Like last month or the last 3 months, they were big pretendians. They were even telling Native Americans that they're not native, they're Siberians. But recently, Tariq Nasheed got caught with the pretendian babble, and he was like, well, I got some African in me, I got some Native American in me. The guy asked him, so do you have some Caucasian in you? Well, I got a little Caucasian in me. So why are you worried about the Native American genetics? Well,
right.
I gotta embrace my genetics. It only make up 1%, but blah blah blah. But the Caucasian parts of you make up 10%. Well, that's not relevant. So you're
Jeez.
more concerned with the 1% than the 10%.
Right.
Well, you're being tongue in
Lua.
cheek.
That's right. That's right.
So they're
And it's
being
so
they're
funny because
being
they say, yeah, I got some genetics, and it's
Hey,
like they
Sebby,
call it a
bro.
lineage, but hold on, brother, they call
My
it a
bad. My bad.
lineage,
I'm talking
and
to my
then
I'm
they
talking to my
he is gonna backtrack because they love to say like, well, we're all Africans. Obviously, I got some genetic, and then you hear him talk about how we're not immigrants, we are indigenous to the United States. I
right.
already clipped that one, right? So but then he backpedals a lot, so he'll be
Mm-hmm.
like, we're all 45 million FBAs, and then he'll be like, and then you ask him like, what is an FBA? Is it indigenous or the African lineage? So you're right, 100% that they double dip a lot,
They're
and it's
all over the
pretty.
place.
Thank,
They're
They're
all
thank
all
you,
over
over
the
big
the
bro, for
place.
place.
having me up, big bro.
One
All right,
moment
let's
they
get
said
Mister
they
in here.
were.
Let's get what's up, Mister.
Sure,
Can I
sure,
get
sure,
your
absolutely.
race? Can I get your race? Your ethnicity? Where you're from, please?
I'm 36.
Uh-huh.
Uh, I hate saying BLK, but that's what I am, big bro. I hate saying that to the man. I
What
hate
would
it. I mean,
okay?
cause TikTok
What
made it
would be
like
your
that. TikTok
ethnicity,
made
my
it seem
brother?
that.
That's your race. What would be
Shit,
your
we're
ethnicity?
NIGGA at this point in time. They making us white ends and all type of things. Why
All
can't I be
right,
an
bro. All right,
NIGGA,
all
but
right.
I'm born
Welcome
to
to the
be?
panel,
You know
bro.
what I'm saying? Be
What do you
real.
want to say, bro?
Am I gonna say, but bro, listen, be real with you, straight up with you, straight up with you, just straight up with you. Every corner, I'm in the South. I'm in the South. I'm not, I predominantly trying to own a good bit of it, just like Young Jeezy. So with that being said, every corner store that we own, that's on that corner store right now, they all foreigners. Every one of them. So listen, what I'm saying. We're raised not to be a snitch, right? So I didn't even go forehand to doing what we supposed to do. Bro, we supposed to send the ICE agents to get rid of their motherfucking ass, to get rid of them and put us in the place of that building. You feel what I'm saying? Every corner store is a foreigner. Every corner liquor store, hair store, nail store is a foreign person. You don't own nothing. Not nothing. And had an opportunity to when Donald Trump gave it to you. Now we at war when ICE is pulled out now. ICE is gone now.
Black people don't own
Yeah,
nothing, bro. Black
yeah.
people
Like
don't own
we could
nothing.
have. We could. That was our opportunity. He freed Larry
Black people don't own
Hoover.
anything, bro. Mister,
Bro, we don't own nothing predominantly, bro. We listen, bro.
Oh, I'm glad you're
I
my
said
brother.
admitting it.
predominantly. Listen, bro. I'm saying predominantly. I'm talking about like the company of these banks, these hospitals. We don't own nothing. Not one. Not even their percentage. Look it up.
Mister,
No,
that's
I
a
want you
big
to look it up,
claim.
bro.
That's a big claim, Mister.
Yes, sir. I want you to even in the NFL,
I
bro.
hear what you're saying, though. I hear what you're
Yeah, I'm
saying.
talking about saying even in the NFL, we don't own not one team, but it's 95% of black folks. 95. Other 5% is other races. We don't own. It's not even a Jay-Z or
So what's the
Magic
solution?
Johnson.
Deport
Magic Johnson
all the
got a
immigrants,
percentage on the
Mister.
Browns. Yes, I'm talking
Mister,
to you.
what's the solution? Are we going to deport them
The
all?
solution is, I'm showing you what the solution is. The solution is wait till the war over with, then send ICE right back to their motherfucking spots. And for real, I mean, I'm at to recruit some snitches. Basically, what I'm saying, I'm recruiting some snitches to tell on these foreign people because I can't do it. I don't know how
So,
to be a
Mister,
counterteller.
Mister,
Yeah,
go ahead.
talk
Wait,
to
let
me.
me
let me
just
let me
ask
say
him
Talk to
something
this
me.
to Mister real quick.
Give it to me.
or 786. Let me just ask him this.
Good
And
morning,
you
okay,
can
go ahead.
respond to it. Mister, have you called ICE on any immigrant?
Hell no, I can't do it. I don't know how to be a snitch. I don't know how to be it. I won't do it.
But you want to recruit snitches?
I got to because they gotta get out of here. I don't know
Go
how to
ahead.
do it. I
Go
don't know
ahead,
what to do, bro.
786.
Listen, bro.
All
You
right,
can't
Mister.
unalive. Listen, bro. You can't unalive them. Cause when you unalive them, bro, I done did it twice. You know what I'm saying? Cause you can unalive them cause they got no social security card. I can say that live. I can say this right there publicly. Cause they have no social security card. They got nobody to run to. But you can't unalive all of them, bro. I done
Yeah,
unalive 2 of them. I don't know what else to do. They keep coming back
Mister,
like roaches. I
Mister.
promise you, I done unalive 2 of them.
Let
2
me
of your
ask you a
Don't say
question
all
real
that,
dumbass
quick.
ass.
Mister. Go ahead,
We
786.
For
understand. We don't
real,
want you
I'm
to
telling you, bro.
incriminate
This is
yourself.
real, bro.
We don't want you to incriminate yourself. Let
I
me
be
ask you a
damn. I don't
question
give a
real
damn
quick.
about no shit like that, bro. You gotta be point and proving, but it's out here now. I don't give a damn about that, bro. I will set an example for anybody to let him know, bro. We gotta stand on business with these foreign people, bro. They got to go. Every corner that you go to, every corner that you be in, it's a foreign person right there selling you a high price ass chicken.
Yo,
Why?
but let me ask you this though.
Talk to me.
I slightly agree with you, Mister.
I know
But
you're
the
gonna
thing
slightly
is,
do it.
That
If you
overpriced
ain't fully
chicken,
agree
though.
with me,
So
I don't want to hear nothing from you because you ain't even a host. Cause I don't got no talk from you. I ain't come over here
yo,
to talk to you.
Mister,
I come over here to get information from the host. Yes,
I'm a
sir.
tether, Mister. You know that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I fuck with you, big bro. I fuck with you. I don't fuck with your panel though because they don't know. They
You gotta
worse than
let the
YT
brother.
people.
You gotta let the brother
They don't
talk,
know. They
though,
just like the split
Mister,
that you got on your screen, big bro. They don't know what side they want to choose, big bro.
Mister, the
You
brother.
heard what
Let
he
the
said?
brother
I'm
talk,
partially
though,
with you. Fuck,
Mister.
nigga, how you
but
gonna be partially with?
you ain't even
Mister,
hear what I
don't
said.
make me let the brother talk. He want to respond to
I
you.
just want to ask you a question, bruh. So you said there were foreigners in every corner store. Were those foreigners black foreigners or white foreigners? And if they were like Latinos or Arabs or something, why are you so conflicted about calling ICE on them? You Is it because you don't want to do nothing bad to the Hispanic people? Because I mean, people that hate foreigners, black people that dislike foreigners, they're generally on here talking about what they'll do to a
No,
black
I'm not a
immigrant.
snitch, big brother. I'm not a snitch. I don't know how to tell a tale. I was born and got whooped to say, don't tell on nobody. You just need to put your hands on them and handle your own business. And I did it twice. It don't work. So guess what I need to do? Recruit.
You need to recruit.
Yeah, I need to recruit. It has other motherfuckers that
No,
do it.
but
Like
see,
T.I.
the
I need
thing
to
here,
get,
all
I
right,
need about 10
let me
T.I.
get straight to
I
the
need
heart of the
about 10
question.
T.I.P. I need
Let, let
I
me
need
get
10 of them.
let me get straight to the heart of the question
Talk to me.
because I notice that many FBAs and pretendians, they don't have a problem with white immigrants. They don't have a problem with Ukrainians, Mexicans. They love to lick the Hispanic man's ass. You know what I'm saying? So they have a problem with black immigrants, which really don't account for nothing but 3, maybe 2% of our population. Those corner stores that you speak of, they were not owned by Nigerian. They were not owned by Jamaicans. They were
They gotta go
not
too though.
owned
They
by
gotta get out of here.
Haitians.
They gotta get out of here. They gotta go. We don't give a damn. You didn't come over here to help us get a boat to bring us back home. You didn't give us a boat to try to help us to go back home. You don't get your weak ass up out of here. You don't get
All
your
right,
nasty
I gotta
diabolical
go
ass
to
up out of here.
Mr. Brother,
Bro, I'm
relax.
trying to get you to see you gotta have
All
attitude
right,
with
I
this
gotta
shit
I gotta
because
go
you
to
know what I'm saying.
Africa.
You gotta have
I gotta
attitude. And
I
I'm
gotta
not even mad,
introduce
bro.
I gotta introduce
I'm a
Africa.
massage therapy, bro. I'm a
I
massage
gotta
therapy,
introduce
bro. You know
Africa.
what I'm saying?
I
I'm trying to
gotta
get some. I'm
introduce
trying to show you how
Africa,
to get some
Mister.
function in your.
Oh my God, Mister. I gotta introduce Africa. Africa, what's going on? Whoa, pal.
What's going on, man?
Chilling. Can I get your race, your ethnicity, where you're from?
I'm African American.
Okay. Welcome to the panel, brother. Do you want to respond to anything or speak on the prompt?
Yeah, like y'all was saying about the pretendian thing, I don't know if they strayed away from the pretendian thing. Every time I talk to them, they're fully holding on to that. Like I was just in a panel, and they said they were talking to an African from Africa, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you think we come from you? We don't come from you. We've been here." And then I tried to tell them, what does your DNA test say? And they said DNA is fake. And then what did I say after that? Oh, they were like, show me an African in your DNA. So I feel like a lot of them are still on that.
Yeah, most definitely. The genealogy over the DNA and their great grandmother, Cherokee princess. Look, no one's knocking it. I think like if they want to stay on that lane, just give up on black, because black
Nah,
Yeah,
is
I'm not
attached.
with that at all. That's a
that's what
sign
I'm
of
saying. Like,
self
I
hate.
mean, they're from Africa and they're native to America. They're native to Africa and native to America. Come on, pick a side. Just either you're a pretendian and you're not black and not qualified to be in black people business, or you're black and you just hate being black because you're weak.
Yeah,
One
well,
of
And
these.
black is a.
even
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
I was just
We
gonna
can't
say
be on both
black is
sides. You
a.
can't be not from Africa and from America, but be the authority on black issues, even though you're technically not black, you're copper colored and all this other stuff. It's foolishness. And further, I say, but I won't be long winded. I won't be long winded, vibes. I'll be brief. Further, I say
No,
we
take
need
your
to
time.
talk. We need to stop taking them seriously. That really what they are is an organization of narcissists. And as you know, narcissists feed off energy and attention. You know what I'm saying? They go left and right everywhere in their life, starting fires in their romantic relationship, their familial relationship, in public. That's what narcissists do. They go around starting arguments, manipulating people, lying to people, misrepresenting themselves so they can get attention. And we need to stop giving them what they want. They're attention vampires. You know what I'm saying? They know damn fucking well. Why don't, if they were so committed to believing that they're pretendians and they're foundational, and they have no connection to Africa, and they hate all other diaspora of black people. Why don't they take that shit to them with work in the morning? You know what I'm saying? So they could get fired by their Jamaican supervisor. Take that shit to you to church, so the Nigerian pastor can motherfucking ban you from the church. You know what I'm saying? Just they don't live that way in real life. They're just on here, gaslighting us to get attention. So my proposition is that we don't give them no attention. If you see because bruh is in here, Africa is in here, you know what I'm saying? If we see a live that says FBA on it, don't go into it. Don't be curious to see what they're talking about. We already know what they're talking about. Nonsense and foolishness. You know what I'm saying? They're not talking about nooses and being, hung from trees and nothing like that. They're talking about the African business boycott. They're talking about nonsense. They're talking about nonsense. You don't have to go in there to be curious. And I believe that way it should die down. I see some traders and some tethers like Uncle Moose, asking about them, seeing where they're at, still holding lives with hashtag FBA in it. Don't do that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't entertain them. They only exist because you are giving them existence. But I mean, you can entertain them because they're very insulting, they're gaslighting, and they're rage baiting. But you ain't gotta go into their
Right.
rooms and get into
That's
these
why
deep
that's why I
conversations
do
with them.
you're
They know
you're
they're
100%
African.
right about entertaining those echo chambers. And the only time I go up in there is when I see a fellow African or an African American that is curious about what it's all about. And then these people either dehumanizing an African or an immigrant, or trying to convince an African American to convert to FBA.
I
So
honestly,
in,
I
in
Right,
those
honestly,
in
exactly.
those
All
in
they need is
those
an
little
audience.
yeah, but in those situations I do hop in there, even though they're gonna draw me, they already know me. And
Yeah, they're gonna mute you and drop you and
yeah.
all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
They're just trying
But
to
yeah.
recruit new
Mhm.
members because their retention rate is very low. I mean, once you're in FBA for about 3 days, you start to see the monotony, the repetitiveness, the hate
Right.
groupness, and the putting yourself at risk for criminal indictment. You know what I'm saying? So their retention
I
rate is
will
fucking
say
low.
I disagree with y'all heavily. I think they do need to get called out and embarrassed because it would just be like any coonish group. I feel like it would be like saying, yeah, don't just leave Larry Elder alone. Don't say nothing about Candace Owens. Just let them say whatever they want. When you do that, then that allows them to uh, uh, incept more people
Yeah.
into their coonery.
I agree with both sentiments, guys, because there's a lot of energy that we give up, and there's a lot of trigger factors that because I kind of get emotional about some stuff,
Quick question for
and it's like
everybody on the panel.
the reaction aspect to it, right? But like when you have a topic, criteria, and you're prepared to talk about what you're going to talk about, and then people just right here we control the narrative, you know what I mean? And hopefully
Not really.
we just
Not really, because
hold on,
you have a
brother. I'm
small
just
you
saying,
have a small
I
stage.
let me just speak for myself. I'll be
Well, you
able to
don't
talk
control the narrative either, though. Like, you have an opinion, and that's
on my
everybody's.
panel. I'm be able to
You're right,
control.
but it's just a
Hold
panel,
on,
and
80.
everybody
I
has.
just wanted to flesh this out real quick. I'll introduce you. You guys, the two African and 786. You guys are both right. Two things can be true at the same time. And I think that yeah, it should be called out, but don't put all your energy into these spaces that they really just gonna corner you in a box. And they're all. I hate
You
when
let them.
you know what I hate the most. You know what I hate. Hold on, Eddie. You know what I hate the most when I see a brother from the continent with an
They're doing a lot
accent.
of crying right now, man.
I'm sorry.
Like everybody has the right to have their own opinion.
I
Like
know.
you guys
80.
make it a
This is
whole
my
live.
panel. Just can you just relax? I was just gonna let me
So,
just mute up for a
I'm not
minute.
upset.
Just
I'm
mute
just
up for a
wondering what you
minute, bro.
guys are
Just
talking
mute
about.
up for a minute, bro. Hold on. I just wanted to say this, man. Sometimes when I see them with the youth, right, the impressionable youth that soak up this shit, I vouch for those people. And then I vouch for the people that don't have a voice, you know, or can't articulate themselves as much as they, you know, want, and they get taken advantage of on here, you know, and they make them look dumb, like our own people. So somebody has to speak up, but no one's trying to like punk nobody. We just want a little space so we can talk. We get dropped, we get muted. We're not allowed to talk on those spaces. So this is why we do it. 80, what's up? Welcome to the panel. Can I get your race, ethnicity,
Yep,
where you're from?
38 black. Like I was saying, it makes no sense for you guys to turn around and do the same thing that you're accusing these people of. What I think needs to happen is what China has done. And if you are not an actual authority or have any credible education in this field of genetics, I don't think you guys should be allowed to talk about it, because I'm going to say this: both of you guys have the same stupid talking points. You're just on opposite sides of the spectrum. Genetically speaking, those people are right. Ethnically speaking,
What people, 80? What people?
the people that you're calling FBAs, because there is genetic evidence of what color people are.
There's no genetic FBA.
There's no genetic evidence, and
Sir,
you sound stupid.
Sir,
You're not even making any
Wait,
sense.
hold
are
on,
you
hold on. 30
familiar-
seconds. Let him flesh out. I just want him to know what he's talking about.
familiar with
80,
Dr.
80,
Keith
go ahead and
Chin?
land. 80, go ahead.
Right. Are you familiar with Dr. Keith Chin? Because I have scientists
No
and
open-ended
geneticists
questions.
to
Just like,
back up.
dude,
Okay. Well, you're right. I won't ask. Well, Dr. Keith Chin, amongst other science and geneticists, disprove that dumb shit in your dumbass opinion that the guy said before. So it doesn't really, like I said, it doesn't really matter that you have an opinion on these people.
Gave us
we don't
no
know what you're
information
talking about, though, Eddie.
And I also
Wait,
want to say
debunked
that
what? Debunked what?
I know.
Debunked
80, you
what?
have to be a little more specific.
Jamaicans
80.
do not
Yeah,
have
exactly.
supervisors.
You need to
You guys
elaborate.
don't
Who
even
is this
own most of
doctor
the land
you
in your
speak
own
of?
country. Well, it's not
Who is
my
this
fault you're
doctor
not
you speak
educated.
of, though?
Well, he's a
Okay,
well-renowned
let
geneticist.
me.
He's a world-renowned person that
well-renowned,
only you know of.
well-renowned,
All right, hold on. Let's
accreditation.
stop
Hold
all
on,
the
no,
BS.
let me
Let's stop all
say
the
something
BS.
before
You know
African.
that
Let
you
me.
pretend
Okay,
that
go
you
ahead.
just say that.
Let me
Go ahead.
just say something. Hold on this. So again, 80, you're not claiming
You
FBA,
guys
but
are
you're here to
overly emotional
defend
right
a
now.
lineage. You know, you're a Black American, right? But you are saying that
No, sir, I'm talking about genetics.
okay, so genetics is DNA, yeah, 80?
No. Genetics contains DNA.
Okay.
There's more to genetics than just
Okay,
DNA.
what else? What else is contained in genetics?
Heritage. There's a lot that goes with genetics. DNA is just one part of it. The way your
And
hair,
your
So
heritage is not in America.
the way your skin changes colors. Because these are things that happen
I'm
amongst
just a little confused.
Oh my God.
I'm just a little 80. I'm
You
just a little
guys are
confused because
fucking
do you
stupid.
subscribe to FBA 80?
I don't subscribe to none of this shit that you guys are saying, or not
So-
many of that shit that they're saying. I'm
Okay,
here
so
for
what
truth.
side are you on? What side are
I
you
don't. That's bitch shit. I don't
See,
pick a
that's
side.
gaslighting.
on?
No,
All right,
that's
I got it.
My nigga,
gaslighting.
hold
You're not
on,
This is
making
gaslighting.
any sense. I'm sorry, guys.
Hold on.
He's not making sense. Okay.
You're
Go
not
ahead.
making
I was gonna
sense.
ask
This is
him,
a
look,
narcissist.
are you an Indian? Yes or no?
No, man.
It's
Don't
as
ask him
simple as that.
nothing.
Are you an Indian?
Don't feed the narcissist, bruh. This man is not making sense, and you're still
He's
going to have
probably
a
young. He's
conversation
very
with
young.
him.
All right,
This
you
man
guys.
is
I'm
not
gonna feed
making
him.
sense,
I'll
and you
feed him the
still want to
ropes.
have
Go
a
ahead.
conversation with him? Come
Hey,
on, bruh.
hold on.
You're
Let's
making me
one
feel
second.
bad.
One second.
Sir,
One
it's
second.
not my
786.
fault you don't know anything
80.
about
Are you an
genetics.
Indian? It's a
It's
yes or no
not
question.
my
Are you an
fault that
Indian?
you don't know anything about genetics, sir.
80. It's
Just
a yes or
because
no
you
question. Are
don't
you
know
an
anything
Indian?
about genetics, sir, I'm not answering
Why
your
won't you
question.
answer the
I don't
question?
have to.
80,
Because
80. You've talked already. They're going to
Why are you
respond.
scared of the truth?
80. They're gonna respond.
Why
to
are
what
you
you
scared
say,
of the
okay?
truth?
I'm not scared at all. I just think you're stupid.
Are you
I
an
think it's
Indian? Yes or no? It's
We're
not a
not
trick
gonna have
question.
any
No,
productive
sir.
conversations.
I think your question is stupid. I don't think you understand how genetics
How is
work.
my question
So
stupid?
you're being facetious with your comment. You think
Explain how my explain.
because you think all black people come from Africa.
Black
80.
means African.
Just chillax for a minute. Let's have a discussion, man. Stop. You're the one calling us out, saying that we're dumb and all this stuff.
Well, because
So-
you're saying dumb things. If you didn't say
okay,
dumb
so
things,
I can
wouldn't
say
call
the same shit about
Okay,
you.
what-
I can say the
Yeah,
same
but
shit
you'd be
about you.
wrong
Relax.
factually.
You're not.
What did I say that
you're
was
not
dumb?
If
speaking
you
on
had to take a
facts.
test on this shit, you'd be wrong and I'd be right.
You'd be African. I'll tell
Okay,
you that.
No. That's just dumb. I have
that's
All right,
dumb.
I'm done. I'm done. That's all he says.
But
That's his
what I
response.
want to say,
African. That's all he says. That's just
I
he's
got
just
you.
young, man. He's
Also, I
just
wanted to say this. I wanted to say this. A lot of them also say FBA is a mixed ancestry with indigenous and African, and some of them will say, "Well, we do have some Africans, but that's just like a little bit. The vast majority of us were already here." So, a lot of even when they claim African DNA, they're claiming half. Like they think it's like 50% African, 50% indigenous, which isn't true, or that they're just like 90% indigenous and 10% African.
right. So
Um,
that's why we have
so
to make a
yeah,
clear
it's just
distinction.
downplaying reality.
You know, African. That's why we have to make a clear distinction between an FBA and a so-called American Indian, right? Because now those people are calling themselves a FBA, and to be FBA, you have to have African lineage. So Tyreek, his website, the official website, it says
Did he say that?
yeah, that unique lineage is 3 different lineages, right? It's the European, it's the Aboriginal Native, and lastly, it's the African one, the one they punch down on the most, you know? So there they are
So
doing their
could
hierarchy.
someone
Yeah, go ahead. You want to
could
see it?
someone only?
Oh,
No, I
go.
believe you. But could someone only have indigenous quote unquote DNA and no African and still be considered FBA?
So say that again. Sorry, African. Say that again.
Could somebody have 100% Aboriginal / indigenous DNA or ancestry and 0 African and still be a FBA?
No, you have to have African lineage. So again, they call it the ethnogenesis, right? That they were mixed in with with those 3 that I just said: the European, the Aboriginal Native, and the African, right? So the American Indians, the pretendians, love to say all this same stuff that FBA say, because as well as the American Indians, they want to delineate from the Africans, just like the FBAs want to do. The FBAs are going to admit they have African ancestry, African genetics, but they can't. They go, well, we don't know where we came from, but we know we're not from the continent. You know, we're not immigrants. So that's their lineage. It goes back to chattel slavery, you know, and that's where they want to start. That's where they want to start their timeline.
I think
Excuse me,
FBA
sister.
is
Let me just land, sister,
right.
and then I'm going to introduce you. So when I said you got to make a clear distinction between these 2 groups, to because even Tariq Nasheed calls them pretendians. If anybody's claiming the Cherokee or any of the 5 civilized tribes, Tariq just claimed the Lumbee tribe, which just got recognized coincidentally. And so yeah, they double dip, they're flip flopping. You know, they want to claim everything and then be the premium black people. The pretendians say, some of them disown blackness. They say it's a misnomer. You know, it was given to us. So that's why we always ask them, like, what's your tribe? What's your language? You know? And so we start picking their brain at that. Right now, the biggest thing they're doing, African, they're saying they're closeted FBAs or pretendians by using Black American. Black American is a national kind of trope, even though it's been around. Anybody can be a Black American from the diaspora, naturalized or born here. For first generation, second generation, that's a Black American. Black being a race, American being a nationality. These FBAs want to make Black American an ethnicity. You know, so good luck. But it's not what it is in the reality of things. And but what was okay? So yeah, again, I just want to wrap it up with this. You can't be an FBA and not have African. And I'm just going based off what they say. Okay, this is on the website. This is so. If
This
you,
is so confusing.
it's not. I mean, if you go through their rhetoric, you know, I don't believe this, right? I'm just like repeating what I've heard and seen. But they're the ones that make it confusing because like they all have different stories, right? African. So you just got to make clear distinctions between this is the African American. They're delineating from that term because they don't want to be Africans. So
Yeah.
these are all these different terms that they use. But here, let me introduce the sister up there. Welcome up.
Hi. So my voice is a bit effed, but yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
don't worry. Can I get your race, your ethnicity, where you're from, please?
Black. I'm Black British Caribbean.
Okay, welcome to the panel, sister. You can respond to what we said or speak on the prompt.
Yeah, so the whole FBA thing like makes no sense because as a Caribbean, like I have European DNA, I have native DNA, I have African DNA, but that doesn't make me FBA, right? I think like they think that their DNA admixture is unique to them specifically. That's what they think. They think that only them have European DNA, right? Where like most like BLK people who are descendants of slavery, so like that, right? Yeah, they have British, English, Scottish, Irish, German, like DNA within them, right? So that's that. You're right about what I've heard. A lot of them don't want to identify with being African because they say, well, we don't come from Africa. Whereas, so I'm like third generation, like British Caribbean, right? So my great grandparents came here in 1948, but I'm monoracially BLK, right? But they would then say, well, oh no, like you're a different black to us, right? Like we went through this. It's like, hold on, you don't know when your peoples were there because let's say there's 400 years of slavery. Some individuals, can trace it maybe back to 400 years ago. Others, bro, their family could have got there in the last 10 years when slavery ended. For all they know, right? So the whole FBA thing is delusional. It's there to kind of separate themselves and act as if they are like their own speciality. And as you said again about the, trying to be the superior blacks, yes, as a Caribbean and how everybody else in the diaspora feels, that's how it comes across. They're trying to be the superior BLK people. Like, oh yeah, we're the ones who went through all the problems. And like, it's like, hold on, you're not the only ones who went through all these problems. Oh yeah, we went through this. No, you're not the only ones, but they want to claim, and anyways, but that's what I say, is that like, to an extent as well, some of them try to claim that the term black is like an American invention, or the term, the N-word or something like that, right, yeah? Negro, like, that is an American thing. It's like, no, it's not. Black people were called black across the globe. They were called the N-word across the globe, but they're trying to claim. And but I've heard some of them say that the term BLK has been patented by America, even though literally I'm from the Caribbean with the same European colonizers, right? And I'm in the UK with the same British Empire, right? Do you think like they don't call us black? But anyways, I digress.
No, I hear you, sister. Very good points. Again, yeah, they try to police blackness, try to gatekeep it. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Africans are black. America is very hyper focused on race, and that's how people present themselves here. But across the world, people present with their religion, their nationality, their ethnicity, their tribe, their religion. That's how they present themselves to the world. So when you guys, there's obviously like people that have coonish behavior and that self-hate, right? And that happens in every demographic. But the FBA is trademarked, and you can't trademark a ethnicity. That's what Tyreek is trying to do. He's trying to put foundational in front of Black American. And I just broke down what Black American is. You can't reinvent a wheel and say that this is, I mean, you can, and nobody has a problem with you identifying the way you want to identify. It's the punching down, it's the xenophobia, It's the American exceptionalism. It's the patriotism that's really racism at the end of the day. But their allegiance to America, like obviously, there's no coincidence why they joined on the bandwagon of this current administration. The Blagas, the MAGAs, and it's pretty obvious with this whole anti-immigration. So I'm trying to draw parallels with slavery and what's going on with immigrants right now. Black Americans hate to hear this parallel. I show it because Black Americans are getting affected. They are getting unalived. There's already 3 Black Americans that were unalived by ICE, detained, no-knock raids. I don't understand why this is not being talked about, you know? And then we have, obviously, the Mexicans, the brown-skinned Mexicans that are racially profiled. And the unalivings in detention centers as well. And I have a bunch of like evidence as well to back this up. But yeah, you're definitely right, sister.
Are you? What's your race? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm black, but my ethnicity is Eritrean and Mexican.
Okay, fair. I know a few Eritreans. Cool. I think that, like, you know, I totally agree, right? Someone said, but we're the only ones who went through that here. I said, well, in the Americas. No, in the Americas. You were the only ones who went through slavery in the Americas, right? You weren't the only ones. And
yeah, let me address this comment. Of course he's an immigrant. So it's so funny. These guys think that they're the only ones that can talk about these topics, right? I mean, it doesn't affect you, right? You Black Americans, like, so of course I'm going to talk about this. I'm not an immigrant. I'm an American with immigrant parents. But people people will call me. Oh, go ahead.
Wait. So he's not black. He's African American. That's not black.
Y'all know
Again.
Hold on.
I really make it clear, right? Before we continue on, right? Yeah, the term black was not invented in America, right? Black people across the globe are called black. Right? In the UK,
yeah, we had the term Negro,
black.
right? Which is a Spanish term for black.
You can't now say that because someone, is African. If they're African, right? And then so, for example, when Obama, who's mixed race, you called him black. What are we doing here?
The
right?
biracials,
You guys are inconsistent, bro. Right? Black does not belong to you guys. It's so frustrating. Right? Outside of America, everyone else is called black.
Club. Let her land. I got you. Relax.
I'm saying outside of America, everyone else is called black, right? Yeah. So if this guy's Eritrean mixed, he'll be mixed, right? Yeah. But you guys will say he's black. But because he's African, quote unquote, right? Suddenly he's not black. You guys don't own the term black. The word black came from, again, the Spanish word negro. Negro. You didn't invent anything.
If they knew Spanish, sister, they would know that.
The English, which colonized your people and my people, the English turned into the Nigger. But the original was from the Spanish negro. You didn't invent shit.
I got you, sister. Let me introduce these other guys. Hold on, club. Hold on. I do want to say also, niggas is a terminology meaning king.
Oh no,
in Ethiopia.
Why would they whip people? Call them king.
No. There's a term in Tigrinya, in African that says niggas. Niggas is another way to say it, but I just I'm just like staking claim to the term, right? I'm trying to reclaim nigga. You feel me, C-Dub? What's up?
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the panel, C-Dub, FBA. Look, I need your race, ethnicity, where you're from.
25 Black Americans. That's my ethnicity.
Okay, Black American as an ethnicity. Wait, hold on, Black.
Yes, it is.
Hold on, Black. I need a race and ethnicity.
Yeah. You said race? You want my race?
Yeah.
Black.
Okay, ethnicity.
Black American.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. American but black. But
It's very simple to grasp. And what Black American is the ethnicity in America, right? So that ethnicity
Across the world.
typically, no, you're not
It's
It
Black
a
is
American.
it's a nationality,
in the
C
If
Dub.
UK. It's
It's a
you
black
are from,
regional
ethnicity.
if you from the continent, you claim your
No,
nation, you claim your tribe,
I'm from the
you claim what you
Caribbean.
claim, right?
Sister, I'm
So
gonna let sister. I'm
Caribbean.
gonna let him.
claim
Just
what
let
you
him
is,
talk,
right?
please, sister.
I'm from the
C Dub, go ahead.
Caribbean,
No, C Dub,
bro.
so
don't interact with anyone.
yeah,
Just do
yeah,
your
but
do your
anyway,
thing.
yeah. So like I was saying, man, it's an ethnicity. If you want to be more specific, get it another name. You can say the freedmen,
All right, let's get past that, Black American.
freedmen,
Get to the
all the
topic.
things.
Get to the
So
prompt.
we know what we're talking about when we say freedmen, FBA, Black American. We know.
You want to
That's not
convince? You want to convince?
that's not you. You know what I'm saying? We're not saying that you can be black. Yeah, your race is black if you're going up the construct, but you're not a Black
All
American.
right, I get it. I get it. Are you?
You
You're not
are
FBA though.
Ghanaian. You
You
are
ain't
Igbo.
FBA though. See
You
that
are
you're not.
those
Yeah.
things.
No, I
Hold on, sister.
I'm
You're not
So
Black
Caribbean.
hold
American
on. C Dub, you're not
because
FBA
Black
though.
American is an
Oh,
ethnicity.
hold on. C Dub,
No,
are you
it's
not
not.
Hold on, sister, please. Are you not FBA, C Dub?
To me, I don't. I mean,
Come on, say it with your
not
chest, bro.
really.
Don't be
Because I
scared.
don't. I
Come
don't.
on, bro.
To me, when you ask that, it just like to me,
Nah, bro.
it's
You're
another
either
class of
in or you're out,
look.
bro.
To me, it's another classification for Black American. Like I
All
don't know
right. So
why.
by definition, you're FBA.
So yeah, it's just a classification.
You see how scared they are to even claim it? Okay, C-Dub, get to the
No,
prompt,
it's not.
bro.
It's no because people like make it seem like it's kind of like a cult or something. Now I know y'all be getting bullied
So
on
if
here,
it's
but
not, just claim it then. If it's
it's just
not,
an
then just
ethnicity.
claim it.
That's it. It's another
All right.
classification.
All
That's
right,
a
C-Dub,
name somebody
C-Dub.
came up with, but I
Let's
get
get
what
to
they
the
saying.
prompt. I got a bunch of people. Can you speak on the prompt, please?
All right, yeah, we can speak on the prompt though. If
I'm sorry to cut
enslaved,
you off.
yeah, because that's what you good at. You know that.
Go
If
ahead, though.
enslaved
Go ahead,
ancestors
though.
were once illegal, what protects you now? If enslaved ancestors were once illegal, what protects you now?
Oh, shit, we got 50 people. Hit the likes. Let me get to 2K, guys. Hit the likes. Damn, I didn't even see the views. Go ahead, C-Dub.
What you mean illegal?
Yeah, if we were once illegal, right? Like black people were illegal. Hold on, L. Black people were illegal in America. Did you know that, C-Dub?
What you mean black people were illegal in America?
Okay, so when they
That don't make sense.
when they banned
But
slavery, when they banned slavery, C-Dub, they were
yeah,
still smuggling slaves in, and those people were illegal. And then in 1850, no black immigrants were allowed to come in. I forget I have to pull it up, but every black immigrant was considered illegal at that period in time. So you had the railroad thing happening on reverse. There were what is it called? What was it called? I can't remember the act. God damn it.
I wouldn't know about this because my people not ever was illegal, classified as illegal. What the hell?
So I'm just making a parallel between illegal slave runners, right, and these illegal immigrants. So what makes you think that they're not going to change the definition of the 14th Amendment if you try to change?
So are you trying to draw a parallel between immigrants and ICE and fucking
Yeah.
runaway slaves?
Yeah. Black Americans don't want me to
First
make
of
this
all,
parallel.
it was forced. If you want to, even if we're talking about the Africans that came here, they was forced migration. That's not immigration, and that's
So,
not illegally immigrating,
right. But what do you
right?
think? What do you
So
think?
would you agree it's two different things? That's not illegally
So the people that they
immigrating. It's not even.
destabilize their
It
nations,
wasn't
right?
even a choice to immigrate, right?
I
You
hear you,
you
but
get
like,
that?
okay, the people that
So
flee
we're not
here,
immigrants for one. But go ahead.
C-Dub, the people that flee here, those are forced migrations. All this deporting people, those are forced migrations. How do you not see that?
You say forced migrations?
Yeah, they're
It's not.
forcing them
No,
to migrate.
nobody is forcing
How is
nobody. If
that
you come
not the
from
same, though,
if
C-Dub?
if you seeking refuge, that's not. You know what I'm saying? That's not the same, bro.
Well, yeah, but
Nobody's forcing
destabilization,
you to come to this.
asylum,
Nobody's
those are
forcing you
forced
to come to
migrations.
America, which has the highest immigrants for no fucking reason, because
All right.
everybody
Well,
else
I'm
is.
making a parallel. I just want to see.
America
I just
has
want to
to be
see
so
who
accepting and accept
understands.
everybody else, basically, right?
I just want to see who understands and
America
who.
has to accept the most immigrants, but nobody else, though.
Oh,
Be fucking
Jonas,
realistic.
the
Like,
Fugitive Slave Act. That's what it was.
we have to be
Fugitive Slave
realistic.
Act.
Yo,
Like
That's
that
what
shit.
happened. Hold on,
That
sister.
shit ain't.
All right. C-Dub, the Fugitive Slave Act. That's what it was. I was trying to think about it. Let me move on, C-Dub. I'm going to have an open panel. And sister, I'm sorry to keep muting you, sister. I just want to get through this. Isra, welcome to the panel. Can I get your race, your ethnicity, where you're from? L, are you there? Mr. L. I'm going to move forward with the Abar. Abar, welcome to the panel. Race, ethnicity, where you're from, please.
I'm from Texas.
Race, ethnicity, please.
Race, I would have to say, based on the definition of the word human, and ethnicity, Aborigine of the Americas.
Okay, welcome to the panel. Do you want to address or respond to anything else? Respond what was said or speak on the prompt? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Firstly, I have to say that so-called Black Americans, that black word is a misnomer. It was created by the white man. And that's not who we were, and it's not who we are. Negro, black, colored, African American, all of those are misnomers. They were placed on us, reclassified us as thus because they wanted to separate us from our home continent and put us somewhere else. And that's what they teach in these sorry schools around here, that we are from Africa. We're not from Africa. We were always here and been here for a very long time. And it's documented, it's historically documented in the National Archives, Library of Congress, and even other places around the world. So y'all are not, tell us that y'all are not Africans, y'all didn't come over here by slave ships. I mean, you got white people saying that. And my own research shows me that we've been here for a very long time, man. As genetics, even geneticists say we have no genetic ties to Africa. We have no phenotypical likeness to Africa. So we're a whole separate people.
I got you, brother. But I am African, right? This is an African panel. What do you? How many of the people that are black in America do you believe, the percentage wise, are indigenous? And the other, give me the percentage for Africans.
I don't know what the percentage of Africans are, but I would say upward of 99% of the people in America who are brown skinned are Aborigine to the Americas.
So the copper colored, right? So when you try to, do you think black is a misnomer too? Like it was given as a label to indigenous folks here?
There's no such thing as black land or black country or black.
I hear you. So that's what I'm saying. So yeah, this is just FBA. I'm not talking about American Indians, brother. Not to like be disrespectful or anything. Because I think we're gonna get a little confused, about who we're talking to. You know what I mean? You guys can do your thing, and I'm not trying to step on toes. But I'm only speaking to my African brothers and sisters, So unless you're trying to build with Africans or black immigrants or from the diaspora, brother, all peace to you. We're just here to build amongst ourselves.
Can I just say, so
Go
someone
ahead,
said,
sister. I'm sorry to keep.
He should be with people that share the
so
same
someone
faith.
Hold on.
said,
Let the sister. I have been muting her, brother.
someone said, yeah,
We'll
that
have an
like
open panel after she speaks. Go ahead.
that their ethnicity is black, and that they're known across the world as Black American, not you. Right? Again, I feel like I don't want to be condescending because as a Brit, with the accent, I don't know my voice is effed. But again, you're known as Black American because your nationality is American. Of course, you're the only ones known as Black American because your nationality is American. I'm also only known as, Black British because, oh my God, shocker, my nationality is British. I was born in the UK, right? And again, but yes, Black American, but outside of being able to hear whether someone is British or American, right? We're both known as Black across the world. Stop trying to other yourselves and prop yourselves up on a pedestal. Like you,
What does that got to do with ethnicity
because
of black people of the black group in America? What does that have to do with the ethnicity of the black group in America?
What?
What does that have to do with the
Bro,
black ethnicity in America?
Because again, I was just wanted to comment. I guess you didn't hear what I was saying, right?
This
The
group,
issue is,
yeah.
good Lord, the issue is that, right?
Hold on, I can't
Number one,
understand you. Honestly, I can't understand
the
what you just
issue
said.
is that you are not the only ones known as Black. You're known as Black American because you're from
Where
America.
we no, listen, lady.
Yes!
Listen, lady.
Stop being so
Like,
fucking slow.
hey, hold
The
on.
rest of the world,
Just stop.
Bro, the rest of the
Are you
world.
talking about race?
Bro, race and nationality. You're Black American because you're Black from
Oh,
America.
and you no. yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So what? So
Yes. That's
So
how it
what?
works. You could be Chinese American because you're Chinese from America. It's the same bloody thing. You could be Native American. You could be Indian American.
But
You
the
could
thing
be
is, just
no.
because
That's how
your
it
race
works.
just because your race is black and
No
you come
one
to
thinks
America,
they're
no, and
fucking
you come to
American.
America,
No
look,
one
just because
thinks.
your
Oh
race
my
is
God.
black, just because
Oh
your
my
race
God.
is black and you come, stop screaming, goddamn. Just
No
because
one's
your
screaming,
race is
bro.
black,
Do
just
the
because
opposite
your
of
race
fucking
is black,
screaming.
goddamn, you gonna keep interrupting? Just because your race is black and you're born in America doesn't make you a black American.
Okay, so
That
the
doesn't
issue with
make
that,
you a
yeah.
part
So
of the
wait.
ethnicity,
Stop. The
right?
issue with
That
that, yeah.
doesn't make you a part of that
Stop.
specific ethnic group,
Stop.
right?
Black American is not an ethnicity. It is not.
So
The same
the
way, stop.
ethnicity of
The
hey,
same way,
look,
stop.
the
The same
ethnic
how
group, the
Black
ethnic
British,
group, the ethnic
stop.
group
If
of
you're born,
freed men.
stop. Let me
No.
finish. Let
Because
me finish.
what you're
I
saying is
said
false.
one sentence. Let me finish.
Because you're already wrong. I
No.
shouldn't
You don't
even
understand
let
how
you finish.
nationality
I really
works.
shouldn't even let you finish. That's not nationality. This is an ethnic group. What are you talking about?
It's not fucking their ethnic group because you can be Chinese American. If you're born there, you're Chinese.
Jesus.
You're Chinese American. So it's but again, anybody, right?
So
Regardless,
if you're from Ghana and you're born here, what are you?
you'd be either African American or Black American, depending on what the
Oh,
fuck you want
sorry
to
guys,
be.
I was gone for a little bit. Are we
That's
arguing or are we getting
that's
along? Are we getting
No,
along?
you're
wait. So
Ghanaian.
Are we not getting along?
You're not.
Again, oh my
Your
God,
ethnicity don't
Yo,
change because you come to
Let me
relax.
America.
finish.
Hold
I
on,
thought,
but
hey,
she's
Interrupting
making
are
me.
we
she's
not?
making a
Hey,
claim,
hold
right?
on. let me
That
No,
her
hold
ethnicity.
on, guys, hold on.
I'm making a claim.
Let me reset. Let me reset.
Your
So,
ethnicity don't change because you
hey,
moved.
hey, you
It's not
can't.
ethnicity. Your
Hold on,
nationality
bro.
changes when you become a citizen.
Hold on. Hold on.
Idiot.
Seat up. Let's start over. Let's just start over,
You're
okay?
slow.
Let's just start over,
But
okay?
your nationality.
How's this gonna work, guys? Like, what do we have to
It will
do?
work here when it
On some
lets me
real shit
finish.
vibes, y'all. It's like y'all always kind of like muting past these things, bro, and I don't
Bro, you won't
understand
let
it.
me
It's
speak. You
just like it's as
interrupted
simple
me.
as this. I asked her
No, stop
if
interrupting
it
me.
was
Wait,
a
hold on.
Ghanaian.
Let him respond to how are we gonna. I want solutions. I don't
I asked,
want.
yeah, but
He
real
says
quick,
it's not gonna
I asked.
happen. He says it's not gonna happen.
Look,
I'm
but
gonna let you
I
respond.
asked
Okay, so sorry.
if I asked if a Ghanaian person moved to America and he have a kid that's whatever. No, just because you move to America and you're from Ghana and you get citizenship, right? does that make you? Does that make you your ethnicity, your ethnic groups change from being Ghanaian or whatever you want to call it to Black American? She's basically saying yes.
Ghanaian is a nationality.
She's saying that
Ghanaian
she
is a
can switch
fucking
her
country.
ethnicity.
It's a
You can switch. So
nationality. It's
basically,
not a
you can
fucking
switch.
ethnicity.
So basically, you can
It's
switch your
a
ethnic.
country.
Hey,
It's
you
a
can basically you
nationality.
can switch your ethnicity when you
No,
move to
no,
America.
bro.
You know how dumb that sounds?
No. The rest of the fucking world operates like this, right? Ghanaian is a nationality, right? My great-grandparents came from St. Kitts, right? Being Kittian is a nationality.
So
So the
what is
fucking
the
race,
what's the ethnic? So what's the ethnic group in Ghana?
again, you'd have your own individual tribes, how they identify. I don't know, not fucking
So they
Ghanaian.
have their own tribes, right?
You
So
stop,
with
but
that
then
being said, that's their
stop.
ethnic. When you
You're being
no, it ain't no
goddamn
damn
slow.
stop. That's their ethnic group. When you move to America, that's not your ethnic group. Your ethnic group
Ghanaian
is that tribe that you
is a
ascend from. You
nationality.
claim that tribe. You
Their
don't
race is
claim Black
black.
American.
Their race is fucking
This is
black.
hella ignorant.
Their
British,
race is
but
black.
Black British people are
They are
ignorant
black.
anyway. They're
Ghanaian.
very
The
ignorant.
same way how being
They think that they
Caribbean
sound like
doesn't
Siri.
equal
They
being
like
black.
they
You
know
could be
more than other
Indian
Black people.
Caribbean. You could be Chinese
Just because you
Caribbean.
sound like Siri don't mean you know more than other Black people.
Brother,
I'm
bro,
sorry,
no
for
one
y'all.
sounds like fucking Siri, bro.
It's like
You think
y'all need to stop that shit. Y'all have been
Ghanaian is
colonized.
ethnicity?
But look,
It's
anyway,
a country. Being Ghanaian is a nationality.
so yes, right. So what's
If
the
you're
ethnic group?
seeing
So
some
what's the
shit
ethnic? Okay,
in a
so what's the
different
ethnic group in
country,
Ghanaian? So what's the
but
ethnic
they
group
are
in Ghanaian?
black Ghanaian. They
So
are
what
black
are the
Ghanaian.
ethnic group in Ghanaian? What is the ethnic group in Ghanaian?
Black. The fuck? The
What?
nationality is Ghanaian because that's the
So they
country.
so they
It's
say
the fucking country.
so
Their
Ghanaian.
race is
Bro,
black.
Vibes, you hear this shit? What the fuck?
Bro, their
I'm
race
not.
is
I
black.
said ethnicity. And slow down. This is why you can't have a what the fuck is you yelling for,
Hey,
dude?
mate,
It's
All right,
four
because
o'clock.
C Dub.
because
Okay,
you're
I got
talking
this,
and
sister.
God
Okay, C
damn.
Dub. I'm sorry, I was gone. I was gonna C Dub. Again, an ethnicity, right, would be African American. All right, I didn't create it. It was just there, right? Africa being, since you guys don't know where in Africa, it's the whole, and American as a nationality. So you have two continents. You have African continent and then American continent. So it's actually pretty unique, right? And then, like I told you, Black American is a race and a nationality. So it already exists for people that are naturalized here or were born here from the Black diaspora.
and also
So you
vibes.
can
Yeah,
have
in the UK we have Black British, right? Or you have Black British Caribbean or Black British African, right? The fact that you guys think that your classification is unique to your country, it is not. Everywhere else in the world, if you're a black person, right, you say, oh, you're black this or black that. You're the only ones who are considered black, right? So, for example, Black British, right? You say that, or you say Black British Caribbean. If you was to go to China, right, you would say, oh, Black British, Chinese national, however how do it in China, right? Again, you can be Black Vietnamese. That doesn't mean you're Vietnamese. It means that you're black and your nationality is Vietnamese because you were born in that country. Right? You guys, you have this specialized system when the entire world uses the same goddamn system. You're not unique.
so yeah, so, sister. I say this: they can be whatever they want to be, and it's okay. But for them to be dense and not, again, they're trying to gatekeep it. They're trying to police it. Again, that classification is just what's on Federal Directive 15 in the United States. It says the Black racial groups of Africa is black alone, and African American, not Black American. Black American does not exist yet like that. We had American Negro before. It's the same thing, right? But I get it. All right, you want to not be included with immigrants. You're not foreigners. Your lineage has nothing to do with immigrants, okay? That's where you want to go with this, okay? And so I'm just saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket, Like you as a demographic of a minority group, like all minorities, like Claude Anderson said, You know, Black Americans were going to be the fourth class if and I get the immigrant issue, you know, but that's not your problem. There's other issues. There's YT, okay, who are doing this to everyone. You know what I
And
mean?
it's embarrassing, right? So it's embarrassing when we have to explain this, right? So, for example, so say, oh, no, you're not British, you're just born there. And again, being British and being English are two different things. Number one. Number two,
So
if
hold
I have,
on,
if
hold on. Okay.
go ahead.
With being here for 500 years, right?
Like, how old are
So
you? Nigga, you're not
Oh
500
my
years.
no,
God,
Shut
no,
up.
you
no.
went
I'm
there for
saying
500 years.
does
You talking?
does
Who you talking for?
and this just for the people that no, this for
Bro.
this is
Most
like
of my
I'm talking about like the
family,
transatlantic slave.
were
Oh
slaves
my
in
god.
America.
Oh
Most of my
my
family were slaves in
gosh. Oh
America,
my
bro.
gosh. Oh my
No,
gosh. Oh my gosh.
most of
Oh
my
my
family were slaves in
Let him
America.
land, sister. Let him land, and I'll let you respond, sister. But again, you're talking about Africans, the transatlantic slave trade. You're attaching yourself to your ancestry club. Okay,
It doesn't matter, right?
or you're gonna say exactly. It never matters, right? Why are you on here?
Look.
What are you trying to convince Africans for?
I'm
What are you trying to convince me?
They're trying to do
with
supremacy.
no. With that, it's been a new ethnic group, bro. That's what I'm basically telling y'all.
No, listen.
We just
Club.
broke it down for you,
And then,
So
brother.
when we talk
Club.
Go
about the
ahead, sister.
I agree.
look,
Club. I agree,
go
right?
ahead,
So
go
me
ahead.
as a Caribbean, right? We have a different culture and whatnot. We're not the same people, right? But again, saying someone is Black American because they were born there, that doesn't mean they're saying they're the exact same people. For example, I come from, the Windrush generation, right? Right, but not every a Caribbean person is Windrush. Some of them come way later, so they're not really Windrush, right? And I say no. I want to be differentiated between the new people and the old people, but no, because there'll still be Black British Caribbean or Black British, right? Because there's no delineation, right? And that's the thing. You can't now start saying, no, we want to separate ourselves because we want to be say, hey, we're the ones who were enslaved. Bro, it comes across as, again, very supremacist, right? Because again, you guys have your own culture, right? These words, which again we've had in the UK and across the globe for many years, right? That it doesn't take away from the fact that I'm Caribbean and that person's African, even though this is I'm Katisha and that person Nigerian, even though it both says Black British, because we know amongst each other what your culture is and what my culture is, right? We don't need to have a separate label. Why do we need to label ourselves like some? That's weird, bro.
They just
Right?
want hold on. They want a reparations check, and so they have to make it clear that they are the foundation of this country, right? Part of assimilation in America is assimilating to speaking English. You call it cosplaying, right? You call it trying to act like you. And you know what they say, Club? They say
You don't think that's the
imitation
case?
is a form of flattery or something like that, or I forget how they say it, but you want people to be Americans, and then when they're Americans, you tell them they're acting like you. You know what I mean? So again,
Wait,
brother, the
you say some
ethnicity.
people
She's
American
right.
though.
She's right. You have a right to separate yourself, right? But you don't have a right to punch down and tell people that they're not Americans when they were born here or naturalized here. That's just how it goes. You know?
Yeah. And
I'm
again, Dub, like
saying,
I
but
said, you
that's
guys
because
have
you was
your own
born on the
culture.
soil. But if you was just born on the soil though, that don't mean you're part of the ethnicity
No, 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 no.
of like three in America.
Yes, but they're not claiming to be. And I think this is the problem. No one's claiming to be, right? Simply, but again, you're trying to say that the only way you can have individuality is by the classification of the white man. That's the only way, bro.
Well, nobody's claim like the black term either. Like nobody's saying that people didn't call themselves black over there, over
You guys are
here.
the
Yes,
Even
no,
though
premium
but
black people,
even though
though.
even though it's
Remember?
translated into English, it's a whole new, really a whole new like concept
yes,
of it, really.
no. We agree,
But
but you have
it's
your
just
own
like
your own culture, right? Doesn't matter if a first generation Nigerian or Jamaican or Caucasian or Bayesian, right, calls themselves Black American. That doesn't take away from your culture. And I don't understand why you're trying to. Oh, like, we need our own name, our own little gang, a little crew, a little name. Like, bro, they're not taking away from your culture because your culture isn't defined by what the white man has decided to call you, right? For example, Black British, right? So it doesn't matter if African or Caribbeans call Black British, right? Yeah, that doesn't. We don't define our culture and who we are based on that. We could all be Black British, but we all know when we're amongst each other. Oh, you're Ghanaian. You're Congolese. Oh, you're British. You're Bajan. Amongst each other, you
And let me say this for culture. Let me say this for culture with music and stuff, you know, and music like Michael Jackson. You know what happened to Michael Jackson? You know who took his catalog and all? Sony took it, right? Like all his music, they own that shit. You know, everything he created, they took it, and that happens to a lot of Black Americans. It's all consumed, like it's consumed by American society, you know, and that is unfortunate, you know, but it's not no immigrant's fault. That's all I was trying to say.
Agree.
yeah, and
I think it's
so
all the
you go
sloppy,
on.
sloppy. It's a really all this shit is a sloppy system. It's a sloppy system. The categorizations, how we go about it, like especially in America, that shit was like it started
Yeah,
sloppy.
but Dub,
You know
stop
what I'm
saying
saying?
in America, bro. That's the same thing everywhere. Black people in
Yeah,
the UK, either Black
some
Caribbean
people
or Black
kept
African. It doesn't
kept it simple.
differentiate between the Windrush, where literally my great grandfather fought in the war. We came here to help fight. But other people who didn't do that, right, they're not the foundationals, they still get the same label, bro. Right? It's sloppy everywhere. And just only in America. It's sloppy
Some
everywhere.
people, no, but some people know. I mean, but still, some people trace their tribes and all that shit. Like
Yeah, but I'm
that's the thing.
Caribbean, so
I'm
I
not talking
can't.
about that, but
No,
what'd
no,
you
no,
say?
but I'm Caribbean, so I can't, right?
Huh?
So I'm Caribbean, so I can't. Same as you,
Yeah.
right? But we're not trying to hold on. You have Black Caribbean or Black African or just Black British. But that doesn't differentiate between the countries who were in the Windrush generation who were invited over, right, to help rebuild the country after the war. That doesn't differentiate. But here's the thing: who cares? Bro, who cares what the white man wants to define us as and classify us as? We know we have different cultures, and that should be the only thing that matters. Not a title for the white man to classify or no. Who cares what the white man thinks if he can't tell the difference? Because either way, he doesn't care if he can tell the difference, bro. He's still gonna be racist either way. He was
Okay,
still
so I,
called
I got a question. I got a question for you, right? So if a Ghanaian had a kid with another Ghanaian, and they was born in America, right? And the kid was born in America, right? What the kid was born in America. What is that kid ethnicity?
So again, that kid would either say they're African American or Black American, right? But because again, Ghanaian is a country, right? So hence why, for example, I don't say, "Oh, I'm
All right,
British
my bad. Okay,
Katisha."
let me say this, Igbo.
Yeah, but again, my people came from St. Kitts, right? I don't say I'm British Katishan. You say, "Oh, I'm British Bayesian or British Jamaican." You say British Caribbean, right? You say British Caribbean because it's not about the individual countries that you come from, you're either African American or Black American. Because Black, how it was defined by the Europeans, not by the Americans, Europeans just meant someone of sub-Saharan African descent, right? So when they say, okay, the person who's born there, who is BLK, who is of sub-Saharan African descent, and they have American citizenship and they're born there, they'll be Black American or African American, whatever, right? But that doesn't mean that they're claiming to be the originals. That doesn't mean that. It just means that they're Black they have American citizenship, right? And
So
that's how
you
it works
saying a
everywhere.
Ghanaian that has a baby with another Ghanaian on American soil could claim an ethnicity of being, let's say, African American, right?
Yes.
Because African American is the okay. Let's go. African American is the ethnicity, right?
Sure. So that's why I said they'll claim Black American to be more precise. Because African American, I would say yes, more defines the
What you
descendants.
mean? What are we saying? African American is the ethnicity, right? Babs, it's the
Yes,
ethnicity.
So it is a distinct, but Black
African
American.
American, right?
Yeah, but Black American is just you're black and you have an American passport. That's all that means. It doesn't mean anything
So
outside
so
of.
so African American is the ethnicity, right? Yes or no?
I would say for you guys, yes, it meant more for you guys in your country, yes.
Why is that? Okay? I'm like, why is that kind of hard to answer, right?
Yes, I know,
So 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 if black,
but people are
so
claiming.
so check this out, because you see where this is going, right? Like
Yeah.
you see where this is going. So you saying that Ghanaian kid that would just happen to be born in America
It'd be Black American, yes.
could claim to be
Black
African American,
American. Well,
African
no.
American.
I wouldn't say that they should, but of course they could because there's no like legalities around it. But they should be claiming Black American because again, yes, African American. But how
You know they can claim African American, right?
yes. The same way how people who are not Windows generation in the UK can claim to be Black, British, and
So
different
do you think that's a good thing?
I think, yeah. Why in
So
the UK we
you think
don't
it's a
care
good
what
thing
the
that they can
YT man
claim to be?
classifies us
Hold on,
as?
hold on. So you think
Yeah.
it's a good thing that they could claim an ethnicity that they aren't?
Okay, so we say an
Because
ethnicity,
ethnicity
right?
goes down to gender, the science
No,
part of it, right?
no. Ethnicity. If I can try to just let me get the. I think it's also about like a shared culture, right? Hold on.
Yeah.
So shared cultural identity based on
Culture,
common ancestry,
ancestral
language,
blood.
history, religion,
Yeah.
traditions, right? So
Mm-hmm.
again, ethnicity wise, right? So they have African DNA, right? They have a shared history of whitey colonization, right? Oppression, we call the N-word and be
So do
okay
they
with
got a
that.
shared history of years of being here in America with other Black Americans?
Hold on.
So you
The
see how that's
same
kind of
No, no,
it's
no, no, no,
like
no.
it's
The
offensive
same
when
way
you say that.
how
Y'all
me
gotta
as a
understand that's kind of
Caribbean.
offensive when you say that.
No. So you see,
We've been
the
living
same.
here with the
No,
actual
no,
white
no,
people,
no, 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 no,
and
no.
then for
The
you to
same
like
way
compare and like, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of
yeah, but the same how like me as a Caribbean, right? My ancestors, whatnot, right? Yeah. So there's a shared history in the form of chattel slavery, and again, like a lot of quite a few of my So basically, they would sometimes take people from Florida in America and bring to the Caribbean as punishment, right? So that shared history that doesn't now mean that we're the exact same. It just means we have a shared ancestral history because our ancestors both come from Africa quay ago, right? And they both experienced the transatlantic slave trade. That would be the ethnicity, right? That would be, being, black or
Well, once
African.
again, I'll have to say, what about the white people? Like, bro, some of us share
What about the
ancestors,
white
right?
man club?
Yeah, I don't care about
Like,
them,
so
bro.
We on both
some
sides
black
we
people
talk about the
share,
white man.
some Black Americans share ancestors with them, right? So
Okay,
so with
all
that
right.
logic, are you saying that they can claim Black American because they shared history
Yeah, the
with the?
biracials get to
So
claim Black American.
so white people can too.
FBA
So
club.
white people can.
No, stop.
So white people can do it.
No. It's not just, we're from the same country, right? It's more than, a shared cultural language, history. So let me read this out, sorry. So it says here, a shared cultural identity, based on common ancestry would be Africa. Language, history, slavery, society, religion, let's say Christianity, traditions, rather than just physical traits,
It's
right? So
multifaceted.
ethnicity isn't just about, okay, cool, we're both black. It's the fact that actually we both come from the transatlantic slave trade. Do you know what I mean? That would be ethnicity. Hence why when you're trying to gatekeep, I say, no. It's like, bro, you can't gatekeep. And also, who cares what the YT man wants to classify on us as? We know we have our own cultures.
If
We're
you in
so
the Caribbean,
concerned.
if you in the Caribbean,
Y'all do.
y'all got your
Y'all
own
do.
ethnic group in the Caribbean. We got our own ethnic group in America. That's what you not really.
That's fine, but
That's
we're
what
still black.
on my bad. And then what you say? You British? You a black Brit? So
Yeah, I'm Windrush. Windrush, meaning so I'm monoracially black, but my great grandparents came here in 1948. So Windrush.
so
Yeah. So after the war.
that's the thing.
All right, we're
Like,
gonna have to move forward,
that's
guys.
a whole,
But
the Caribbean. That's a
we
whole
got a
nother
couple.
ethnic group. You do
I
realize
love
that,
your
right?
Bro, we
guys'
have the
conversation.
same
Guys,
DNA
It's
makeup.
not the same, dude.
No, it's the
guys,
same.
I love your guys' conversation. Thank you for being cordial about it. I'm gonna move to Creed, and then Mr. Elite. Creed, welcome up. Come in, your race, your ethnicity, where you're from.
Yes, I'm Black American in my 30s.
Wait, say that again, Creed.
I'm Black American. I'm Black American in my 30s. I'm Black American in my 30s from Texas.
Or you're Black American. Creed. Okay, welcome to the panel. What do you want to? You want to respond to anything?
Yes. So Sana said, simply being black and in America makes you Black American, and that's all that means. I'd like to ask her the famous question: do Black Americans have a culture? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is that a famous question?
Yes. Black Americans have their distinct culture. Same how me as a Caribbean, we have our own distinct culture. Yes, they have their own culture. Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Slow down. Just yes, no question. If anybody that's quote unquote black and in America is Black American, what is Black American culture?
So what is Black American culture?
I'm saying is Caribbean or African culture, right? You saying they're
African
Black
culture.
Americans now. I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Are you saying that's Black American culture as well?
No, that would be Caribbean culture. You have Jamaican culture, Bayesian culture, Trini culture, right? They're different countries. In Africa, you have 54 different countries. You have Nigerian culture,
right.
Ghanaian culture. There's lots of different cultures.
And there's Black American culture.
Yes,
However,
no one's denying that.
Ma'am or sir, I don't know, ma'am or sir, because
It's man,
UK.
don't be rude.
I mean, I don't know. Shit.
My voice is
UK
effed.
accent is very feminine, so it could be a whole man talking. And,
Yeah, no, sorry. My voice is effed. I apologize, but no, yes, I'm a woman. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. So what makes them Black American then?
Their distinct culture, right, where they were separated from other black diasporas. Again, know more about your black.
Whoa. I'm talking about everybody, all the others that you're
Okay, but
saying is
they
Black American now too.
No, it's not, right? They don't have Black American culture. They have their own cultures. You have Jamaican culture. You have Nigerian culture. You have Nigerian.
But you're saying they're Black American.
No, they're not. They're black, not Black American. They're just black. Yes, they're just black.
No, you were just saying that they Black American. When I was talking,
no.
What is Black history?
Born.
Is it
if they're born,
African history or Caribbean history?
You said they're Black
No, so
American. That's what
if
you said.
if they're born
Yeah,
there, if they're born there.
I know. She said that. I'm just gonna.
No,
I
no,
know
no.
she said that.
If wait, no, stop.
But you were saying the nationality was
Oh
gay,
my
bro.
God, guys! If you're born there, if a Nigerian person is born in America and they be Black American, that doesn't mean that they're gonna have Black American culture. They might still, and I'm pretty sure you guys know this very well. There are lots of Nigerians and African and whatever Caribbeans, right? Yeah, who are classified as Black Americans, yeah,
Look,
who
look,
have
look.
their own
Don't
culture.
monologue. Don't
Well, you
monologue.
get it,
Look,
right? They have their own culture.
they don't have Black anything. Okay, because first, Nigeria is a country, not a quote unquote race, if you want to say that.
Oh my God, Black
Yeah, they don't have.
Nigerian.
Y'all don't relate to anything Black.
What are
Okay,
you
Creed,
talking about?
you don't.
Creed, you don't. But you're
What are you
indigenous,
talking
Creed.
about? This is
Relax.
jarring, bruv.
Yeah, okay,
Black is a
cool.
fucking race.
Hold
I
on,
know,
Creed.
it's
You already know
confusing.
this stuff.
Okay, so
You don't relate to even Black. You mean
how
Black
many? Let me
American?
It's
ask
all
you
right,
something.
sister.
Let me ask you
It's
something.
all
How
right.
many?
It's all right, sister. It's all right.
Let me ask you something. How
It's
many Black?
becoming very
Okay, hey,
incompetent.
calm
Creed,
down now.
Creed. Okay, so
How many
what's?
Black
Saying dumb
communities?
things.
Can we get over the Black
Cool.
thing?
How
Can we
many
Because
get over
Black
the Black
communities?
thing?
Black was defined as anyone of sub-Saharan African descent. Black
Who
does
said
not
that? Who
mean
defined that?
American.
Who made those
So
rules?
That was
that's
the white people.
hold on, sister.
The Europeans, the same whitey people who conquered you, conquered me, they defined it. Not Americans, the
Right.
same British people who, whatever, they defined it. Black that's what it means. This is an American goddamn word.
Let me say this, sister. They want to say why believe the white man and what he categorized us at, right? But at the same time, they want recognition from this same government, from the same YT about who they are. So you can't be double dipping, Creed. And if this is what we were talking about before, it's just a little. It's okay, just like who's American, right, Creed? And then when we go, okay, well, the people that were just naturalized here, they're still American because they're citizens, right? But you're like, well, they're not true Americans. Okay, birth, like if I was born here, I'm an American. No. How far back does your lineage go? Now you're like, so again, it's like they're still American citizens, but you get to decide like their lineage. And this is why I hate about the FBA thing, because
I know.
everybody can make that claim about how long they've been here. When we're talking about indigenous people,
No,
they were
no,
already here, right?
no.
So,
No, not
right, we're talking about enslaved
sir.
Africans.
You don't have no records. You don't have records here.
Creed. I'm just talking about Africans, though, Creed. I'm not talking about you. You hear me? So if you have no,
Okay, all right. Okay,
yeah.
all right. So
If
let's go back to the Black thing.
no. I don't
So,
want to
Oh
go
my
back.
God.
okay, Sonny.
Creed,
No. We're gonna go in
Creed.
circles.
So when
Creed,
No,
we're gonna go in
somebody
circles.
said,
it's fine.
Creed,
It's
hold
fine.
on, come on,
Creed,
calm down. I know it's
come
triggers
on,
y'all. I know it
Creed.
triggers y'all.
Creed.
Nah,
It
it's
doesn't
just
When somebody,
listen. We already
it
talked
doesn't
about the Black
trigger.
thing. We Ignatium. You know, we talked about it a little too much.
I'm
It
not
doesn't
asking
trigger.
Creed,
I don't know.
Creed, can you speak on the prompt, please?
Yeah, it doesn't trigger.
I am okay.
You're just
Hold
misinformed.
on. First, this prompt, I didn't even read this prompt really. So from slave catchers to ICE informants, still some new labels. So you made this prompt, right?
Yeah, you like it?
Oh, okay. So slave catchers, slave patrol.
Yeah. What are the parallels that you see?
Okay, so you're saying ICE was around during slave patrols?
I'm saying they're the same kind of system, right? Kidnapping people.
Immigration? Are you saying you're saying the immigration system, which was created way after
I'm
slavery?
just drawing. I'm drawing the parallels.
And immigration enforcement, immigration customs enforcement, right? They have power over naturalized citizens and the immigrants. They have
Right.
authority over those people.
Right. So every executive
Okay.
order that Donald Trump does, right? So it's not, you know what it is now, Creed? It's police ICE.
Have a black
It's a
American ever
they
been deported?
blended the
Have
two
a black American
departments.
ever been
So
deported?
do you believe that the police used to be slave catchers? The police was all based on that, right? You know that,
The
right?
police,
Yeah, yeah.
yes,
Okay.
That's why
yes.
the
So
gangs
they
originally.
You not
merged them,
ICE,
Creed. They
not
merged them,
ICE.
Creed. They merged them, Creed.
No, they didn't merge them.
We
No,
have
no, no, no,
170
no, no, no,
billion
no,
spended
no, no,
on
no.
this agency.
No, no, no.
Listen to me.
Everybody, and
Can you
sir, do
listen to
your
me for a
own
little bit?
country,
Hold
sir, do your own country, do y'all enforce immigration?
Our country,
What country are you from?
America,
No, what country are your people from?
the United States of America. I'm
Sir, no,
American.
your people are not from.
Nah, I'm talking about myself. Stop trying to drag
Oh,
my
your
fucking
grandparents.
family into this.
Okay,
No,
I
no,
know,
no.
I know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've
yeah.
been here a long time.
You and me, we're
Do y'all
Americans,
not
right, Creed?
enforce immigration in your
See,
own country?
you don't get to decide that shit.
In the
Hold on,
UK,
sister.
we enforce immigration, bro. And again, you guys think these things only happen in America. Immigration is an issue across the globe. They enforce immigration in multiple different whitey Western countries, bro. Yes, Creed. They enforce immigration outside of America.
So y'all saying the slave catchers in every country now? You
No one
seriously?
said that.
I just said the
This is
police.
how
Listen,
disrespectful.
Creed, just
This is
listen
how
for a little bit.
disrespectful y'all
But
are
No.
to
I
black
said
All
they
right, all right, all
enforce
right.
immigration. Isn't no man no slave catcher, bro?
So look at this
Please.
chart. Look at this chart, guys. 170 billion ICE and the Department of Homeland Security. Right, this is more than other countries' whole military spending. That's how much you're putting into this, right? You got to follow the money, Creed. So I don't think it's in our best interest to follow. And you know how they always take money from all these programs like housing and healthcare and all that stuff, right? I have a couple other diagrams. Let me introduce Black, my other mod. Welcome up, brother.
Yeah, big up, Vibes. Okay.
Good, man. How are you?
Yeah, man, I'm
Let me,
good, man. Don't time.
let me yeah, let me put my other prompt up. Let me see.
I wasn't even going live in the last couple of days anyway. I was meant to go live
Okay.
yesterday and I didn't go. So I saw you live. I said, you know what, let me come say hello and stuff. Let me share the live
Thank
as well.
you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Guys,
Do
let's
you
top
want to
up. Everybody
respond?
top up the
Oh,
live,
go
guys.
ahead.
Everybody top up the live.
Thank you,
Let's top
brother.
up the live. No problem. I'm just going to start sharing it as well. Let me send it to Red as well, actually. Hopefully Red can come right in there. What was you asking there?
We're just going back and forth about this parallel between the slave catchers. I was saying the Fugitive Slave Act, and then what's going on with ICE. I'm making the
Did you say
parallels.
slave
Black
catcher?
Americans do not want me to make this comparison, and I was trying to tell Creed that now it's called police ICE. They have the police and ICE merged together. And I was talking about how the police used to be slave catchers. That's how the police department, like, we know that history. And so it's not too far to say that, kidnapping people, not showing, not identifying themselves, unaliving of Black Americans by ICE agents, detainments, no knock raids, all these things. I mean, hey, Creed, you don't want to see this. I'm looking out. I'm just bringing it to your
Yo, shut
awareness.
up,
Okay,
man. Shut
you
up.
right.
Y'all
You can
drag
fucking get
some
dropped too. You fucking indigenous niggas. Shut the fuck up.
Nah, but
Oh,
if we being serious, you can't compare an immoral act on humanity
I
versus
just did.
a legal immigrant. Like, come on
I
now.
just did.
I know you did. You ignorant.
All right.
no. That's rich. A lot of you guys don't know the definition of the word black. You guys think black is an American invention, even though it came from the Spanish word negro, Nigger, by the Brits. You guys have no concept of history outside of America. Here's what you think, that black is an only American thing. You think chattel slavery only happened in America. You have no concept outside of what happened to other people outside,
Right.
which is
Sister,
embarrassing.
So I only
sister,
have
and we beat.
I,
Oh, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say I have a slight difference of opinion about blackness. Basically, I would say primarily black is to be of sub-Saharan African descent. We know that, but
By
to,
definition.
right by definition as well, yes. But if we're basing it on like the dictionary, for example, there are other people that have been classified as being BLK. And so you'll see in dictionaries like whether it be the Merriam-Webster or the Collins Dictionary or the Oxford Language Dictionary or the Oxford Learners Dictionary, and that will also be supported by other sources like the lawsociety.com or the National Institutes of Health.gov. And what you'll read, it will say, according to these sources, black, and it will say to be of sub-Saharan African descent or
Yes.
Melanesian descent or Aboriginal Australian descent. So these are the three groups that have been deemed as being BLK in their history. So obviously we know with BLK people there's a long history of this word. I mean, we can talk about a tribe like the Luo tribe of East Africa. They had these two words, or have these two words, the word Ja and the word Kol. The word Ja means it means people or groups, and the word Kol means black or dark. And by 1450, they had amalgamated those two words together, being Jakal, which means black people or dark people or even black strangers. But they didn't use it for an entire race, but they did use it as descriptors for other Africans, basically darker people. And then you got the Yoruba as well, because they got the word Dudu, Dudu, which means black. Like for example, soap is from the same sort of region, and it's called Dudu Osun, which is black soap. But they was using the word Enia, which is people. So that when they put the words together, Enia Dudu means black people as well, just like how the East African tribes. So we already got this already happening prior to Christopher Columbus's arrival. Again, they didn't use it as a race though for an entire race of people. However, when we move on from that, we come to the 7th century, which is the 600s, and then we got the Arabs, who was the first people enslaving people anyway. So the Arabs in the years 600, they were calling African people Bilal al-Sudan. Bilal al-Sudan, which means black people. And they had a word for YT people and they had a word for red people. So black, white, and red. But we're talking about where we're more concerned as to where it pertains to us. So that would be the Bilal al-Sudan, which means black people. This is happening in the 7th century. Then that's African people. We're moving over to the 15th century or the late 1400s, and then obviously we've got the word black in the English sounding word in their own language, black. You know what I'm saying? And it's used as another descriptor again, yeah, for an entire race of people who are sub-Saharan Africans. So even before, long before an African American, we've already got Africans being called BLK long throughout their history. You know what I'm saying? Centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries, from Arab history. And then we got African history of obviously Africans being taken to the Americas in just the 7th century, which is the 600s. That's a long time ago, way before the transatlantic slave trade. So it's always been to describe African people. Very lastly, I'll have my long plane, but just to touch up now on the Aboriginal Australians and the Melanesians, because I did talk about in certain sources, you'll see that it'll say black is sub-Saharan African descent. We've dealt with that, and it will say Aboriginal Australian descent and Melanesian descent. Okay, so with regards to them now, well, they have also been called black by YT people. So they share that in common with sub-Saharan Africans. Also, they have both been enslaved by YT people. They did not experience, I repeat, they did not experience chattel slavery, but they did experience other forms of enslavement by YTs. So they have also been enslaved by the same people. In addition to that, not only do we find that words backed up in certain dictionaries in certain places, but the Aboriginal Australians call themselves black. The only difference is they spell it B-L-A-K without the C. And the reason why they don't spell it with the C is because they acknowledge that they are not sub-Saharan Africans and they're not of sub-Saharan African descent. They acknowledge that they do not have or they have not experienced the sub-Saharan African experience. So that's why they take away the C. But after all, B-L-A-K still spells black, not Y-T or any other race. So those are the reasons for why those groups have also been deemed as being BLK in many places that you may find it. Like I said, Merriam-Webster, Collins Dictionary, Oxford Learner's Language Dictionary, Oxford English Dictionary. It will be backed up by National Institutes of Health.gov. It will be backed up by the Law Society as well, and some other various places as well. You understand what I'm saying? So that's a full breakdown on who BLK is. And like I said, black is to primarily though be of sub-Saharan African descent because Africans were always the ones that was being referred to BLK long before whiteys. You understand? So I'll land that there.
Right. I
Thank
appreciate
thank
that.
you so much for that breakdown. We beat the horse on what is black and who's classified as black and who polices blackness, and so thank you so much to
So
both of you for a break. Hold on, bro. Thank you for my sister down below, okay, and Black for breaking that down.
Yeah, no
So
problem.
and again, when we're talking about like who's it affecting, it's affecting black immigrants too, you know. And this is where I'm like, where is the empathy? You know, they're still black. You don't see your brother, and then black Americans are getting snatched up too. I'm not trying to say
We're
you're.
not.
Hold on. I'm not trying to say you're next or anything. I don't want you out there.
Never
You
next, so you can't.
voted the couch, and you're happy on the couch.
I
It's fine.
voted for Trump.
Listen, sister, I never asked you. Okay, listen, I'm just saying. I'm looking out. I'm seeing. I'm observing, and
I got a message from the ancestors.
so nobody asked you for your spiritual messages from
I'm talking about
FBA.
it was the it
Hold
was
on,
the it
sister.
was the it was
Hold
the
on, sister. Hold on. I got a bunch of people before you. I have to go in order. I just want to say, like, just because I bring light to this and I address it, and I say that there's been 3 Black Americans that have been unalived by ICE, right? Detained, you know, no knock raids. You guys don't want to pay any attention to it. I'm paying attention to it. I make the parallels. You hate it, and that's okay. I just want to. I want.
we don't HAT
Nobody.
anything.
Can you relax? I just want the people that resonate with this or not. I don't care if you resonate with it or not, but like if you can kind of see that this is not going to help like the demographic. Okay, so I just said that police and ICE have merged. All right. And we know that police were slave.
Been around for years and
We
years
know
though.
that
You do know
police.
that, right?
Why is
ICE
this
is
girl?
not.
Why did she come off mute? All right, sister, you can go back down. Again, slave catchers were the police department. All right, we know that. That's a historical fact. So I'm making the parallels with ICE because now they've merged, and that's why I'm making it. Okay, let's go to the next person. Big, how's it going?
all right. Hey, I just want to know why we can't do like South Africa. Have you seen the immigration protest in South Africa?
This, I do have that on here. Oh
Where
shit.
the
Okay,
Africans
give
are protesting.
me. Hold on. Give me your race or ethnicity where you're from.
I'm white. Yeah.
Okay, I can't have you.
Caucasian.
Sorry. All right. You know, I should let them talk because you FBAs have European lineage. I should let your family talk, but I'm not a. Yo, Swarthy, you're
Oh my
next.
God.
Race, ethnicity, where you're from?
It's American from Alabama.
Wait, I couldn't hear you. What?
Indigenous American from Alabama.
All right, this is an African subject or a black subject. You're out of here. Okay, Jesse. Race,
Good
ethnicity.
morning. Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning.
I just wanted to say thank you, the Black History, for clearing up what you said. I do realize that other nations and people were identified as Black, but I'm a Black American / African American, and there is a distinct difference because if you can check in, I think
Sorry,
it's
your
two.
microphone was going in and out, so it was a bit muffled at times, and then we could hear you.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you
We
hear
hear
me
you now,
now?
yeah.
Okay, okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I was saying I do realize that other nations realize themselves as Black. I'm a Black American slash African American slash foundational Black American. So all those monikers, they intertwine, they're interchangeable. And if you look into the Webster's dictionary, I think it's section 2B, you can see that African American or Black American, it's a distinct ethnic group that says, you know, you're basically the descendant of U.S. chattel slavery. Yeah. And so it goes on to say Black culture, Black American, really distinctive, really, really distinctive. So I understand that other cultures, they say I'm Black, blah, 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 but they were not saying that when they moved to the U.S. due to the U.S. racial caste system. They had to find a way, you know, to just kind of settle themselves in. And then they identified as Black. And we know that the term Black was popularized during the civil rights movement. And you know by who? Influenced by who? Should I say the names?
We know, we know, we know.
Right, right,
You know.
right, right. So when you say that every melanated immigrant that moves to the USA is considered a Black American or an African American, you are committing ethnocide. You are erasing an entire people. When there is an other box where you can put, you know, I'm Ghanaian American, I'm Nigerian American. That's ethnocide when you do that. That means you're erasing my people, my ancestors on this land. That's what you're doing. And that's why we have all this issue. And if you want to say Black and brown unity, I have recordings. I have recordings of Latinas and Hispanics saying we don't want to unite ever. They're worried about their, what is it, harasa. They're worried about themselves. And if you want that, I can send that to you on multiple panels. There will not be any unity until we respect each other's cultures and lineages and ethnicities. It's going to be difficult. Can it be done? I'm not sure. But all I know is the ethnocide has got to stop. It has got to stop. And I land my
Jesse,
plane. I land my
Jesse,
plane.
I just have a question real quick here. They think that they start calling themselves BLK. No, they just start calling themselves BLK. Like, we've always been called BLK by the same YT people, the same colonizer as you. We've always been called BLK. Like, we didn't start calling ourselves BLK, right? The only reason why we would identify, right, with our country is because, right, if me and you like meet each other, I can see you're Black, you can see I'm Black, right? So we say, oh, where you from? Well, where are you from? Oh, I'm from America. Oh, I'm from St. Kitts. Oh, I'm from the UK. Da, da, da. Right? It's not that we don't identify as BLK, because we've always been identified as BLK because there was chattel slavery in the Caribbean, right? There was also, again, mad Tiguan on the continent. We were always called BLK. And the fact that I think what becomes a bit mad is that we identify with individual countries because there's 54 different countries in Africa, 54, and then you have all these different, 30 odd Caribbean islands, right? We can see that we're Black. So when we want to say, oh, what's your specific culture? Right? Oh, it's Nigerian. Oh, it's Ghanaian. Right? It's not that we don't identify as Black. It's that when we're amongst each other, we don't need to call each other Black because we can see that we're Black, because we
Hassan,
understand that you have a separate culture. Did you see
sorry,
what I
who was it
mean?
that said that? I'm not gonna lie, I did miss out on some of what Jesse was saying. Was she saying something about like
Jesse was saying that is erasure. When, they go there and
No, please quote me correctly, honey, okay?
sure.
I said, yeah. So basically what I said,
Ethnogenicism,
I'm
yeah.
no ethnocide, which means you're erasing an
Okay.
ethnic group. What is the ethnic group that's on display here? We're talking about the previous term of African American, and we're working on getting that changed to, something that we can all agree upon. Because when you say African American, melanated immigrants that move to America, they want to identify as such. And now that is diluting. That's diluting our ethnocide. That's erasure. And it's wrong. You're not African American. And you can see, like I said, in Webster's dictionary, section 2B, Black American and African American are interchangeable. And that can be
sure.
That can be updated too.
But
Webster and
so,
Oxford definitions can and will be updated.
Babe, we agree, because again,
Please don't call me babe.
sorry,
Yeah,
it's a
the
British thing,
ethnocide,
right?
has got to stop. Everybody is not a Black American. Everybody is not an
But the
African American.
same
Those
thing
two
happens
are
here.
Hold
they're
on,
interchangeable.
But
They're
the
Okay,
same thing
interchangeable.
happens here, right? Yeah, you have
How
the
can you
Windrush generation.
migrate? How can you migrate into a different ethnic group
can I
when
just
you
say
move
Because
something?
when
because
you move
because
to
too
the
because
Ma'am,
no?
being
ma'am,
Black American,
why are you yelling at people? Why are you yelling
I'm not
at us for
yelling.
that? Your own
Happy
I'm
feet,
not
Amish.
government.
I've
yelling.
Hold
seen you
on.
in a
Your
lot
own
of panels.
government.
Saying
Happy
Your
feet,
because is
happy feet.
crazy,
I'm not
bro.
Yeah,
talking
but
to you.
let's you know what
It's
I mean.
just one
Let's hear
mic.
everybody out. One mic at a
It's
time.
one mic.
Yeah,
Yeah, just. I'm not trying to argue and debate, but I'm saying I get what you're saying, right? But you have here in the UK where you have the Windrush generation, like my great grandparents and whatnot. We're invited here to help me build the country, and we either call Black Caribbean or Black African or just Black British, right? And before being Black Caribbean or Black British meant you're part of the Windrush generation. But now anyone is Black British, right? You're born here, you're Black British, right? So what you're saying isn't unique, but again, this happens across the globe, right? Where Black people we are lumped all together. So the way that you guys, I hear what you're saying, but it's not just an American issue. The issue is that they lump all Black people together. You're either Black from the Caribbean or you're Black from Africa or whatnot. You guys actually have, being African American, your own separate thing, right? But the
let me
issue is,
add to what you're
yeah,
saying.
go on, yeah. So one last thing, right? Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but a classification should not be erased because your culture shouldn't be, oh, there's a name. Your culture is your culture, right? Someone who's Black American, who isn't Windrush generation, whose people haven't been here, 2, 3 generations, right? Yeah, they don't erase what it means for me, for say African. Doesn't erase to me for me to be a Caribbean. We can both be Black British, but again, that's what they want to classify us as. But when we're amongst each other, right, Black British, okay, cool, but you're Nigerian and I'm Kadishan. You're focusing too much on what the white man views you as. And again, the classification doesn't erase your culture. It's just what the YT man is calling you guys. That shouldn't define who you are. Anyways.
Now, I was just going to say quickly, like, listen, black is always a race, and I think I've already explained it for those who missed it, or I've made it very clear. Again, sub-Saharan African primarily is BLK, and in certain dictionaries or certain sources, you will find that it will expand the definition to also include Aboriginal Australians and Melanesians. So, when you're saying Black American, you're mixing the race with your nationality. But so that blackness, you're not Aboriginal Australians and you're not Melanesians, but you are sub-Saharan African descendants. So that's the only part that applies to you. So when you're saying Black American, you're just applying your sub-Saharan African continental roots to your nationality, which is American. So technically speaking, other BLK people that are just like you, sub-Saharan Africans, okay, or sub-Saharan African descendants, whether you're from in the Caribbean, anywhere in the Caribbean, right, or the other parts of the Americas, let's say, or whether you leave from your BLK, you're residing in Europe, like myself, or you're not, or you're just in another country altogether, as a different place, different wherever you may live in, and you move to America, you become an American citizen, okay. There you go. You've become an American now, right? You got your citizenship. Now that's your nationality. For example, Elon Musk. Elon Musk has treble. He has triple nationality. He has Canadian. He has American, and he has South African. So again, if an immigrant goes to America, becomes a citizen, okay, there you go. They've become an American now. A BLK person has become an American. But guess what? They're not going to leave their race behind. They're not going to change their race. They're not going to be transracial, but just because they became American, they're still BLK. So they are a Black American. So when you're saying you're a Black American, well, that applies to all Black people that belong to the race of being Black, Sub-Saharan African descent, and has the nationality which is American nationality. So,
That's incorrect.
but what they
I'll
cannot
let you
take
land
from
your
you,
plane. I'll let you land.
they cannot take your African American identity, because you know what? That is an ethnicity. Because when we look at the US Census, okay, and they got that one part that they can tick. It says, quote, black or African American, end quote. And you say, yeah, you know, these immigrants, man, they keep on ticking that box. There's nowhere else for them to tick. It says black or African American. So the BLK immigrants will tick that box because where it says black or African American, guess what? The blackness refers to them because they're still black. They're still sub-Saharan African descendants, like yourselves. But then guess what? The African American part, you got to tick that box because one, you are still black as the African American that you are, but two, you got your ethnicity listed right next to the race. The race is black. The ethnicity next to it is African American. So when it says black or African American, you're both ticking it. And you say, but this is confusing. Why are they doing this? Because guess what? Where it says black or African American, black is the race, African American is the ethnicity. Only you can be that. But guess what these two things have in common? Both of them, the race, which is black, and the ethnicity, which is African American, both of them have their continental roots in Africa. That is why they are conjoined. That's why they're next to each other. So it applies to all BLK people of sub-Saharan African descent people like yourselves. So if you want to be black American, that's fine. You're just going to merge in with other black Americans, with other black people that have become Americanized or become American citizens like yourselves. You understand? But they can't be African American.
May
And
I
that is
speak?
only
May I
belongs to
speak?
you.
May I speak? Do I
I
have the
land.
mic?
I
How
definitely
can,
land.
okay, thank you for landing. How can melanated immigrants in the US be considered Black American when Black American is literally interchangeable with the ethnic group of African American? There is an other box and it can be checked. And you're
That's not
correct.
true. That's
Oh,
not
excuse.
true.
Okay, so on job applications and college applications, does it not say African American / Black American? They are interchangeable.
No, it
Check the
doesn't. It says black
okay.
/ African American. Stop lying.
That's what I just said.
And black is
That's what I
it's a
said.
racial category.
Okay,
It's not an ethnicity.
listen, you're
It's
not
a
listening.
racial category. It's a
Happy
racial
please.
category.
Is it one mic, host?
It's
Is
a
it one
racial
mic?
category. You're
Is
lying.
it is it one mic?
Yeah, happy.
It's only one
Okay,
mic
is
if
it
one
one
of
mic?
us
Okay.
talking.
Yeah,
Okay,
happy.
so
happy.
It's
okay,
a racial
so
When can I
category.
speak?
if
No, you already
African
talked. You
American,
already
All
spoke,
right,
so
guys,
I'm gonna
guys,
talk.
relax.
It's always
Let's
Everybody,
somebody. It's
calm down,
always an
calm down.
African in Europe that got the
let's
biggest
have
There's
opinion.
always a black American that
bro.
has
I'm
something
So
to
is
say.
it
Caspian number
African in
one.
America. It's always African America with the
Bro,
same thing.
I don't.
But nah,
I
and
can
I,
Can
wait.
They
can
I
I
don't know
came
what
from
I
talk?
she,
can
I don't
wait.
know
I
what
Caribbean.
she
was
was talking
speaking,
about.
but I
But
couldn't.
you,
No,
Have you
saying
let
it's
me,
have
African
can
you
I
in Europe
speak?
is crazy.
why is
Let's let Jess go.
hold up, bro? Why is there always an African in America
Let's
that don't
let
want to be
Jess
African
finish,
American?
and then Happy go afterwards. Okay,
I can
let's be
wait.
fair.
I can wait.
You already spoke like twice.
What I'm trying to say is African American is a distinctive ethnic group. Can we all agree upon that? Although Black Americans are doing away with that, it's a distinct ethnic group, correct? But it is in fact interchangeable with Black American. That is why they are listed coincidentally on job applications, college applications. They're interchangeable. And you are correct, the Black history about the census. There is no other place for melanated immigrants to tick, but that is why the census gets updated, as well as dictionary definitions, if you lobby it. So yes, it is ethnocide once you hit Black American.
No, it's
You
not.
can hit the
Not
other
Black
box.
Americans.
Hit
But
the
hold on a
other
minute.
box.
Did you not hear anything that I said?
Did
Because you're
you
saying
not hear what I said?
I've
Did you
heard
not
what you
hear what
said,
I
but what
said?
you said
Jesse,
is
you're
African
wrong.
American.
You're
what
I'm
you
not
said.
wrong.
denying.
It's not
Jesse,
I'm not denying
Jesse,
my
ethnogenesis.
you gotta,
African
you
That's
gotta,
not
American.
how.
hold on.
That's
It's,
not how
you gotta allow some
ethnogenesis
responses now.
works,
You
ma'am.
gotta allow some
Go
responses.
touch up on the
Day,
dictionary
Happy
and your
Feet, you wanna speak
definitions,
first?
All right,
ma'am.
wait.
Happy
Can I
Feet, hold on,
talk?
guys.
Wait.
I'm gonna let
Happy
Happy
has been
Feet say something.
waiting.
I'm gonna let her say something so she
She
can
has been
actually
waiting.
say her piece, yeah. And then we'll hear
Yeah.
from
So
YG.
yeah. So when it comes to America, right? Yes, African American is an ethnicity, right? But when it comes to the census, which is not updated yet, it will be updated. There's actually no when it comes to ethnic category, it's literally white or white non-Hispanic and then Hispanic white. Those are the only two ethnicities. And then it has like and then for the racial category, it has black, not Black American. It has black / African American, and then it has Native Alaskan and all these white and other I think two more other categories, right? I can bring it up actually, right? So when it comes to immigrants coming to America, they are black racially, right? When they say black American, that includes the black Caribbeans that are here, that includes the black Africans that are here, and the African Americans, because we are all black. It's a racial, once again, a racial category. Now, I do agree African Americans should not even be in that racial category. They shouldn't have ever done that, right? That was like that, they shouldn't have done that because that's just dumb, right? Now, I also agree that African American and Black American a lot of times is used interchangeably. You even hear in these TikToks where people say Black American and they're referring to African Americans. But on paperwork, right? That is still referring to the Black immigrants, including the Black Caribbeans and the Black
That's
Africans,
ethnocide. No,
right?
it's not.
No, it's not ethnocide, ma'am. Go stop saying that word like you actually know what it means. You actually sound
Agree with
really,
you?
you sound
Do
really
you know
dumb
what
saying it.
ethnocide is?
You sound really
Wait,
dumb
wait,
It's
wait,
the
saying
wait,
it's
unaliving
ethnocide.
of an ethnic group. It's the
guys,
You
unaliving of an
sound really
ethnic
dumb.
group.
You sound really
I'm
dumb.
let's
educated,
keep it
honey.
You
cute.
sound really dumb. You
Let's
sound
Bachelor's
keep
really
it
degree in
dumb.
cute.
cybersecurity. Don't
Ladies,
play with me,
ladies,
okay?
I don't care about your
ladies,
stupid
Bachelor's
degree.
degree in
I
ladies,
don't care
let's
about your
cybersecurity.
keep
degree.
it cute.
Penetration
Your degree
tester.
does
Hold on,
not
Jesse.
equate to
Jesse, chill, man.
intelligence.
Jesse,
Ladies,
Your
chill.
degree does
ladies,
not
let's keep
equate
it
to
cute.
Hold on,
intelligence.
Happy Feet. Let me hear from YG real quick, and then Jay as well.
Wait, hold on. I was trying to land real quick.
Oh, you did not. Okay, go ahead.
No, I didn't land because she kept yapping her mouth, right? So
Let's keep it
when it
cute.
comes to Black immigrants and Black Africans and Black Caribbeans in America, we are black. We are black, like it or not. You guys don't control the word black and what it means to be black. You're not the only ones in the world that are called black. I don't know who told you guys that you guys to just take black and make it your
I've
own. No,
never
that's not how
said
it
that.
works. That's not how it works. So stop crying to us about the word black to other black people. You sound
I
stupid and you
said Black
sound dumb.
American. I said Black American specifically.
Yeah, and that's what I'm telling you. Black American includes all of it. If you look at statistics, if they do statistics, that includes all black people in America.
No, and you're wrong. You don't know
I'm very
data
right,
statistics.
actually. I'm very
You know
right.
data.
Jess. Let's just move on to
All
YG
right.
and Jay,
I
and
want to
then Jay.
thank everybody that kept it cordial. You guys, please. I'm like coming back and forth. Thank you, Black. Thank you. Okay. Again, we're gonna have different opinions about blackness. Again, when we're trying to police blackness or gatekeep it, I mean, it's a term. Black. Even I already broke it down. We didn't punch down on black. All right. And the black diaspora and all that stuff. So let's stick to the immigration thing. I want to make
Is it
parallels
gatekeeping
between
blackness or ethnicity?
well, again, I told you that ethnicity does not exist. It's a race and a nationality.
They're interchangeable,
I
host.
hope you get recognition, but till right now, it's inclusive to naturalized black diaspora people, immigrants, people that were born here. Those are black Americans. So it's nothing that you can't revamp. You can't revamp a race and ethnicity, guys. But anyways, I wish all the best of luck for you guys to get recognized. And you guys say you don't care about the white man and what he like. Oh, don't believe him, But then you want to get recognized, right? You want that reparation check. That reparation check is going to go to African Americans. So you guys are too busy delineating. All right, there's no due date on the delineation. All right, and so
Well,
anyways,
that's even if it
we're gonna
is a
stand. We're gonna
reparation.
stand,
But
and you're gonna
that's
go.
you know what
Where
I'm
you're
saying.
gonna
That's
go.
even if it is a
But we're gonna go
reparation.
back to let's speak on the prompt, please. Whoever's
You got
next. I just
YG.
came back. I don't know who's next.
It was YG and
That's
then
it for
Jay.
YG. Yeah,
Yeah,
Jay, and then
YG,
Because
Jay,
if you
and
think
then
white people gonna give reparations to black people,
yeah,
Africans,
hold on,
like
wait, hold on.
black Americans, and Africans, I don't think so.
Hold
Hold
that
on,
thought till we
club.
go back into
America
topic.
voted no on reparations acknowledgement. Okay, but go on, guys.
Yeah, so YG, are you there?
Yeah, are we still talking on the topic we were just talking about? 'Cause
Just jump in where you want to jump
Yeah,
in.
the jump in or the prompt, just go ahead.
yeah. No, I just wanted to say, I agree with what Jesse was saying. Black American and African American is his own ethnic group. Those two terms mean the same thing, by the way. But well, to me,
Interchangeable. Thank you.
to me, they mean the same thing. It's his own ethnic group, own culture. So yeah,
He get it. He
when
gets it.
you migrate to America, you still, you're still Jamaican, you're still Yoruba, or whatever you are. Now, what I will say is, I don't know why I keep seeing Black Americans coming onto the internet and complaining to random Africans and random West Indians. If you really want to change the census, you need to speak to the actual people that actually run
He
the
gets
country.
it. He gets it. Go ahead.
No, yeah, he gets it. He gets it.
YG, I have a
He
question
gets
for you.
it.
I agree with that.
YG, no, he actually does not.
Wait,
YG, you're hold on.
wait.
YG, you're not. I'm sorry, but this is the
Nah,
this is when
let
I
him
actually
land. Let him
say
land,
this,
guys.
right?
Wait,
This is when I
Happy,
actually say
you gotta
this.
let him. No,
No,
hold on.
guys,
We gotta let
finish.
YG.
No,
land.
Let
YG is
finish.
not in America to understand what other
Hold
people are
on,
Let
saying.
him
Happy.
Yeah, but
Happy.
He's
Let
not
him
educated
land.
on this.
I
He's
interrupted.
not.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
he
I
is.
yeah,
interrupted.
but
Happy.
He's
Happy.
accurate.
let's let
He knows
Okay,
Can I,
hold
finish.
on.
can I
He's
land?
accurate.
Happy
Guys,
got
Yo,
like a
guys,
problem, bro.
one mic.
YG, before you land, can I
Let him
ask you a question?
finish. No. Let him finish first.
Wait, no, let Black History ask his question.
Right, it's a question. It's to do what he's saying. I'm not gonna not let him land. He can take the floor. That's not a problem. YG,
Yeah.
Sub-Saharan African, are they BLK?
I mean, in the Western world, yeah, we're considered black.
We live in the West. We live in the
They're
West.
either BLK or they're not.
We live in the
I'm
West.
saying in the Western world, yeah, we're
When
considered
you
black.
say Black American, YG, are you also including African Americans, YG?
No.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't feed him nothing. Don't feed him nothing. So you're saying
Can
that
y'all
they are
stop
BLK,
barraging
right?
him with questions?
Can you wait your
So
goddamn turn, Jack?
so basically, YG, you're saying that a Sub-Saharan African is BLK.
Oh,
You're
bitch,
saying they go to the Western world. Fine. Let's say the Black African now. Yeah, he goes to the Western world. He goes to the Americas, like what you're saying now, right? He gets to America. He becomes a citizen. 2-3 years later, he becomes a citizen. Is he an American?
Yeah.
Is he black? And is he American?
Yeah. Okay. So let me.
No. Wait, can I
Yes or
let me try
no,
the answer
YG?
first?
That doesn't mean that's his ethnicity.
Hold on now. Hold on now, YG.
Oh my
Ethnicity,
God.
guys.
Hold on, guys,
because
please.
they know that he's being finessed right now, right? They know the whole argument's being finessed.
No,
right
let me
now.
answer the question, bro.
So let me
So
ask you. So you
when
just confirmed that they are BLK. The Sub-Saharan African is BLK. You said yes in the Western world. I said fine. They get a plane to go to the Western world. Now they're going to America now. There you go. They're in the Western world. Now, according to you, they're black still. That Sub-Saharan African is black.
So
yes, they're
Correct.
they're
according
considered
to you,
black.
their
Hold on.
Now I've
ethnicity
said to you.
changed.
Now I've asked you. They get their citizenship. Are they American? You say yes. I've now asked you, are they black and American? You say yes. Well, there you go. They're black American. So the African American can be black American, and that means other black people that aren't African Americans can be black Americans. As simple as that.
They are
You just
American
made them again.
citizens. They are, bro, first of all, they are
Those are American
for your
Wait, hold on.
understanding.
Can I respond to what he said?
Thank you for your understanding. That's
they
all I
are
wanted to
American
ask. I land.
citizens that
Can I
immigrated.
respond? Can I respond to what he said?
There's no
He gets it.
understanding.
He gets
It's
it.
ethnocide.
He said American immigrants.
So okay, so a
American
man.
citizen that immigrated.
Wait, can we
That
move
doesn't
on?
change
Can
your
we feel like the
ethnicity.
back
That
and
doesn't
forth
mean
is
you're
getting
American.
Can he land?
Black
Guys,
history.
relax.
Can he
Guys, relax.
land?
Happy P, we're gonna get you.
YG
Hold
is
on,
allowed
everybody.
to land. He is allowed to land because I did make that clear. I wanted to ask the question exactly what he asked. We got it. We found out that
Can we move
Sub-Saharan
to
African
like
can be
other
black
people?
and be
I
American.
got
I
you,
haven't even
Kim.
landed,
Hold
bro.
on, we're
Yeah,
gonna
YG,
go
go ahead.
in order.
Yeah. So what I was gonna. Okay. So listen to this. Yeah. There's a difference between your identity in the street and your identity in the system, aka the census, right? On the street, you know, if let's say for example you're a Yoruba immigrant from Nigeria, right? In the street, you know, your identity is your ethnic identity is
I think we'd
Yoruba.
more mean by in society rather than in the street.
Yeah, same thing, right? So yeah, in you know your ethnic identity is Yoruba. Now, when you walk past the white man on the street, the first thing he's gonna see is, oh, that guy's black, before he sees anything else, right? What that man sees has nothing to do with what you personally identify as. So the street identity is, you know, that's you have full
Exactly.
control of that.
There you go.
Now I'm gonna move on to the census. Now the census now, America is a very like racialized country, so everybody's grouped in as black. So obviously I understand where the problem comes in with the census and that, and that's why I said that issue you need to have it up with the government and not, you know, random immigrants on the internet.
And why did you come up and make such statement that you made when you first started talking? Because you clearly
Right.
don't know and you're not
He
educated on the
swindled y'all.
American system.
Listen,
You're
I'm
not.
talking to. I'm
YG, hold
talking to.
on.
Listen,
No,
I'm
YG,
No,
this
talking
is
hold
to
on.
not
Let
the
both
me let
first
me
sides.
let
time.
Happy
YG,
Fear
this
say.
is
Let me
not
hear
the
what he
first
said.
time you have done this. And it gets to a point where it's annoying, right? You come up here and you say this. We have educated you on this topic multiple times. And we literally have brought up sources to show you. In American census, Black Americans include, and when they're doing statistics, when they say Black American, that includes the Caribbeans and the
I know,
Africans.
I
And the
know. I literally
Africans,
just
hold on,
said that.
us
No,
I,
immigrants
li-
did not
Day
set
Day,
it
that
up
you're
that
right, Day
day.
Day.
I
Exactly, Day
literally
Day.
just
We
said
did
that. I
not
You're
said
set
right.
you're
that shit
all.
up. So you
Hold
coming
on,
I
up here
YG.
and
literally
saying
just.
that
Day Day,
is
Day
you
Day, Day
coming
Day.
up
You're
here
literally
and saying
supporting
what you
what I'm
said
saying.
does not
Exactly.
help.
You're supporting what I'm saying, Day Day, and I'm supporting what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? We're both. But no, go ahead.
Exactly.
No, go ahead, Day Day, because it's literally what I explained to
But I
them.
literally just said
Because
that.
no,
I
no, no.
said in
Hold on,
essence,
YG. Hold on, YG. I tried to make it very clear. I tried to share some common sense with the panel. I'm going to make this very
What
quick. I
the
tried to
hell,
share
bro?
common sense with the panel. I made it very clear. And I asked YG, is a sub-Saharan African black? He says, in the Western world, yeah. I said, all right, cool. Let the sub-Saharan African, Nigerian, Ghanaian, wherever they're from, Burkina Faso, let them get on the plane, get to the Western world, get to America, go. Now you're in America. So according to him, that person is black. That sub-Saharan African, fresh from Nigeria, is black. They're still black in America. I've then asked him. They get there 2 years later now. They get citizenship. Are they American? Yes. Well, there you go. Are they
Wait, wait,
black
wait,
and
hold on,
American?
but
Yes.
Bo,
So if
but
you're
wait,
black
wait.
American,
He
you're black
made a very
American.
good point,
So
though. Wait, no.
An African American, hold on a minute. An African American, yeah, yes, can be a black American because black is the race, American is the nationality.
No, it's an
So
ethnicity. They're
He made,
yes, no,
interchangeable.
oh my God, oh
the
my God,
ethnicity is African American. That's the ethnicity. Your
wait.
ethnicity is African American,
The,
but yet,
the
again,
issue is,
Wait, can we let the new people speak
is
first?
nationality
Damn.
mixed with race. Is nationality mixed with race.
Yeah.
So
He do this
anyway,
all the time. He need to
Hey,
shut
Black
up.
History. You know, it's
but
so
Cool, all right,
funny.
cool.
African American is such a unique thing because it's like two continents, African and American. What's
Right.
Which
weird?
That's
is
what I
a
was trying to
It's
tell
beautiful.
misnomer.
you.
It's a
yeah,
beautiful.
yeah,
It's
Oh
It's
yeah.
a
a
my God,
beautiful
symptom.
oh
ethnicity.
People
my
not
Let's
God,
let
But
oh
let's
why?
my
let
Why?
let's
God,
let
Why is it
YG.
only Africans in America don't want to be African American, man? God damn.
oh my God.
It's a nonsensical
Let's go
term.
to
Two
Jay.
continents.
Let's go to Jay.
Okay,
Let's go to
okay. Let's
Jay.
go to Jay. YG, did you land your point?
Yeah, no. Let's
What?
just move it. Let's just move
YG's
All
on.
right,
done.
Jay. Jay,
YG
Let's
is
go
just
ahead.
done.
move
Jay,
Bro.
on.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I need a race ethnicity words.
Yeah, I'm Black American. LPA
So
Black
we
American.
just went through this race, and that's a nationality, right?
I just said Black American.
I
I'm
get it. I get
American
it.
and
I
I'm
get you're
black.
black as race and American as a nationality, right?
Yes, Black American.
All right.
What
What's your
else am I gonna be?
Go ahead.
All right then, like I was saying. So let me play this clip of JLK literally saying that the Black Americans are indigenous to America.
Topic, sir.
That
This
is
is
the.
not the
If you're
topic. He's about to
indigenous,
piss
this
me
is not
off.
a
You
talk for
see,
you.
you guys say black American, and then
So what are we
you're
They
doing?
want to prove
American
to
Indian
everybody
all of a
so
sudden.
bad that
All
Go,
they're
right.
go,
Nobody
pretending
Let's
they
cares
go
if
with
don't
you're
care.
indigenous.
let's
If
go
you're
with
indigenous,
Kim.
ask somewhere
All
Kim,
else.
right,
and then
all
we'll go
right,
to
we've got
Panda.
FPAs on the
Let's
panel. Foundation of Pretendians now.
let's go
I
to
Foundation
wanted
of
to add
Pretendians.
on. I
Kim.
wanted to add on to
Yeah.
that, like what you guys were
Pretending.
just talking about with the whole who's black, who's not black, right? And some people might feel offended by what I'm about to say, but somebody with admixtures can never police somebody without admixtures, whether they're black or not. Ever. It's disrespectful,
Ooh.
right? I wanted to just show if I could get the big screen real quick so I could show this real quick.
Who is that talking?
When
Because I
it
know
comes
them.
to the it's
It's
Sunshine,
Kim.
but I'm on on
That's
I'm
Sunshine.
on
Oh,
somebody
I'm
else's
I
sorry,
like
screen.
sorry.
Sunshine. She
Oh,
stirs
sorry,
up
sorry.
the
So I'm
trouble.
coming.
I like Sunshine.
Yo,
I thought you
No,
were
Vibes.
up. I
no,
Yo,
thought you
not
was
yo,
up in the
DJ.
comments, King.
yo, host.
Sorry,
My
sorry.
page is banned,
Yo,
I
but
thought you
host.
was up. My
you
bad.
could
I'm so
sit
Actually,
sorry.
the
there
big
and like
screen.
cry. You guys could sit there and cry on these panels all you want. You could try to make melanated happen, like trying to make fetch happen, right? It'll never happen. When people refer to black, they're referring to African descendant people and Africans. All right. So I just want to show this real quick. If I could get the big screen, I wanted to show this source real quick. It's just a source kind of breaking down what they mean by a Black American and an African American. 1 second, hold on. Let me put my green screen. This will be quick. Hold on. Damn. Okay. Okay. Oh, damn, it's too big. Okay. Well, it says Black American is a broader category. It usually means anyone in the Wait, United host, can you States. change your setup so she can read it and then you can go back to this? Yeah, this is just what the census means by black, right? And Host, are you you see there? those. Sorry.
It's
No,
it's
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 fine.
it's her. Like it's not
It's
host.
like huge, yeah. No, yeah, it's the
Yeah.
host, like how
Hold on,
he has it.
this is your source, bro. This
Well,
doesn't this source just back everything I just said. And what Happy
No,
Feast is.
yes,
I
she
agree.
agrees. She
I
No. I
agrees,
know
agree.
you
bro.
agree. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just spelling it out.
Yes,
I
bro,
quoted
she
it.
agrees with us,
Wait,
man.
hold
Let her
on, Vibes.
agree.
Are you there, Vibes? Yeah.
Yo,
It's okay. I'll just like say it
Yeah.
verbally.
verbally.
Let,
Okay, So he's
I'm
here.
here.
Can you change your setup, like the setup, so she can read her source to us real quick,
I'm
and then
sorry.
you can
What?
go back to this.
What'd you say, guys?
Oh, can you change your like how the blocks are set up so she can go a little bit smaller? Do you know what I mean?
She has to get a screenshot of it again. A little out.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
because
I'll
the,
just
yeah,
say it
just
verbally. Lined
just
up.
read
Like
it.
if you
Just
change
read
the
it. It's fine.
boxes, the setup, it would
Just
sync
read
her.
it. Just read it. It's fine. You can see it. It's fine.
It's okay. I don't want to take too much time. But so Black American includes descendants of enslaved Africans. Oh, perfect. Descendants of enslaved Africans in the US, recent immigrants from Africa, Caribbean immigrants, right? And we know why it includes Caribbean immigrants, right? And their children born in the US. That's Black American. Let me put this one. Hold on.
I mean, I don't know how clear we have to be. Like, we're here to educate you guys. We're not here to.
Okay, so then African American is used two ways. It's a broad official use, like in government forms, which is basically the same as Black American. And then number two, it's a more specific cultural ethnic use, refers to the descendants of enslaved Africans in the United States, right? Sometimes called ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. In this sense, it's not just a race, but a distinct historical, cultural, and lineage tied to slavery and segregation in the US. So you guys can try to make fetch happen with the whole melanated thing, like melanated immigrants, because I see Jesse trying to make that happen. It'll never
No, it's
happen,
happening.
right?
It's
No,
happening.
it'll never happen, right?
Okay,
The
thank you,
same
King of
way,
the
the
Sahel,
same way,
Sunshine. Thanks.
whenever we speak on Brazil, right, we say the Black Brazilians, right? The same way when we speak on South Africa, we say the Black South Africans, right? Nobody says melanated. It'll never happen. You can try to get on these panels and try to make it
Exactly.
happen, try to make fetch
You're
happen.
so
It'll never
xenophobic,
happen, ma'am.
Sunshine.
No, that's
No,
a. Hey,
Jess,
host, where's the
Jess,
clapping, man?
Jess,
Where's the
Jess,
clapping stand?
Jess,
Where is
Jess,
that clapping
Jess,
stand? For real, for real.
Jess,
Round of
Jess.
applause, man. She
No,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Well
Let's
said.
go.
Yeah, let's clap
Because
for her.
Well said.
let's go.
No, she
Well
did a
said.
great job. She
Jitty
did a
Jeff,
great
Jitty
job.
Jeff.
Because
She did a great job.
because
She did a
let's
great
Thank you very
job.
go.
much.
Here we
That's
go.
I'm not
Because Jess,
agreeing.
wait,
I'm not
Jess,
agreeing.
Where's that drum kit, host?
I'm not
Jess,
agreeing, but she did a great job. That's erasure. That's erasure still.
Wait,
Both
hold
of
on.
those
The
slides
issue is
contradicted each other. They
Jess,
contradicted each other.
Jess,
That's ethnocide.
No, it
Join
didn't.
in.
Bro,
It was trying to tell
let's
you,
show that
Jazz.
who
Hold on,
is
hold
better,
on.
man.
Jess, the
Akato, I'm
issue
sorry,
is
but
Host, get your screen back.
okay.
Big
I'm sorry,
enlarge your
but
screen.
Let me see.
sis,
Yeah, enlarge
are
your
you
screen.
losing your voice? Are you sick?
No,
Yeah, I'm having cold, yeah, but I'm not
this is the
losing my
thing.
voice.
And then when we spell it
Drink
out together,
some.
we're
Hold on, wait. Let me
practically
just tell her real quick. Drink
teaching.
some hot ginger tea. It
Oh,
will.
yes.
Yes.
Yes. And also honey and lemon.
Yep, and honey and a little bit of lemon.
I love shots of Ray Nephew if I really want to, go back to what my grandmother would give me. But no, yeah.
Literally,
Yeah, sorry,
like
sis. It sucks when your
we
voice
just
is messed up.
educated them,
No,
yeah.
that's
And then
fine.
when we do so, we're the ones in the wrong after that. We're the ones in the wrong. It's like, oh, how dare you? Y'all from across the,
And you know what's crazy, Jess?
You're from across the pond.
Like, yeah. And you know what's crazy, Jess? I literally, when I was making my spiel and I was saying pretty much what Sunshine did, but she literally brought it and explained it with like words and sources and stuff. So thank you for that, Sunshine. I literally said yes, Black American and African American is used interchangeably. I get that, and I understand where you guys come from when you say that. Nobody did not agree with that, but we're also saying when they say Black American, it's also encompassing a lot of people, right? Not just African
Right. That's why
Americans,
it's
right?
contradictory.
When you
That's
hold
called
on,
ethnocide. That's called ethnocide.
It's not
Like,
ethnocide because
it's
you
not
listen.
exclusive
The
to you.
reason why Black American and African American are used interchangeably because you guys are Black Americans at the end of the day. And the second slide she showed, it wasn't contradicting what she said. It was just showing that African Americans are also known and referred to as Black Americans because they are Black Americans alongside those other groups, right? So that's why it had that. It was not contradicting what she was saying in the first time. And yes, it is used interchangeably. We understand that. It's put in a racial category. It shouldn't have ever been put in a racial category. African Americans shouldn't have ever been put in a racial category because it's an ethnic group. It should have just been put in an ethnic category. But the old US Census, thank God it's getting changed, just doesn't have it like that. And it is what it is. When they do statistics research and they're talking about Black people in America, I bet you 100% African immigrants and
They're
Caribbeans
included.
are included in those
Yes.
statistics because we're
Yes.
all seen as Black.
And so
Exactly.
in the UK, yeah, it was like that for a while. And it's only really like now, with the more recent census, where they do differentiate between Black Caribbean and Black African, right? It's only recently. The issue is, yeah, again, you guys are trying to, as that's what that YG said, bro. This is the fault of the people in the system.
Find the indigenous
Bro,
panel.
a random immigrant who has children there isn't trying to steal your cultural identity, bro. Because your identity isn't a title. Being Black American and what you guys have and who you guys are, how you guys behave, right? It's not a title. And you guys are so like attached to having to be called something because again, unfortunately, like you guys, bro, you guys need to essentially come away from that. You can still be, have your own culture without having to have your own distinct name, right? And again, the reason why Jess, what you're saying is just completely incorrect, and the way that it comes across very annoying to other people from other countries, is because the way that how it's set up in America, how it works, that's how it is for the rest of the world. For the vast majority of westernized countries, bro. So you're complaining about something that everyone else has to deal with, but acting as if it's a specific, deliberate thing against you. No, it's not. That's how it works everywhere else. If your race, then your nationality. Even for example, if we go, okay, cool, a Nigerian American, which again, you'll still be Black Nigerian American because Nigerian isn't a race. It's a goddamn country. Right? Jamaican isn't a race. You could be Indian Jamaican, you could be Chinese Jamaican, right? Bro, but especially in Trinidad, yeah, you could be again Indian Jamaican. Indian and Trini, right? So again, just simply saying, "Oh, Nigerian American" doesn't again the race. There'll be Black Nigerian American, but for short, Black American. You don't own being Black American. You guys are trying to.
Check the
Can I say one
dictionary
quick
on that
thing?
one. Check
Cause
the
I'm
dictionary.
Black, y'all, and
Check
I'm
the
Black,
dictionary.
y'all, and I'm bliggity bliggity.
Can I say
All right,
And
who we
you know
got?
what? I'm
Who we
just gonna
got
say this real
next?
quick. They want to delineate so bad. They want to delineate so bad, and they want to be their own thing. Yet they cling on to this word "Black" that literally encompasses every Black person in the entire world. That's not proper delineation. If you're gonna delineate, create something different, completely different, and
Thank you, Happy
claim
Feet.
that.
Thank
But
Yeah.
you.
you want to
Hey,
claim. Hold
Vibe,
on.
where's the
You want to
clapping
cling
sound? Where's
on.
that
Hold
clapping
on.
sound?
You want to cling on to the word "Black." That means that represents so many people in the whole world. It doesn't make sense. What kind of
Facts.
delineation is that? If you want to delineate from
Facts.
yourself from Africa and Black people, pick something else new. You're not gonna dictate who's Black or
Okay,
not.
thanks,
Who the
Happy
hell
Feet.
are
Right,
you?
I
exactly.
appreciate
Can
it.
I say
Thank
Well
you.
something
said.
real quick?
Well said,
Um,
Happy Feet.
I was gonna
All right,
say as
Kim, Kim, can you give us your race, your ethnicity, where you're from, please?
race, Black, ethnicity, Black American. I'm in America.
Okay, welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to say, because as I've been hearing this conversation, I had two things to say. For some people, they're using Black as the adjective when they say Black American. And
for us, we are saying Black American. We're not using Black as the adjective. It's the part of the name within our ethnic group as a Black
Thank you. And Black is
American.
not a color to us; it's our ethnicity. That's why it's interchangeable with African American.
Oh
But I
my God,
digress.
to
Yeah.
you,
I
you did,
digress.
Black
you,
is
I
not an
you,
digress.
you
adjective,
didn't invent
ma'am.
the
All right,
word. The
let's
No,
let her
I'm
white
land.
saying,
people
Let's let her
We
land,
control
wait,
the
please.
I didn't
word.
popularized the
finish.
word.
White
We
people
No, you
popularized
invented
didn't.
the
it.
word.
You
White
didn't. You
people
Yes,
didn't.
we
popularized
did.
it.
Check your
White
history. Check
people,
You
Black American
white
didn't.
history.
people.
You
Yes, we
You
didn't.
did it.
did.
You
It's white
didn't.
Yes,
You
we
people.
didn't
did.
popularize the word. You
Yes,
White
did
we
people
not.
did.
popularized
During
it.
the civil
Where,
rights
where, where?
movement.
You did not.
During the
Keep
Black,
civil
trying.
bro,
rights
the term
movement.
black was before the
Can
civil
I
rights.
finish?
It
Host,
was
can you
white
check? Can you
people.
check? Can you
They were
fact check?
calling black people
Can you
black
fact check this,
across the
host?
globe way before the civil
What
rights.
ethnicity popularized the term
Ma'am, the
black as
first
a...
You
people
didn't
to
pop
Can
become
you fact
black
check
anything.
that?
were
Can
people
you
of the
fact check it?
continent, of the
Fact check
African
it, host.
continent. When the white
Fact
tea
check
man
it.
came to the
Fact
You
continent,
check
can't. Oh
me.
the
my
first
Fact
people
God.
check
they
me
called
then.
black were the
Fact check me
Africans
who
there.
popularized the term.
Can I just
You
finish
can't.
So
first?
then by that logic, whitey Americans are the only white people in the world then.
Oh,
By
I was
that
talking to
logic.
Can
myself.
I? Can
Hey,
I just?
guys, we gotta let Kim land, okay? Just let her. Let's let her land.
Yeah,
We can respond to her.
I'll be really quick. I wanted to highlight how it sounds like y'all are using Black as an adjective. For us, it's not being used as an adjective. It's part of our ethnic group named Black American. And I've noticed that there are people from the UK. I really want people to understand that just because there are a large amount of people in the UK along with America, they are not two things to compare, especially as Black people. I need us to understand that because when you use Black British or Black UK, that is being used as an adjective, and you're trying to correlate that to what's happening in America, when in reality, I'm not saying that we should be, but we are more closely aligned with the Caribbean and the Black people in South America. That's who you should be comparing us to. And if I were to use this same logic to, let's say, Jamaica, right? They call themselves like Afro Jamaicans. So if Africans go to Jamaica using this logic that we're using for, America, do they get called Afro Jamaicans and Black Jamaicans as well? Because
Some
that's where we should be
Caribbean, some
comparing,
Caribbean,
not UK.
some Caribbean, and yes, right? Because being Jamaican isn't like a race, right? So you would have, yes, they would say, oh, black Jamaican, the black or the Chinaman or the whitey, da da da. Would have that, but obviously you're talking about countries that are majority BLK, right? So of course within that country, mostly you only really refer to each other as or someone else as BLK if you need to tell the Chinaman, oh, it's the black guy over there, right? But again, we're not going to refer to each other as BLK because we're all BLK. If I see you, right, I'm not going to say,
No,
oh, yeah.
I
No,
get
no, no,
that,
no.
but it's not just Black
Oh,
people in Jamaica. So
yes,
when
yes,
you
yes.
use
Wait,
the ethnic
In the
identifier,
entirety of the Caribbean, right? Being that again, that's why in the UK, right? So again, I'm black, I'm Caribbean, right? Yeah, we say a British Caribbean or Black Caribbean, right? We say Black British Caribbean because you could be Indian Caribbean because being Caribbean
mhm,
isn't a race, right? So you would have to differentiate between Indian Caribbean, Black Caribbean,
exactly.
whichever, right? But again, so we were, however, when to the whitey man, yes, of course, we refer to as BLK, right? Obviously, to everyone else, but
And
amongst
see,
each
that's the
other,
difference. We're not doing it based off the white T person. So I
no,
just want to
no, oh my God,
highlight
no,
that as
but
You
well.
are
that's
though.
hold on, but
You
hold on,
are.
no, but that's no, but that's the point. That's what we're not doing. Hence why you'll find more of us say, yeah, I'm Cretian, right, or I'm Bayesian, because we know that we're black. Why do we need to tell you that I'm black? You know I'm black. You can see that I'm black. So I'm gonna tell you, oh, where you from? Okay, cool. Oh,
Black.
obviously I'm black, right? Yeah.
What is
So I
black?
tell you, right? Again, as per the definition that the Europeans made. Right? It wasn't America, it was the Europeans. Literally the British Empire, right? Where, even, literally as a Caribbean, literally, yes, my ancestors were enslaved by the British Empire. The same people who owned the first 13 colonies in America. It's the same people. If it's the same people, the same British people, the same individuals, why do you now think that suddenly you were treated different? No, they were
Exactly.
calling us the same thing.
And that's who they got
Exactly.
their
Wait,
independence from.
Black History, you
They
have
got
more
their
power, right?
independence. They got their
Black
independence
History.
from England.
Yeah,
Tell me,
Black
tell me.
History. I'm gonna drop and
Yeah,
come back. I'm trying to turn my camera on to show something, but it's
no
not
problem.
working. So I'm just gonna drop right now and then request back up.
No problem.
I wanted to add something real quick because it was a lot of misinformation being spread. So in the UK, when they're calling them, I mean, I'm not from the UK, but when they're calling themselves Black Caribbean or Black African, right? The Black is referring to their race. That's it. That is all.
Exactly.
So you could try to twist it and say, well, no, it's no. Like
No, I
this is
said Black
common
UK and
knowledge,
Black
right?
British.
So
That's what I
no,
said.
no.
There's no such thing.
In the
There's no
UK,
such
she just
thing. It's
When we
Black
explained
say
to you.
black, we're
Caribbean or
always
Black
referring to
No,
African.
I
There's
know,
no.
but I've
Yeah,
also heard Black
she just
British
explained it to you.
Yes,
Exactly.
but as per
and
the
Black UK.
census.
Black
Yeah.
British, right? Black is the race.
I know,
Right,
but it's used
exactly.
as an adjective.
You
No,
can't
it's
Unless
say
there's a
not.
Black
no.
British
I'm
ethnic
British.
group I'm
How
not
are you
aware
trying to
of.
tell me?
No,
In
you
the
know what?
UK,
She's
she
just trying to
brother.
twist it so that way it could fit their narrative.
Yeah,
No,
I know.
But
what
it
I'm
doesn't
In the
matter
UK,
how much you guys get on these panels, you know, like I have to state this again so it could really seep into your brains. It doesn't matter how many of you get on these panels and say Black is a specific ethnic group like the rest of the world, and the
Because it
rest of the
is.
Black people in the
Black
world
American.
are
no,
just
what
gonna
I'm
look at
saying,
Black
you.
American.
The
no
rest
one's
of the
claiming to
I'm
be
not
world,
Black
arguing just to argue.
American.
the
I'm trying to
rest
have a
of the world,
conversation.
you guys
Please
sitting
stop.
there, and trying to make it seem like Black is just a specific ethnic group in America, right? The rest of the world is the rest of the
No,
Black people
it's
in the world.
not.
Let me
Who
finish my sentence.
popularized the
Let
term?
me
Go fact
finish
check it.
my
Sunshine,
sentence.
go
What
put it
is
on the
wrong
screen.
with
Go put it on the
you?
screen.
Jesse,
Go put it on
let
the
me
screen.
finish my sentence. Like, what's going on?
Go put it on the
Right?
screen, Sunshine.
When you sit there and make a statement like that, right? The rest of the Black people in the world are gonna look at you like you're slow. Right?
That's
It's
fine.
just like a white tea American saying that the only white tea people are white tea Americans, right? The other white tea people in the world are gonna look at them like, what are you talking about?
Can I say?
Simple as that.
Can I just say two things real quick? Just two quick things. Because we are in America, right? I know that's hard to contextualize because also the media
No,
makes
it's
it seem.
not. Don't
Wait a
don't
second.
don't be condescending.
No. I'm saying it because when Americans talk, a lot of people think that we are talking on a global scale. When we are
No, we
using white and
don't.
black in America,
No,
we
we
are
don't.
talking in the
Please don't
Let's
use
context.
the
just just let
same
her land,
word.
Can you
guys.
put me
Just
on
let
the
her
big
Wait,
land.
screen?
Just let her land.
Black,
Yeah,
can
but
you guys
can
put me
I
on the big screen real quick?
yeah,
can
but
I
please
can
I
I
got you, happy feet.
finish?
Go ahead,
you're
Kim.
not
Kim, go
speaking to
ahead. Just let
aliens.
her land.
We're
I
not
know.
aliens.
Just let her land.
What I'm saying is that when a lot of times when Americans are talking, you're thinking that we're talking on a global scale. When
No,
we
we
say
don't.
white and black, we're talking about us in America minding our own business.
Black American business.
Okay, then listen.
And we say black because we're all Americans.
Kim.
Hold on,
The
hold on.
That's
same
Let
way
her
how
let her land. We gotta
wait a
let her
second.
land,
The
guys. I'm
same way
sorry.
how
I
you say
interrupted.
everyone's black in your countries, everyone, well, back in the day, everyone was American, right? So that's why we just say white or black. We're not going to keep saying black Americans and white Americans. So I wanted to add that context because when we just say black in America, we're talking about our ethnic group and
It's
we don't
describing
bother to
Black
say
people
the
in America,
American
man.
Let her
part.
land. Hold on.
bro.
Hold
I'm
on.
That's
Let
just
her
trying to
land.
showing
I'm
explain
not. I'm
our
not. I don't agree
perspective.
with her, but
bro.
just let
We
her
know
land.
your
Relax.
perspective,
Oh,
but you don't
relax.
understand,
Relax. But
yeah.
hey,
That
okay.
black
Just
people.
let.
Yeah, sorry, baby.
Okay. Did she land? Kim, did you land?
I mean, they don't want to listen. They just want to argue, so that's fine.
I mean,
A
just
lot
go ahead and let.
semantics,
I
though,
have
like
to give everybody a chance. I know
there's
we
so
don't
much
all
semantics.
agree. Okay, we just gotta let her spiel it out so we can address
Yeah,
it.
I'm just trying to explain the points of view when it comes to Americans when we just say black. Yes, black is on a racial level, but within America, right? Because I'm talking about in America, when we say black, it's referred to as Black American. We don't say the American
Oh my
part because
god.
we were
Oh
all
my god.
American.
We're not.
Okay,
That's it.
it's okay.
We
Okay.
understand that, mate.
Okay, let
Because
me
you're
just say this.
American.
Okay, hold on.
Come on,
Okay,
man.
let
Listen,
me
we
just
know
say this.
that.
I do want to say this. Okay, white tea people are on code, and they're inclusive to all Europeans that want to be white
Exactly.
Americans. They're not
No, that's
delineating.
false. And that's
They're
That's
not
not.
false.
That's
delineating.
not.
They're
No,
not
sir.
delineating. Hold on,
No,
Kim.
that
No,
means.
I let you
you don't
talk.
know.
I let you talk,
Unless you
Kim.
know American history,
Hold
white
on,
people
Kim.
didn't.
Kim, hold
No,
on. I
hold
let you
on. I'm
talk.
muting her. I'm muting
They
her.
didn't
I'm
accept
I
Italian.
muted her.
Okay,
I
but
muted
they're
her.
now accepted. They're all on code. We're
Kim,
not
stop
on
crashing
Yeah,
code.
out,
he's
please.
right. He's right.
Because they
Even
We're
they
want
not
even
on
Crashing
fucking
out.
accept
code.
they even
You
accept
want
North
to
Africans.
gatekeep it. You want to make it exclusive to you only, and you're not immigrant and you're
Right,
not
exactly.
foreign, and we
Well
get
said.
it. You know. Go
Right.
ahead. Who
They
wanted
didn't
to? We wanted to put some up. All right,
I
there you
just
go.
wanted to
Happy.
read this real quick. Some of it is cut off because oh Jesus, hold on.
I'll put it on the other one.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, it says here the practice of labeling people as black or its linguistic equivalent began with Europeans describing the people they encountered on the African continent long before the United States existed. So once again, you guys were never the first people that was just called black. The
We're not
people of the
saying that.
hold on.
We're
The
not
people of
saying
the
that. You're missing the mark. You're
the
missing the
people
mark.
of the continent were being called black long before the
We're
United
not
States
saying
even
that.
existed.
Well
So
said.
it's crazy
You
to
can
me
respond to
Well
it.
when
said.
Just let her
yeah,
land
it's
her
crazy
point,
to
guys.
me when you guys want to control and dictate who is black and who
Mm-hmm.
is not black in America. And yes, in America, when they say black Americans, they're referring to everyone who is black and looks black. Oh my
In
goodness.
America, no.
Well
Jesus, you're
said.
gonna
Well
In
yes,
said.
Kim.
America.
I lived in
Well
here in this
said.
country since I was 5 years old, madame. Please don't
And
play with
so
me.
that's how long? We're talking about
Don't
hundreds and
play with
hundreds of
me.
years.
Don't play with me.
No, you
Yes, when
don't
they
know
say black
history. That's
Hold
Americans,
the
on.
they're talking about
issue.
I want to say
everyone
Oh
something.
black
my
in
God,
When they
America.
Lisa,
say, hold on,
you
guys.
don't know history.
When they say African American, that's when they're referring to
To
you guys
you, exactly.
specifically and exclusively. When they're saying Black Americans, they could be referring
And
to
they
anybody.
rejected Black history. They rejected it.
Yeah, and when they say Black American, they're referring to anybody that could be black and be American.
And again,
Literally.
how
Nah,
can
me
that be when they're
personally,
interchangeable? How
me
can that
personally,
be?
when I say Black American, I'm specifically referring to the descendant people that descend from slaves on that land. I'm not talking to any, just because you're
You're
stating
Enslaved
yourself.
British.
Africans,
You're
we have to
British.
say that.
You guys just
You're
want to
British.
change
Please
things
stop.
up. Go look in the dictionary. Go look how Black American and African American are interchangeable. And African
Okay, it's
American is
no.
an
Listen,
ethnicity.
no. Hold
Go
on,
look
hold on.
it
It's
up.
black. It's black and African American, not Black American and African American. Okay, yes, it can be interchangeable, but like we have to be talking about the same thing. But we're not talking about the same thing. You
It
guys want
means
to
the
make
same
it
thing, though. It means the same thing.
so. Okay, if it means the same
Section
thing,
2B.
if it means the same thing, we're telling you that African American was exclusively to the enslaved Africans. That is an ethnicity that the
Not till the
government has
80s.
provided, and you can reject it. That's fine. That's fine.
Hey, but let me take that real quick. Just want to say, yeah, when they're saying it's interchangeable, I get for them it's interchangeable for them in that land in America because
Thank you.
because they will be African American because that's the ethnic group, that's their ethnicity, African American, but they will also be
Be
Black
black
American
American.
too because they are
You guys are
black.
missing the mark. You're
But
missing
let
it.
me finish,
You
please.
were
I'm still
agreed with him,
talking.
and now you're
No, you're
just
I
missing the
actually,
mark.
I actually want
I
to
agree
finish.
on
I actually
some
want to land
things.
my
he
I
plane.
didn't
agree on
I
some
swindled
actually,
things.
you.
I actually want
But
to land my
yes,
plane.
didn't we all admit that? Didn't we
But
all say that?
let me,
Like
guys,
literally acknowledge that it's like
guys,
we all acknowledge that, but
let,
you keep refusing
Hold
to
on,
hear
hold on.
us.
Can
Like
I
it's
say?
let
weird.
me do, hold on. Let
It's
me
I
weird
land.
how you're
agree. A
doing this,
second.
Jess.
I agree
Let
that
Black
we are
land real quick.
No,
all.
1
I
second,
agree
man.
on something. Some things
I
I don't.
agree that we are all
No,
Yeah, we
racially
do agree
let
black.
on
me
the
finish what I'm
interchangeable
saying.
part,
Okay, we can
huh?
Let me
all agree
finish
and
what I'm saying.
disagree.
But you
David,
seem
Let
to
him land,
not
please.
listen to what we're
one second.
saying.
Happy Pete, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Let me just land what I'm saying, yeah? So I'm not disagreeing with what they were saying, right? Saying that it's interchangeable. Yes, if you are African American, the use of those words will be interchangeable for you in America as the African American that you are. You will be African American. That is your ethnicity. Nobody else should be African American. That is your ethnic group. But you can also be Black American because Black
Exactly.
Duh.
will always be
Yes,
referring to the
that's
race. Black is
correct.
always
But guess
referring to
who
the race.
else is included,
Anytime you
right?
hear the word black, black, as soon as you say black, you're referring to race. And when you say American, it is your nationality. So technically speaking, you will be Black American. You are
They're using it
Black.
as an
I
Exactly.
like how you put
adjective.
that. You almost like
You are
tricked them,
no, no,
Black.
no.
You know,
You will be Black because that is your racial group,
You're
and you're
using
American.
UK
You're
as
naturally
the
American. No,
basis.
hold on. Let me
no,
pause you,
no,
please. I'm still
relax.
speaking.
No, the entire
I'm still speaking.
Don't be
It's
the
my
entire
turn.
nationalistic.
It's
world,
my turn.
the
1
entire
minute, guys.
world.
Hold on. Let me learn. You will be Black because it's your racial group, as per every other BLK person. all sub-Saharan African descendants, whether you're Jamaican, Barbadian, Haitian, Guadeloupean, Martinician, Puerto Rican, Dominican, whatever it may be, whether you're Nigerian, Cameroon, Ghana, blah, blah, blah. These are all black people. So yes, it will be interchangeable for you. You can say you're African American, it's your ethnic group. You can say Black American, which is your race and your nationality. But guess what? That Black American part, even though you use it interchangeably, it is actually not exclusive to you. Because any other black people by race that are also an American citizen, they too are Black Americans. That's all we're saying.
But
So
no, we're
that's
all
Island there.
racially black. I can
I was
agree with
gonna
us
say,
being racially black.
Yeah,
Yes.
you guys will keep fighting. They're gonna keep fighting this till
It's not making any sense
Hey,
what you're saying.
There's
can I
nothing
say
to fight
something?
over, to be honest.
Can I say something?
Okay,
he's wrong.
Let's
It's
let's
right
get
here,
the
not
dictionary.
wrong.
Hold on,
Can I
guys.
say
He's
something?
wrong.
Hold on, everybody.
Wrong. Go look
Guys,
in the dictionary.
Just
Take the
hold
dictionary.
on. Why it's interchangeable?
all right, we're at three. We're almost at four. Can we get to 4K? Can we get to 4K? Hit the
Yeah, tap the
likes.
screen,
You're
guys.
wrong.
And
I was with you
Can I
when
say
you were
something?
in
right.
the chat.
I was with you on the
Thank you everybody for
interchangeable.
contributing
I
to
was
their
with you.
Hold on, 2 seconds, 2
insight.
seconds.
Go ahead.
I was supposed to read the source actually. I forgot. I meant
And
to
read your
just read
source
it.
from Webster's
Yeah, you have to read the
dictionary.
source, but
Everybody,
QB,
you
read
have
that
to
too.
read the source.
Read that too, the
No.
Black History.
No, no, no,
Read
no,
that.
no, no. Read the
Yeah,
source
let me
from
read this real quick.
Oxford,
But those
Oxford,
are
not
white
Cambridge.
sources.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
do me a favor. Hey, mute her for a second, because she's
It
like.
was the whitey people who invented it. So you
Thank
use
you,
a
Anyway,
whitey
guys,
Osana.
source.
hold on,
Thank you.
One
Thank you.
second.
Go
I'm
ahead,
just gonna
bud.
read this. According to Diversity Style Guide, this is diversitystyleguide.com, and then we even got dcohr.gov. This is a .gov, okay, Guide to Inclusive Language, Race, Ethnicity, Office of Human Rights, and then we've even got the Columbia Journalism Review as well .org, and it says when referring to a race or ethnicity. Please hear this again. It says, when referring to a race or ethnicity, black functions as an adjective, not a noun. So when they say, yeah, they use it as an adjective, whether you use it for your ethnicity or your race, it's still an adjective. If we're using it for our ethnicity, race, whatever it is, it's still an adjective. We're all using it for an adjective. We're all using it. So if you say, yeah, but you're using it as an adjective, and so are you. And that is why I read the sources. And that's why it says right
I
here,
love Black's
when
American accent.
referring to a race or ethnicity, black functions as an adjective, not a noun. I land. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
brother.
Okay. Can someone pull up Webster's dictionary definition for
Pull it up,
QB
Jess.
for the word black?
Pull it up, Jess.
Can we
Can I
pull
say
that up?
something?
Jess, why can't you pull
Who's
it up?
this?
Source up, Jess. Source up. You source up.
Okay, we got white. Anybody
Well,
new?
Webster.
I think
I'll
Divine is
wait.
new.
I'll
Okay,
wait.
YG.
Yeah,
YG wants to
Jess,
say something.
we
We're
will
gonna
mute
let
up for
YG
you.
speak.
We
and
will
then-
mute up for you to source up and present your source.
Yeah. YG, go ahead, and then we're gonna introduce Divine.
Yeah, so obviously in America, from my understanding, some people use the word black as ethnicity, like to specifically refer to the descendants of slaves on the land. Some people use the word black just as a race. You know, depending on who you ask, it means something different. But I'm
Where are
not
you
trying
from, YG? If you don't mind me asking.
ethnically, I'm Randese
Where are you at right now?
in the UK, in England.
Okay, I just want to. Okay, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to be funny, but I've seen a lot of African and Caribbean people that would be that like you guys used to be like, oh, I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. I'm not black, I'm Ghanaian. I used to see that.
No one
Like,
says that. Stop it.
bro, and I'm talking about the ones that live in America. Obviously, in the UK, none of us say that, but the ones in America, I've seen a lot of them. They used to say that all the time, but it's now they don't really say that no more. I wonder why. But yeah, like that even African and Caribbean people themselves, they used to like distance
So
themselves
YG,
from.
just because you see a few people say that because they're uneducated and they don't also have the same
It
knowledge,
wasn't a
does
few.
not speak for the entire immigrant population in America. So please stop generalizing.
It was
I'm
not the
not,
few. It was the
bro. I said
majority. And thank you
said
for your
some.
honesty.
It wasn't the majority. It wasn't the majority.
I said some
Were you
people
even
do, some people
alive?
don't.
It was.
Let's let
I'm
him
sorry.
land.
Wait,
YG,
wait,
go
wait.
ahead. And land.
If at that time black meant being African American, then yeah, they must say I'm not black. I'm da da da. Because you guys apparently being black means you're African American, you're descendants of slaves, right? So of course, of course, they're not black because you guys don't want them to identify as black. But now you're chastising them for not identifying as a thing that you're trying to gatekeep.
Yeah,
Come
so
on
great
now.
point. Let me just say this before I let YG land his point. Again, people present America's very hyper focused on race, and that's how people present or identify. Other places it's obvious that they're black. They choose to present with their nationality, their tribe, their heritage, their religion first, you know. They have words for black in their own language. You know, obviously there's people that self-hate themselves, don't want, you know, but that's different. We say melanin, right? Another way of saying black. So you guys have to be conscious of that, all right? And YG, land your point. I'm gonna introduce Divine.
Yeah, no, all I was trying to, obviously, I'm not saying that's all African and Caribbean people that live in America talk like that. But I've seen multiple that talk like that. That I'm not saying all of them, but I'm not even saying majority. I'm just saying I've seen multiple.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Divine. There was another brother right there. I can't see his name.
No worries.
That came up before you. But can I get your race, your ethnicity, where you're from?
Can
All
you
the way
hear
at
me?
the bottom.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Are you talking to me at the bottom?
Yep. At the bottom.
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah. You.
Oh, sorry.
No.
What's going on?
I'm Black, African American, Afro-Indigenous.
Okay.
Yeah,
Welcome
big
to the
up. What's
panel. Do you want to respond to anything or
Can you
speak
hear
on
me?
the prompt? The floor is yours.
Yeah. Yeah. Just on that part about the confusion part, as it relates to racial classification, it's relegated and controlled by the Office of Management and Budget in America, and the people right now that are standing there, they have degrees and doctorates in sociology, anthropology, and archaeology. When it comes to the race, they combine it interchangeably as being black/African American according to the census. The problem is because it assumes that the ethnicity and the race are one and the same. So that's how they relegate it in America. And to the point that you said, in America, we lead with race first. We don't lead with nationality. In some other places, especially black people in the diaspora, they'll lead with the nationality. But that does not negate that they don't know what their race is. And so that's some of that confusion. But like you said, there is a nuance to understand that race, ethnicity, and nationality, especially among black folk in America, is confusing. It does get conflated. So
Yeah, I agree 100%. That's why we said black and American. That's a race and a nationality. How can it be an ethnicity? But I'm gonna move on to Divine. Welcome up, Divine. Race, ethnicity, where you're from.
What's this? It's morning. Good morning, everybody. I am Divine from Chicago. I'm black with the capital B. So y'all know when so this is how I look at it, right? Because I want to say this. I absolutely know that this is overplay for the underlay, meaning the government has allowed this to happen. However, when we're having these conversations about ethnocide and about paper genocide that we have already experienced as black Americans over here, people disregard or don't care to listen to us. And that's where the irritants become, because it's like, okay, we get it. In hindsight now, we see that the government has been trying to play in our faces. However, the reason why we keep having these circular conversations is because people refuse to be honest and transparent in these conversations, knowing damn good and well that for decades, the majority of people that migrated or immigrated or however they got over here, because they were not over here in mass for a long time with us, they know damn good and well that they did not identify as black.
All of them.
Many of them.
How many?
So let me say, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. There's black Americans all over this nation that has had the same experience. We don't know each other. I don't know Kim. I don't know who was a Jesse? We are all in different regions. We're in different places throughout the states. How the hell we having the same experience? Because this is something that has happened for decades. But interestingly enough, very recent, I want to say as recent as the past maybe 6 or 7 years or so, now suddenly we're all black. And it's like, you guys are bringing us in a twilight zone. Like, do somebody got the Man in Black flash? And guess what, guys? We remember y'all casually grimacing your faces if you were mistaken as black. So again, I get that the government I get that the government wanted to do the whole let's keep playing with black folks. Okay, when I say black folks, I'm talking about us over here that's been over here for decades. I want y'all to have ethnic pride. I thought that it was great to be different. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was cool when I met somebody from Cameroon, somebody from Haiti, but suddenly y'all don't have ethnic pride no more. It's weird to me.
No,
And
you
guess
don't
what,
have
guys?
ethnic pride.
Yeah,
You
we
guys
don't
don't have
have
Excuse
ethnic
ethnic
me.
pride.
I'm
Speak
not
for
trying to
yourself.
argue,
Speak
sugar.
for
I'm not,
yourself.
ma'am.
No,
I'm not
you're
trying to
speaking on us.
argue.
You're speaking
Excuse
on
me.
us.
Can you mute? Can you
You
mute
don't
her?
have
Can
ethnic
she?
pride.
Can
You
she
don't want to
mute
be
her,
African
please?
Happy,
American.
happy. Let her,
I'm
let her
not. I
land.
didn't
No,
land my
she can't. She's
plane.
not about to talk for all of
I
us.
didn't
Like,
I
land
know.
my
Okay,
plane. I'm
Divine.
talking. I
I
didn't
know
land my
she does
plane.
not
I need
speak.
her.
I just want to add, yeah, African people been black. They been black since the
been
Anywho,
having ethnic pride.
since the
The
7th
fuck?
century. Africans have been black since the 7th century, when the Arabs were the ones that started slavery in Africa, when they were being referred to as Bilal al-Sudan. Bilal al-Sudan means black people.
Then
Thank you
what
very
does
much.
Black American
They
mean to
they
y'all?
added to
I
that.
wasn't
And the
finished.
Now
Can
Moors
you
I
guys,
finish,
and the
Vibes?
hold on.
Spaniards,
You guys got
Guys, I
added to
can't
the
hear.
you guys
Okay,
got
cool.
added to the bandwagon
Vibes, can I
in the
please
15th
finish?
I
century.
got you, Divine.
Okay?
I got you.
Again,
They literally,
Africans
hold on. They literally have
Africans
black.
hold on today. Africans have been black since the
What
6th
does Black
century.
American
Sorry,
mean
since
if
the
it's not a
7th century.
nationality?
Since
It's
the
not an
7th
ethnicity
century.
to you.
Since the 7th century, which is the 600s, you guys got added to the bandwagon in the 15th century. You understand? You got added to the bandwagon. So they been black.
You
And
came right to the
listen,
party.
and
Divine.
She wants to
Finished.
talk about. Hold on. She
wasn't
I
wants
know,
to
no.
finished.
talk.
I
I
want
was
to
not
Divine.
finished.
Listen
I
to
don't
me,
need to talk on top of you,
Hold on.
Happy.
She wants
Listen
to
to
talk
me,
about ethnic pride.
Divine.
They
Okay, I
literally
got it.
got black.
Happy.
They literally
I
got
Ma'am,
got
I
it.
need
African
you
Happy.
to shut
Americans
the hell
running
I
up.
around.
got it.
What
No,
you
Happy.
you
say,
literally got
Babs?
African Americans
I
running
got it.
around claiming indigenous, claiming Cherokee, claiming.
Oh my
You talking about
God.
ethnic pride?
You
You
don't
literally got
know
motherfuckers. You
us,
literally
ma'am.
got
You're a
African Americans
Happy.
running
foreigner.
around
You
Happy.
talking
don't
about
know
I'm
Please
us,
not
don't make me
black.
ma'am.
mute.
Nor do
Happy.
you
Happy.
know
Let
Talking about
me
I'm
let me
not
talk.
black.
Let
You
me
want to
Happy.
tell someone about ethnic pride? Look at your
Let's
group right
not
now.
speak
What they're
for the
doing on the
majority
app.
Happy B's
now.
got some
Let's not
Look
happy.
speak
at
for
what.
the
Happy.
majority.
I have to be you guys. Hold on. I have to say this to Divine again.
That's
It gets
true.
a little. It gets a little
Many
touchy,
of them are
Divine.
claiming indigeneity though. So it's
Yeah.
true though.
Exactly.
So how you black then? How you black? Where's your blackness now? When you're saying that you're indigenous with the feathers in your head and all them things there.
And not
Right,
a
No
feathers in your
foreigner
head.
ethnic
telling
pride.
us who we are. You're a
Let me just
foreigner
say,
to this
Divine.
land.
Oh,
You
here you
don't
go,
You
know
Divine.
guys
us.
have
Don't
no
do.
ethnic
Hold on,
pride
hold
in
on. Happy. Let
2026.
me just say this. Let me just say
Embarrassing.
this. Let me just say
Exactly.
this. That whole thing about this is why this prompt's up here. Divine, when you speak for all of black people in America, you're not talking about the 48 million, right? You're not. Don't include. You have your own individual experience as a black American, but don't speak for the whole, that whole group. We say that FBAs is like a small percentage of that group. They want to FBA wash all of that as
But
well. They want
she's
to
been on my
claim.
panel before.
Can I finish?
She's all for the foundational
Is
pretendianism.
she
So I
okay?
vote for
I
them.
didn't.
Yes,
She's
Oh,
I
all for
okay.
am.
mixture
They
too.
call, hey,
All right.
Foundational pretendians, basically.
All
So
right.
she's
You
all
wanna
for
you
that.
wanna talk
Divine.
about
This is not
African?
even a
excuse
Hold
space
on,
me.
for.
hold on,
We're
hold
I
on.
need
talking to
y'all to have
black
some
and African
decorum.
people.
Vibes. Can she not talk about Africans having ethnic pride when
I'm gonna
her
let her
people,
happy. I'm gonna let her
people
land,
of
and
her
then
You're gonna
ethnicity
let
is
if
me
running?
land.
I'm gonna let her
Her
land,
people,
happy.
her
I'm
people
gonna
of
let
her
her land.
ethnicity is running around claiming everything but freaking what they are. And she wants to
African.
talk about Africans having low
This is
ethnic
an
pride,
African
ma'am.
space, Divine.
That
That's
don't
a good
you
point,
got
though.
your people not even claiming to be black itself.
I need
They
her to
don't even have
relax.
racial pride. They don't
Is
even
you
have
okay?
racial pride.
Girl, get up
You
and
got
go drink you
motherfuckers
some tea or
telling themselves
something.
they're copper, literally claiming copper,
Can
not
we
even
let her
wanting to be
land,
black.
Happy?
That's
And you
Can
want
we
to
true.
let
talk
her
about
land?
ethnic pride?
No, but the
Get the
Happy.
copper
hell
thing's
out of
true.
here.
Most of them saying
Can we
copper
let
instead
her
of black
legit?
now.
Let's just let
I'm still
let's
not
lead by
finished.
example. Let's lead by example.
FBA
Let
is
her
saying
land.
copper, not black. So
I'm
we
still
Let her
not
that's
land.
finished.
Let her
how
I'm
land.
still
Get
not
Divine.
finished.
You got a chance, Divine. Go before
Thank
these
you.
I
wolves
thought they
come.
delineated
It's
some black.
ridiculous that,
Or
my energy stresses people
just
out
to get
so
to your
bad
point,
they
Divine.
start
Get to
acting
your
like
point, please,
rabid animals.
sister. Get to the point,
Okay, I
please.
apologize. Okay. So the bottom line is this. Unfortunately, we are in a pickle as Americans over here, but we're going to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Because we do have pride. We appreciate our families and all of the sacrifices they made. We appreciate all of the so we're a proud bunch of people over here. Many of us. And so we will figure this out. It's pretty unfortunate that we're in this position. I don't desire to come on these panels and argue or feud with anybody. All of you guys are strangers to me. I wouldn't know you if I seen you walking down the street. So I don't have any enemies or no ops on this thing one way or the other. Again, I don't care. I didn't come up here to argue with nobody. So I need y'all to have some decorum when you see me coming through because I'm not pointing fingers or trying to
Girl,
insult
bye.
nobody. And
Divine,
I
again,
understand.
just to your
I'm gonna
point.
say this last thing. I know that I trigger you. You're gonna remain triggered. My stance is gonna remain the same. Okay.
No, we trigger you. That's why you up
Okay,
here.
sister.
And you talking
You
about
said a
you
whole
don't
lot of
want to
nothing.
argue
No,
yet
my
you're up here.
It's
homegirl, my
Girl,
homegirl.
bye. Girl, bye. Wait, who dropped her?
I don't even know. I didn't drop her either.
I
Wait,
dropped
can
her
I
because
vibes? Can I just
obviously
say
she had to
something real
address you
quick?
guys a bunch of times.
Yeah, vibes. Can I just say something real quick, right? She came up here talking about how African
Someone said, please
immigrants
next time don't
how
come.
African immigrants don't have ethnic pride and all this other stuff. In
No, they don't.
2026, you got African Americans, right, running around claiming anything but African American.
Hey, but why did they flee their country?
Claiming
Why did they flee their
anything.
country?
Claiming anything but even black. They're literally running out. They have low ethnic pride. They have low racial pride. They're claiming copper color. They're claiming Chata. They're claiming indigenous. Anything but what they really are. And she wants to come up here and talk about Africans having low ethnic pride. Ma'am, your
But
people
why do you flee
don't
your
even
country?
claim to be black
Bro,
anymore.
stop
They're
taking
up
Tyreek
here.
Nasheed's
They're literally up
counters.
here
It's crazy. Go
claiming
ahead.
even the history that happened, like the transatlantic slavery that made you guys black, the Africans that were brought here that even made you guys black. They're claiming that history did not happen. So please miss me with that bullshit coming up here talking about Africans have low ethnic pride. You guys have low ethnic and racial pride. It's embarrassing. In
Don't speak for the
2026,
majority of Black
Yo,
embarrassing,
just let her land,
embarrassing,
please.
embarrassing. Go check the people that are claiming copper color. Go check your own people that are claiming copper color. Go check your own people that are out there erasing history, erasing black history in the name of being Choctaw, in the name of being Blackfoot. Bullshit.
All right. Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. Because they think black is a misnomer as well. So like this is what we're
But
saying. This
I
conversation's not for you. You know, stay in your
yeah,
lane.
I do
Go
agree with
ahead.
the part there about like a lot of these FBAs and the pretendians out here saying that they're copper. They've been claiming copper more than anything else. So you're copper. Let
Copper
everybody
colored
else be black that
colorist.
wants to be black.
No,
Yeah,
but
but
Bill
that's what I'm
K, no,
saying.
no, no, no,
So,
but
and
Bill
they're
K.
saying you're not black, but they're saying they're copper.
But hold on, but Bill K. Some of the individuals who've come on stage, they're darker than me. I've done my DNA test. I've been Native American and stuff like that, right? Because again, right? And again, like they think that they're this distinct. It's like no, most of like the Caribbean individuals have the same DNA makeup and stuff like that. It's not distinct, right? And what's
But they're
jarring
in their own
Hold
country
on,
though.
Zach. Zach, just hold on. Be patient,
and what's
bro.
jarring here is the fact that we're being told that what we're saying is wrong when this is how the classifications work across the globe in most countries, right? This is how it works. But they're victimizing themselves because they think, right, that the government is specifically targeting them. They're literally victimizing themselves when this is how classifications work across the globe, right? It's either you're black this or black that. There's no 10,000 different options, right? For example, there's 54 countries in Africa, 30 plus countries in the Caribbean. If you're gonna have like all these different categories just for black people, because even for YT people, they don't have all the different 40 European countries. It's entitlement. It's literally you're victimizing yourself for no reason. Again,
Thank
your
you.
culture
Okay.
is your culture. Your culture is your culture. The
Thank you.
fact that
Okay.
you guys feel
Okay.
threatened about your culture just because someone else is gonna have the same name as you, again, that shows how fragile.
We got a new panelist. Thank you. Okay, for that. Blythe, did you want to say something? Cash, before you respond with why'd y'all flee? Why'd y'all
Well, I
flee?
think
You
it's actually
guys are
urban
like
legend.
what? Go ahead.
Urban
Yeah,
legend was here
so
before
yeah,
him.
so me, I'm African myself, right?
Hold on,
But
Zach. Hold on,
Wait,
Zach. I
Urban
think Black
Legend was
wanted to
waiting
say
before
something.
him. Just to let you know, Hers. Urban Legend, are you there? You need to take yourself off mute if you do want to speak. I'll try again. Okay. Urban Legend, you need to take yourself off mute if you want to speak.
Oh yeah, I just like to tell y'all, man, African
Yeah.
American is not a legacy term, okay? It's only from 1988. We were called black, colored, Negro, Afro American. That's not a legacy term. So I don't understand where y'all going.
Sir,
When
what's your
y'all
ethnicity?
What's
What's
the
your
legacy
ethnicity?
term?
I'm a black American. Nobody
That's
says
the
they
legacy
are
term.
black. One minute y'all say we black and y'all the only black, then y'all say we ain't black. Are y'all paid? Or y'all just some dingy foreigners?
We
What the
just
fuck is
black,
wrong with
bro.
y'all?
That's
Sir,
all.
sir, your
Get
people
out of
are
here,
claiming
man.
copper color. How about that? Your
You're
people are claiming
African,
copper.
miss.
Your,
We have a
your copper
different
color.
history. You don't know
Hey,
that.
Apparently,
brother,
you're
Our
copper
history.
color.
hold on, guys.
You don't know
Here,
that.
can you just get to the point, brother? Like what you want to address without like
Yeah, no, that's the
getting
point.
at anybody
African,
personally.
listen, that's all I wanted to say. African
All right,
American
well,
is
all
not
right,
a legacy term. I
all
repeat,
right.
it's not a
So
legacy term.
so the
That's
legacy
it.
term is Black American. That's what you're going with.
The legacy term is we've been changed over 8 times.
Okay,
Okay,
what's the legacy term though? I want to hear the legacy.
whatever we change it to, whatever we come
Oh
to an
my
agreement on,
fucking god. Okay, all right, thank you.
right?
So basically, you don't know who you are and what you are then,
It's
basically.
always changing and evolving. It's what we say when we say,
Right.
and you don't speak for all Black people in
You're
America.
my man,
okay?
but you're a foreigner, my man. You sound
It's
crazy.
fine. I was born here. I'm American, more
Man,
American
you're
than
not
you.
me,
'Cause-
but you're not me though, my man.
But
Come on,
obviously,
man.
I'm not you. That's why I'm here.
I'm
And that's where
nobody
you are. Where you're at.
Nobody wants to be you. Nobody wants
It's
So
to
how
be
do
okay,
you
bro.
think you have
It's
a
okay.
word
It's
in
all
this?
right.
So
All
how do
right,
you
we're
think
Nobody
you have a
gonna
wants
word?
move
to
on
be
because
you,
we're
sir.
just
You
gonna
don't
argue.
control America. You don't
We're
control
gonna
shit.
go with Zach.
You're
Zach.
African, miss.
Zach.
You don't control shit. How
You're
does it feel to be
You as well,
powerless?
Oh
bro.
my
You're
god,
How
here
African
does
we
it
go
too.
feel
with
to
the
be
African thing. We
You're
powerless?
know
just
we're
as
African,
African.
bro. Zach. Okay, again, we fled, right? You guys forget about destabilization. You guys forget that people are forced to migrate just like African Americans were forced, you know. And even now with the immigration stuff, those are all forced migrations. All right, all this deportation and stuff. So I just want to give you, like, you know, a good context of this fleeing and all that stuff, right? So go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, right, that first we go, like, I feel like America, we have to understand, America was founded by white
Wait,
European
can I get your
settlers.
race and ethnicity and where you're from? Sorry.
Yeah, so me, I'm African, I'm Somali myself, and I live in the UK.
Salam alaikum.
Yeah, what do you say? What do you
Salam
say?
alaikum, brother.
Okay.
Salam
So look, right.
alaikum,
So look,
brother.
right. We have to understand black Americans, right? Black Americans, they have their own unique culture. They have their own unique identity. It's
They
not the
got
same
him,
as
guys. They
Africans.
got him.
The Black American foundational Black American culture. That is what it is.
Wait,
And you
Zcash, are
got
you black?
Africans.
Are you black?
Yeah. Of course, I'm black. I'm Somali. I'm African. I'm black. But I just wanted to say that Africans that migrate into America, right? They have fled their own country because their people couldn't have built a civic society of their own. So they have to go into another society and live in that society. And that's the truth, whether you like it or not. I don't care if you're saying that destabilization or whatever. You, mate, my friend, you had every right to build your own country, to defend your people, to defend your resources, and you're coming to America and you're pretending to be a black foundational American when their ancestors
Pretending
suffered
we're not
to
foundational
build their
black
own
Americans.
country.
Zcash, where are you at? Where are you at?
I'm in the UK right now.
Yeah,
I'm in
why
the
don't you
UK.
go back to Somalia before you come up here talking about?
Listen, I'm
Go
going back
ahead
to
back to
Somalia.
Well, yeah.
Somalia.
Why?
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
Go
disrespectful.
How
back
about
and
you
fix your
drop?
country,
How about you
bro.
drop, and then
Listen,
when you go back to
listen.
Somalia and you're in
Listen,
Somalia, then
listen.
you can come up
I
and
have
speak to us.
I have real
Happy
estate.
feet,
We
Nonsense.
can
happy
play the
feet,
same
happy
fucking
feet.
game,
Stop,
but
Hey,
man. That
host,
was
let me
disrespectful.
address some of these
Idiot.
things, please, actually, to do this foundational stuff.
Happy feet, stop, man. That was
To the
disrespectful.
teaching mode real quick, yeah. And I think it's important to
Sit
say
down
this.
for a second.
This whole foundational argument is
So you
really
can go back to shit.
hold on, mute up for a second. This foundational argument is really redundant, and it really needs to stop because once I explain how it all works, right, you'll see that this foundational thing is not exclusive to Americans. All right. Let's go back to
facts.
let's look at the transatlantic slave trade, right? Let's make it very clear. When the whiteys went to Africa to round up Africans, okay, and put them on those slave ships, they did not round up foundational black Americans. They rounded up Africans and put them on those
Okay.
ships. When those ships eventually, you go on mute or you go in the comment section, you wait for me to land because you said some very uneducated stuff so far. Right. When those ships eventually got to the Americas, they walked off those ships not as foundational black Americans. They walked off those ships as Africans. If they were pregnant, giving birth, they were still giving birth to Africans. That's in the 1500s, right? That's when the BLK people start arriving. And that's not just the United States of America, that's the Americas, Jamaica, Barbados, all these other places, right? Hispaniola and so on and so forth. Anyway, now it wasn't all the way until 1868. This is what, 368 years later, 1868, it was the ratification of the 14th Amendment. That is what allowed people in the United States of America to now become citizens. But that is significant for BLK people. So you even say, yeah, but prior to 1868, we was allowed to vote. We was allowed to do these things. We voted. It doesn't matter. Because about, what was it, 9 years earlier than that, in 1857, the government made it very clear that the Supreme Court, the highest court of the United States, made it very clear in 1857 through the Dred Scott ruling.
Hold on, let him land. Let him
Hold
land,
on.
guys.
For the Dred Scott ruling, that they said this: we do not care if you are free. We do not care if you are enslaved. You are not a citizen of the United States of America. Why is any of this important? Because when you start saying, oh, we foundational, foundational. Well, foundational American, you weren't an American, you weren't deemed as being an American until all the way in 1868. That's 360 years later. So when they say we want to delineate and say, yeah, we want to delineate, we want to take what's ours, we want it back, blah, blah, blah. All right, cool. Guess what? That would mean everything built in America prior to 1868 is actually the works, the buildings, and the achievements of African people. Why? Because you were not even an American until 1868. So you were still Africans in America. That was same as you were picked up, same as you was dropped off in the Americas. You were Africans in America. That would mean everything that was invented in the United States of America was also invented by Africans in America. Why? Because you can't be foundational. You're not even a citizen yet of the United States of America. And the Supreme Court already declined you of that when you wanted to be a citizen, and they already told you they didn't care if you're free.
I find this very disturbing.
Hold
how you
on,
try
hold
to
on,
take away
Somalia.
the
Hold on,
It's
brother.
disturbing.
Hold
You see, like the famous,
Shut up, man.
like
Shut up your
the well
mouth
said,
and get educated.
Happy
Dr. Henry
feet, man.
Clark once said. He said,
but respect Black
He
American
said,
on,
achievement.
hold on. Don't be
Stop,
speaking
shut
for
up.
yeah.
fucking.
He said,
It sounds like it's some
he
shaky
said,
foundation. That's what you know.
yeah,
That's all
like Henry Clark,
good
yeah,
about it.
he said, I only argue with my equals, yeah, the rest I just teach. I'm not here for a conversation with Zcash. I'm just here to just educate the boy. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, everything built in America and everything invented for these FBAs that are desperate for a delineation, as long as they understand that all these works and inventions in America built before 1868, invented before 1868, is actually the work of African people. Since you delineated, you take what's yours. That's after 1868 when you've become that citizen. So that would mean the White House was built by Africans in America, the same as they were rounded up from Africa and dropped off in the Americas. They landed as Africans. They built the White House. The Africans that built the Smithsonian Institution, the Africans that built the Capitol, the Africans that built the railroads. So even if they turn around and say, yeah, but You know, if that's true, like when I spoke to Tariq Nasheed and he said to me, "Oh, that's true. Why didn't y'all build the
This
railroads?
American accent is killing.
Why didn't you build the railroads in Africa then? If that's the case?" I said, "Because there is no requirement to build a White House in Africa, was there? There was no requirement to build those railroads in the Americas, was there? That was the sole purpose of why YTs hooked or stole, kidnapped these Africans and brought them to the Americas to do all of this free labor. You know what I'm saying? So, just to deal with what that brother was saying, guess what, guys? Remember he was saying, oh, you know, their foundational thing and blah, blah, blah. They're foundational and you want to be this and blah, blah. Guess what? You ask the FBA, even us, Tariq Nasheed, what makes you foundational? They'll say, because we were subject to chattel slavery. Guess what? That applies to all of the black peoples that was carried to the Americas in every other countries as well. That means you would have foundational black Brazilians, according to their rhetoric. You would have foundational black Jamaicans. You know that? You know before FBA, because FBA started in 2019. What was it before that? It was ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. According to that, there you would have JDOS, Jamaican Descendants of Slaves, BDOS, Barbadian ones, and so on and so forth. So if they're saying that they're foundational because they were subject to chattel slavery, well, so were these other black people. That means they're foundational too, then, according to what they're saying. You'll say, well, what else makes you foundational? They'll say, we're foundational because we built up our nation. Yeah, by force. Of course you did. And so did all these other BLK people being carried to the Americas in the 1500s. They built up their nations too by force. You weren't the only ones. It's not exclusive to you. So that means, according to their logic, all these other BLK people across the Americas are foundational too. And very lastly, you say, oh, why are you foundational? They may say, because we was here before 1776, before we got our independence. Guess what? That applies to all the other black people in the Americas too that was brought there in the 1500s. There was no independences when the Africans were being transported from Africa into America. And then the independence came later on. You understand what I'm saying? It came later on. So that means all these other BLK people that was brought to the Americas and are they're descendants of slaves. They built up their nation just like you. You know what I'm saying? They were subject to chattel slavery. You know what I'm saying? On the FBA flag, it says 1526. What's the significance of that? Because that's the first time that BLK people start coming in to America in 1526. Well, what does that tell you? You can't be indigenous. How can you be indigenous, but you're saying you're foundational, pretending and whatnot? You're both. You got the feathers and you're foundational. But on your flag, it says 1526, which is the first time black people start coming into America. So if you're saying that you're indigenous, that means you need to have been there as long as the indigenous Americans who have actually been there for a minimum of 23,000 years. Based on the White Sands footprints, radiocarbon dating in New Mexico is dated at 23,000 years old. So we know they've at least been there for that time. So if you're saying that you're indigenous,
It's about 30,000 years. 30,000 years.
no. Did you say 13 or 30?
Yeah, 30. So
No, I'm saying the
so it
minimum.
could be as old as 30,000 years. It's even
Yeah, no,
older than that.
I'm starting with the minimum, not the maximum. I'm starting with the minimum at 23,000 years. We know that because based on the White Sands footprint in New Mexico, that was radiocarbon dated at 23,000 years. But more so, we know that they've been there longer than that based on paleoanthropology. You're right. And it actually goes a little bit beyond 30,000 years. It's actually 36,000 years, about up to about
Yes,
36.
you're correct. Yes.
Right, but it's 23 is the minimum. That's my starting point. You get what I'm saying? So if they're saying that they're indigenous to the Americas, that means they would have at least been in the Americas at least some 23,000 years. No evidence for any of that to show. But yet, I'm just trying to point out the contradiction here. You're indigenous, but yet you guys are rocking with the foundational movement, right? Which has 1526 on your flag. That's the first time you can't start coming into America. So did you first come in 1526? Because if that or not, because if that's the case, you need to remove the 1526 from the FBA flag and put 23,000 BC. You know what I mean, or BCE. So what are we doing here? So I just wanted to this deal and this, chew up and spit out what that brother, the Somali brother, was coming up to come and say, talking about this foundational thing and trying to shed any light on it and whatnot. Because now I've just broken it down to the T, according to the FBA's own logic. All of the black people in the Americas would be foundational according to their own argument. You know what I'm saying? So it's not exclusive to them. You understand? And I'm done.
All right, thank you, Black. The drop in the download,
Yeah. Let's play the
and the
clapping sound. Let's play the
and
clapping
the
sound for
usual
him.
suspects
He
show
he
up
dropped
to
some
defend
knowledge.
the lineage.
He dropped some
Let's
knowledge.
go with. What did you want? Did you want to say something, Happy?
No, I said let's play the clapping sound for him. He dropped some
Oh, I
knowledge.
got you. Yeah. How did I
Yes,
forget that?
yes.
All
Good job,
right.
Black.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Multitasking. All right,
Wait,
who got here first?
But this guy said, yeah, we're indigenous because we say we are. We don't prove ourselves to third worlders. First and foremost, right, yeah, we're in the UK, right? Secondly, that's not how that works because we say we are. That's just you making things up. I digress.
I mean, they're in here trying to prove themselves though. So yeah, kind of contradicting yourself coming in here and tapping that in the comments, you know? So who's next?
Who's
Is
this?
that you?
Child?
That's you?
Child? Oh.
The only
Suma.
tethers, yeah, the only tethers that are
Sumani.
dangerous are the ones that are still trying to cling on to being black, but yet you're walking around with feathers in your head. You can get them from Poundland. You can get freaking what, 10 feathers? You know what I mean, or
I
5
think
for
it
a
was
pound.
Hank,
5 feathers for a pound.
then Sumi, and then Child.
I was gonna say Mani is next. He was here
Oh,
first.
did Hank go
No,
already?
I'm just tuning in. You good? You can skip me.
Child?
Yeah, so
Child of
that
sunlight.
You hear
yeah,
me?
that rant was very unhinged. I'm not even gonna like I'm not a nigga so I'm not gonna pretend to be indigenous. But the whole dissection of us being quote unquote foundational is just a gross misinterpretation of what it actually stands for. So you are correct in the sense that we weren't technically legally Americans until 1868.
There you go.
It does
That's
not
everything
erase
you need to know.
it does not erase the fact that we are still the foundation of this nation. Without us, this nation literally does not exist. That is what foundational Black American means. And for another Black person to try to erase.
So what makes you foundational?
So what makes us foundational is being the legal, moral challenge to America. I don't know if you know anything about America, but it was originally designed to get away from the country that you fled to, the UK. So it was designed because the UK had a immoral system of kingship and monarchies. But as we all know, America is the biggest hypocrite of all. But the plight of the Black American.
Wait. So you say fled to, right? Yeah.
Why am I the only one
Again,
interrupted though?
but don't say fled to, right? Yeah, because again, you have the Windrush and a lot of them, for example, Windrush generation invited to go to the UK. Like a lot of people didn't just flee there, right? But a lot of these countries, bro, the UK, right, has 60 countries that have Independence Day from the UK. Right? So we say flee. No, if they were technically citizens at the time, it wasn't fleeing. Right? It was they were invited. So again, please get your facts straight. Continue.
Alright, I'm sorry I triggered you.
Meanwhile, those people's calling him out in the comments saying he's not in an FBA.
You didn't trigger anybody, right? I tried to fact check you. It's not trigger.
Exactly.
If he says it wrong and I correct you, that doesn't mean triggered. It means I want to correct your lack of information. It's not triggered.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Can I go?
Back to the point.
And in addition to that, anybody could just argue that you know who the most foundational people are in the Americas, guys? It would be the Amerindians. Do you know why? They already established the Olmec civilization long before you arrived, and your YT counterparts. They already established the Maya civilization long before yourselves and your YT counterparts, and they already established the Aztec civilization again before you and your YT counterparts. So, and the Tainos. So, all of those people who are not you, they're the most foundational people in America. And just to add as well, since you like using the term foundational, did you know that in 1865, 3 years prior to the ratification of the 14th Amendment, that you already agreed? That's only when you became a citizen in 1868. Thank you for agreeing with me. But did you know 3 years before that, 1865, when the abolishment of slavery happened on the, what was it, the 6th of December, right? 1865. By the 24th of December, Christmas Eve, 1865, then you had YTs form the Triple K. And the Triple K, guess what? They too had this view that they were foundational in America. That's what they believed. And that's why they would say things like, hey, we are 100% Americans. We are, quote, true Americans. And guess who they wanted out? They wanted out BLK. They wanted this delineation like what you want, isn't it? This was really a separation. They wanted that from you. Yeah, that's what they wanted. They wanted it from you. The
Yeah,
separation from
so I don't
everybody of
speak
sub-Saharan
British
African
English. I
descent.
speak
So
American
you guys
English.
have you only picked up this rhetoric when 2019 is when FBA started. Bro, these guys been saying it since 1865. So we already been known that we heard this xenophobic rhetoric, but it was first from your YT masters, and then you guys have adopted it and in 2019 now. But go ahead anyway.
Yeah, so back to the point, because I speak American English. I don't speak British English.
Oh,
So
do you
back
know
to the
something?
point.
Did you know that
No,
English?
no, 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 no,
No,
no,
no.
no. Yo,
Hold on,
yo,
hold
yo,
on,
yo,
hold
yo,
on.
yo.
Did you know
You're
that English
speaking.
is
Stop,
a
stop, stop, stop.
hold
Yo,
on,
why
hold
do
You're
on,
y'all get so
speaking.
triggered?
one sec. Did
Y'all
you
get
know
No,
that
so
bro.
triggered.
English?
You're being
Did you know that
condescending.
English is a Germanic language? Did you know that?
No, wait,
And
wait,
did
stop,
you
stop,
know that
stop.
you're speaking
Yo,
Germanic
yo,
too?
yo, yo.
We're both
Wait,
speaking German at this point. The two of us.
Yo, child. Just make your point, right? Don't be silly. We're all speaking English, right? You guys are all American. It's the same goddamn language,
It's actually
right?
German, by the way. Just
Just
let you know.
wait, that's fine. Just make your point and just don't make snide comments.
I suppose
Okay?
you're speaking better German. So
Just
go ahead.
that's fine. Just child, make your point. We're all speaking English, right? The YT man's English, right?
Let
And
him
again,
just. I think we should just let him land his useless point at this point. Get it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so my very
Yeah. Go on,
useless
crash your
point.
plane, bro. Crash your plane.
Yeah, so my very useless point is that you can make all the technical, semantical arguments, but the fact remains that without Black Americans, America would not be half of what it is today, which indeed makes us foundational to this. Like, are you good? Like, do you need to relax for a second while I
No, I'm
land my
listening, but
plane?
I was just thinking that also applies to the indigenous Americans as well. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
go
yeah,
ahead.
they could be foundational indigenous
Yeah, it
Americans.
applies to a lot of people, but like keep
Yeah,
going.
even the YTs
Do y'all
that
need
are
to
like the
meditate or
heritage
something?
Americans, the YTs.
Child,
The
just
YTs
land
are
your
heritage.
plane, bro.
Let's let him finish, right? Because he doesn't understand how geopolitics works, right? He's obviously
I do
uneducated.
not care.
No.
So
You don't care because you're uneducated. But let's let you finish
could
with your
I just have
uneducated
30
point.
seconds to finish my sentence?
Yes.
Very easily.
Uneducated man. Go ahead.
So yeah, basically all I'm saying is that without us, America would not exist. We are the cultural, social, and legal foundation of this country. Many of the laws in place today only exist because Black Americans challenge the very fabric of what America is. So a lot of the rights that immigrants or even just poor white Americans have are due to Black Americans. Now, if we shift over to the UK, they're trying to get you out of there because you're committing a lot of the crimes, the fraud, all of those things. You guys created a new way to do
Let's
crime,
stick to
hooking
let's stick to
people
the
up.
U.S. Why are you talking about
So
the
why are you
UK
worried about
now?
us being foundational? You're
Let's stick to
foundational
the
criminals
U.S.
of
I
the
thought we were
UK.
talking about
Bro,
what.
we're
Wait, hold
talking
on.
about the prompts,
You're crashing
right?
out, bro. You're crashing
He's
out.
triggered, man.
Yeah,
You're
and
crashing. You're triggering. You got
wait,
triggered. Now you coming
and
for the
also,
UK blacks? Like,
but
what's
and
going
also,
on?
right?
I
It
thought you
was
had
such,
more decorum.
but his point was so uneducated because, again, right, most of the West, the UK, America, wouldn't be who is not because of the slaves, right? Right, on the Caribbean, the slaves, the Black Americans. No, it was because they were exploiting and doing a lot of exploitation of other countries. That's why the country became rich, bro. Right? That's why. Right? You can say, oh, it's because we built this and we built that. No. A country is more than just building bloody houses, bro. Right? The reason why America became such a powerhouse, right, isn't because of the slaves that were there. That's not how that worked. And also, actually, the immigration, right, the European immigration, right, after certain time, right, that's why as well. So again, you don't really know the history, right? And again, it was the mass immigration of people from Europe and all these other countries right? That actually
Yeah,
made the
that was
country
during the
boom.
Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah,
That's
during the
that's
Industrial
what
Revolution,
sparked
that's
it,
what
right?
made it boom,
So prior
right?
to that, I will give credit the slaves that were here were the ones that powered the American economy, right? So I'm gonna give credit where it's due. And then afterwards, a bunch of other people like the Asians came in, and there's some Europeans came in, and
Exactly.
all these other group of people empowered the Industrial Revolution, right? But him saying America will not exist without those black slaves, actually, America will exist without the black African slave. It can exist. It would have existed. It wouldn't have existed the way it does right now. Certain things would not be the same, obviously. It will probably just be a whole white tea country without any black people here, but the country will still exist, right? Because the country was still formed without even the black slaves being here, right? They only brought the black slaves here as a use for labor, right? To power the economy. But even after that, didn't they literally try to ship certain people back after they were done, like pretty much using those black African
Is it
slaves? They
Liberia?
tried
Is it
to. An
Liberia?
example of that is Liberia. So the country will still exist. America will still exist as we know it, but in the sense of like what's going on in America, like the rights, the black people's rights and all that, yeah, it wouldn't have existed without the slaves that fought for their rights and all that. Like no shit, no duh. But the country will still
But
exist.
also what I find, because again, as a Caribbean, right, yeah, even I have to say, me being born here and whatnot, I benefit from Africa as a continent being exploited. I benefit by living in this first world country and having all these luxuries, right? To say that, oh, you built up the economy. Again, no, do you understand what our countries, the UK and America, what they have done over however, right? They have had their grubby little hands, like neocolonialism. They've had their grubby little hands in Africa, white, still poor, so that we who live in these first world countries, America, UK, can be living nice, right? Say that, oh, if it wasn't for us, yes, in part, as Happy said, right, in the beginning, sure. But afterwards, right, you think about oil and oil and capitalism. Bro, it goes deeper than just, oh, it was because of us. Bro, it was because of black people in general, bro. All these countries, right, that you say, oh, these poor third world countries, they're third world because the countries we live in are exploiting them and we reap the benefits, right? The European countries who just stole everything, ransacked these countries. That's why these countries are so rich and powerful, right? Not again, yes, off the backs of slaves in the beginning, the Caribbean slave trade and Africa, again, the Brits really made a lot of money there, right? But again, to say that, oh, Africa and the exploitation of Africa has no part to play in the building of the economy or the wealth of either Britain or America would just be completely false. Because you want all your diamonds and all your nice things and all your nice tech, bro. You want to live cheap? You live cheap because of the exploitation of the same continent you're trying to disrespect.
And y'all let hate go, bro. Like you been yapping.
No, anyway, I was gonna read this. Yeah, look at this. So, according to here's the question. Yeah, did the Triple K believe they were foundational Americans? Did the Triple K believe they were foundational Americans? And it says, according to here, whether it's the BBC or whether it's U Chicago Voices, this is a .edu actually, and then we've also got National Museum of African American History and Culture. This is another .edu as well. And it says, so again, did the Triple K believe they were foundational Americans? I've given the sources. It says, yes, the Triple K explicitly believed they were the foundational 100%, quote, 100% American, end quote, defenders of the nation, defining the United States as a YT Protestant Christian country. They framed their racist and nativist beliefs as patriotic protection of American heritage, aiming to exclude BLK people, Catholics, JWs, and immigrants. You hear that? And then here's these sort of things they say: 100% Americanism and native identity. The Second Klan, 1910s to 1920s, promoted the idea that only YT Protestant Christians were true Americans. They viewed themselves as the heirs of the nation's founders, promoting a narrow, exclusive version of the American citizenship. So this is crazy. The Klan literature and rhetoric often poison their activities as rescuing a pure America from corruption by foreigners, non-Protestants and minorities. They claim to protect the US Constitution and, quote, purer patriotism, end quote. So this is crazy because what you can hear all this anti-immigrant rhetoric that they had, and they saw themselves as being foundational in America. They say these things like we're 100% American and stuff. This is, guys, this is what the triple, again, the FBA they founded this FBA ideology in 2019, guys. It's just the other weekend. The Triple Ks, though, they've been around since the 24th of December, 1865. So, I think that's a key thing to take, from this conversation. Let me type in another one. Did the Triple K want a delineation? Well, let's say I'll put slash separation from, let's say BLK people / Africans, even, actually, because that's who they often talk about. We need to get rid of
Of course, yeah,
these.
they probably
Yeah,
do.
we need to put Africans, isn't it? From Africans, or should I put sub-Saharan Africans?
Or just black
Sub
people in general. Sure.
sub-Saharan / Africans. How about that?
Everyone who
Can I
doesn't
go?
have
Right.
everyone who doesn't have rightful
Hey, can
ownership.
y'all let
Right.
Hank speak, bro?
So
Everyone who
what
doesn't have the rightful ownership to America has been yapping their mouth talking about we own this. Meanwhile, the indigenous people are just like watching people like we're actually the original owners, but whatever.
Mm.
Can I go?
But yeah, so basically, here as well, again, there's so much by the BBC that was coming from. New Georgia Encyclopedia as well. It says, yes, the Triple K. So the question is, did the Triple K want a delineation / separation from sub-Saharan Africans, or / BLK people? It says, yes, the Triple K fundamentally sought the complete delineation and separation of YT people, specifically YT Anglo-Saxon Protestants, or WASPs. That's what it stands for, YT Anglo-Saxon Protestants, from BLK Americans and those of African descent. Wow. It says this objective was pursued through several methods across the different eras of the Klan. Talks about the social and legal segregation. Sorry, it says the Triple K was a staunch supporter of Jim Crow laws, which enforced separate but equal facilities, effectively creating a racial delineation in every aspect of public life, including schools, transport, and housing. And it's even obviously talking about the YT supremacy and the American way of life. A primary goal, especially during the Reconstruction era, was to intimidate BLK voters to prevent them from participating in the democratic process, thereby maintaining a YT-dominated political structure. This is exactly the things that they do today. They talk about how these BLK people that come in, they should not be able to vote. They need to be sent back to their country and all of these sort of things. They're not pure. They're not American enough and all of this. So this is where they've picked up this ideology from. Again, don't mind me, the Triple K formed themselves on the 24th of December, 1865, for FBAs. That was the other weekend, 2019. That was the other day. Yeah, I'll land. Let somebody else go then.
Okay, can I go?
Amen.
I know
Can I go now?
it burns. It's like acid. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It's a lot to debunk because you spoke a long time, and I'm not going to speak as long as you, but you laid out a lot of information, and I'm not a Black American who says I'm not African. I know I have African lineage. One of my heroes in the Black American fight is Richard Allen, and he formed the Free African Society back in 1787, where it was a mutual aid where he, helped Black people in Philadelphia. He also formed the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the AME Church. That's the and that's in his original church from 1787. It's still up. It's still built. It's still and it's still being used. So I'm not one of those people that say I'm not African. I know where I am. But the information you gave about Americans being free, that is that is absolute. You're way wrong on that. Because if you think about it, the Revolutionary War, which was the war between the British and America. The first person that was killed, unalived. I'm sorry, the first person that was unalived in that dispute was Crispus Attucks, a Black American man, and that's what started the whole dispute in the beginning. It was a shot heard around the world. Literally, that's what they titled it. The shot heard around the world.
That's not entirely true though, is it? Right? Because the same year that you guys
My God.
whatnot, right? Yeah,
I'm
like
not gonna let you finish.
okay,
Hey,
sure,
stop interrupting him.
sure. Hey, please, he has his own mouth. I said sure already. He does not need an advocate. Go ahead, Hank. I apologize.
No, ma'am, you're fine. I understand it, and I apologize if this is if you're the host. I was just speaking out the misinformation that was given. But even beyond that, even beyond Crispus Attucks being the first unalive that sparked off the revolutionary WAR, you had, I don't know because you're from, I don't know what they teach you in Britain as far as the Revolutionary War, but in America we heard stories about a person named Paul Revere who ran through Massachusetts, ringing the bell, screaming, "The British are coming! The British are coming!" But they neglected to talk about the Black American also was running through New Hampshire at the time, ringing the bell, screaming, "The British are coming! The British are coming!" His name was Wentworth Cheswell. They don't talk. They tell you about the Revolutionary
No,
WAR.
We're taught that. We're taught that in school.
Yes, ma'am.
Right,
Yes,
so we're
ma'am.
taught that. But again, number one, it was your tea, because bear in mind, it was British people who were who voting against the king or the British people. So it was your tea. Number two, about why they wanted their independence is because the British were realizing, oh
No,
my
no, no.
god.
Hello, sis. Please,
Yeah,
please.
sure,
I
sure.
understand. I understand. You understand. You okay? They probably didn't teach you about Wentworth Cheswell. They probably didn't teach you about the Bucks of America. They probably didn't teach you about the Rhode Island regime, who are all Black Americans in the revolution of this country.
Hank. Of course, they didn't teach us every nook and cranny.
Did they
Hank,
teach you? Did they
wait,
teach you about the Ethiopian regiment as well? I bet they didn't teach you about the Black Loyal
yeah, that's
Society.
They
My American
taught
friend.
us about
I
that,
bet,
and that's what those are the people who
my
went to
American,
Freetown.
my
I don't
American
know why
friend.
y'all keep cutting me off. I
I bet
never
they
cut
didn't teach you
anybody
about the
off.
Black
I was
Loyalists
on
too.
mute.
wait,
I was literally on mute. I didn't cut anyone off.
Livy. It was me.
All right,
I
after you go, I would
apologize.
like to speak. Host.
Guys,
After
it's
you
not me,
go,
but
I would
I
like to go,
apologize.
please.
I apologize
Yeah.
for starting that. Hank, I do apologize.
And oh, brother, don't take half an hour to land your
No,
plane
let's
either. Land your plane fast. I would like to
be
speak.
nice. Let's be
Exactly.
nice.
So you can see Hank, I'm not the only one that talks long. Go
But
ahead.
Let's be
Hank,
nice.
the British are coming. The British are coming. The revolution that wasn't about even enslaved people. I don't get what correlations you're trying to make here. I'm kind of
I'm
lost, to
telling
be
you
honest.
about the Black Americans that were involved in this.
Hank,
I'm not talking about
listen.
slavery. I'm talking about the
This
Black
was
No
not.
one,
Americans.
This was not to
Hank, no
fight.
one disagrees with you.
This was
However,
this
Hank,
was a
hang
battle on.
Obviously, she
Hold on.
disagrees with me.
No,
She didn't.
hang. No one doesn't. No one disagrees. What she's
Hold
saying
on.
is, okay, cool. That was the history. That's perfectly fine. But obviously, right, yeah, in terms of like the very intrinsic and very nooks and crannies history of England, they didn't teach you that, right? Because again, you're asking, did they teach us everything? No, you're in America. You learn the history of your country, right? So we learn about certain things, but we're going to learn about every little thing
Which is understandable. This is
No.
why I'm talking. This is why I'm explaining.
Yes,
I'm giving names.
hold on, yes, I agree. However, but they teach us about world history, but they don't teach you about about other countries, right? For example, we learn world
Exactly.
history. We learn about world history where we didn't have to pick it as a special option, right? We were just taught it about world history. Whereas you guys are only taught American history. So when we have these conversations, right? Of
Yes,
course, we
ma'am.
don't know every tiny little thing, but we know basic American history, right? But we
Yes,
also
ma'am.
know world history, which gives us a broader picture in terms of, the whole thing about, again, we understand about, BLK people and stuff like that, but there was so much
No,
things happening
but there was a
in the world
gentleman. There
at
was a
that time.
gentleman.
Yeah.
The Black History. He was saying that black people were not considered Americans until
That's a
1865, which
fact.
is
That's a
not
fact.
true.
It's a
Which
fact.
is not true. It's not a
It is a
fact.
fact.
You're
I'll tell you
lying.
this. The only thing I can
You
tell you
don't
is
have to
this.
tell me anything.
Prior
Let
to
me
16,
finish. Let me
but you're
finish,
wrong. You're wrong in what you're
and
saying.
then
No,
you can
let's
rebut me. I
let him
didn't cut
finish.
no one off. I
Let's
stayed
let him
on mute.
finish. Go on, Hank.
See, the thing is, and I
History,
understand.
Black history.
See what I'm
Will
saying?
never be finished,
You
yeah,
know what
brother.
I'm saying?
So
How am I
let
going
me
to be?
just pick up
I
the
would have
mic.
been finished. I would have been finished. Everybody
All right,
cut me
I'm gonna
off.
give. I'm giving you 2 more minutes.
No, you know what?
Fine.
No,
All right, yeah,
But
No one's going to cut me off for 2 minutes. Okay?
Yes.
no. Hold on. Before you even jump in,
But Hank,
1 second, because no. We're
No,
gonna make
guys,
sure we get this
guys.
correctly.
We've been
No, 1
interrupting you.
second.
No.
Listen.
We've been interrupting. Let
No,
him
hold on,
finish.
bro. I'm a mod here. Listen, I'm a mod here. I know what I'm doing. Yeah. Let me tell you something. Right. Pull up a source. According to Medium, we got Medium.com here. According to National WW1 Museum and Memorial, yeah, the worldwar.org. Okay. According to the Library of Congress.gov. This is government. And according to BBC. Here's the question, guys. Hear how neutral the question is. In what year were black people in America considered as Americans? Let me say it again for those in the back. In what year were black people in America considered as American citizens?
It
Nothing wrong
says
with that
upon
question,
the
is there? Is there anything wrong with
ratification,
that question? Or is that a
upon the
normal question?
ratification, of the
Hold
14th
on 1
Amendment
minute.
in
Black
1868.
people in America, it says it here. Black people in America were officially considered American citizens in 1868 upon the ratification of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Now, I already told you all of this without pulling up a source. Now I've just pulled up the source, and it's actually debunking what you're saying. No, it was 1868. That's when there was a national recognition. Prior to 1868, in some states, only a small minute of BLK people out of the total population were being considered as being American citizens. And that only applied to approximately 9 to 11% of the total population of BLK people. And even then, they weren't being treated like it, neither. Okay? And many of them are
You
still trying
reply
to
when
fight
you're
for that.
done.
But it didn't become, no, because I'm teaching. It didn't become
You're
a
not teaching. You're
national,
babbling.
I'm certainly teaching. I'm sorry that you have to be taught by a British guy or Jamaican British. But
No,
anyway,
blah, blah, blah,
but
blah, blah,
again,
blah, 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 blah.
but let me just land my plane.
yeah,
So
man.
like I just made it very clear, right? It wasn't a national recognition until 1868, and that's why I made it clear in 1857, right? Then the Supreme Court of the United States, it didn't matter whether you could vote before. They said by the Dred Scott ruling in 1857, the highest court of America said, we don't care whether you're free, we don't care whether you are enslaved. You, BLK people, are not citizens of the United States of America. That changed in 1868. There you go. Now you can speak.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You're getting educated by Jamaican. Yeah,
You know what
man.
I'm saying? Oh my God. This is crazy. Okay. Number one, America has 3 branches of government. We have judicial, legislative,
Man,
and executive.
hold on.
Oh my
Go back.
God.
You're doing too much, Hank. First of all, what you're trying to do is that just because the enslaved, they were enslaved African Americans that fought during the revolution doesn't mean they were freed or considered Americans. They were
I'm
not
not
considered.
even at the revolution
Hold on.
anymore.
They
I'm
were
not
not.
even there anymore.
No, you said the British are coming. The British are coming. That's during the
I
American
moved on from
Revolution.
that because y'all kept cutting
And
me off.
that fight was for taxation, literally, because they were fighting against the
Oh,
British.
Jesus Christ.
They was literally fighting against the American colonies at that time. They were still colonies. Like, what are you on about, brother? What are you on about?
If you allow me to finish,
They
sis,
were not
I will get to it.
citizens. They were
Let,
not
let him finish,
If you
man.
allow me to
And
finish, sis, I will get to it.
Guys,
I'm done.
hold on. No, he's gonna
guys,
go on
let's
for
let him
20
finish.
days.
I'm not. I haven't
He
even
might be wrong.
completed
Listen,
a
guys,
sentence.
guys.
You
He
lied.
might be
Hold on.
wrong.
You first.
He might be
Wait.
wrong. But let's just let him, like, you know.
Okay, sis. You're not a mod here. I'm sorry, but
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
trying
but
to
for real,
control.
Stunner, you do keep doing that a lot of the time as well. I thought you was a mod here as well. Like,
Yeah,
Jesus
you're not
Christ.
a mod here, so
So even
please stop.
sometimes when I'm breaking
I'm
down
trying
the
to keep
thing, I'm sometimes trying to break down the thing, you know, and
Yeah.
I'm educating, bro. I ain't here for a debate. You know what I'm saying to you?
Exactly.
Because it's gonna be a
Please.
debate. Guess what? I
This,
ain't seen
like,
one of these
I'm with
these
you and
niggas.
Debating,
I
I'm
ain't seen one
just.
of these
stop
niggas pull
doing
up a
that.
source. I ain't
Like,
seen not one of them pull up a source.
exactly.
I ain't
What
debating
source
with
do
you.
you
I'm
need me to
teaching you.
pull up?
I'm
And
teaching you.
man's
You're gonna
open his
learn. You're
mouth.
gonna learn
Man's
from a.
open his
You're gonna
mouth
learn from a
Pull it
multiple
British
up.
Jamaican
times.
tonight.
Explain
You're
to
gonna
me
learn
what
from the
source
British
I need,
Jamaican
and I'll
tonight.
pull it up.
Yes, you're gonna learn from.
Yes, man's
Learn
open
from the
Explain
his
to me
British
mouth.
what
Jamaican.
source you need, and I will pull it
You
up.
opened your mouth and you lied on him a couple times. So from
When
here
did I
on,
Right.
lie?
anything you're
I
gonna
didn't even
say,
say anything.
because you came
And
up and you said
that's
he
the next
was
thing. And
wrong when he was
Oksana, and you
right.
was
He
doing that, yeah.
is
Even
wrong.
and
He's not
Oksana, hold on, yeah, yeah.
wrong.
He's
And Oksana,
absolutely
that's the
wrong.
next thing that you was doing, yeah. The my man was calling out my name, blood. And you, when I want to respond, you take no, be quiet. Don't say, no, bro, I'm speaking. Simple as that. And
Yeah,
teaching,
fair,
beat
fair,
and teach.
fair,
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay,
fair.
listen. If you look at the original flag of the colonies, it was a snake cut up in 13 sections, which means 13 states. If you look at America right now, each state has their own constitution. Each state carries their own constitution, but there's a United States Constitution that covers everything. So, yes, there were slave states. In slave states, they were governed by different laws as unslaved states. They had laws that were in Massachusetts and New Hampshire that were not the same as in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. And they were separate. But this was the way that America was designed at the time. This was before the civil WAR. America has three branches of government. You have your judicial, you have your legislative, and you have your executive. No Congress or president ever stood behind the justice when it came to that Dred Scott law. That's why the Civil War was fought. Because they said we have to unite this country. We can't keep running it separately. Everything has to be united. This is what the premises of the Civil War was. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Yes, you had different areas in America that fought different laws. This is why the once free, always free law came. This is what Dred Scott was fighting for, because they went into a state where they was free, and then they came back to a slave state. And they in their mind, once free, always free.
Okay,
That was the purpose of Dred Scott.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so we said that you're both right, where state by state, you would have that, Bill K people were free and they were considered Americans, whereas it wasn't until the time that Bill K said that it became a federal mandated law. So you would both be right, yes?
But it's because of the Civil War that it became
Not necessarily.
it became a
Because
federal law across the board. There was no laws that was federal laws across the board. They were all state right laws. That's what I'm trying to explain.
yeah, but again, you see with the
But how does that
with the
correlate to Black
hold on.
history telling you
With the state laws,
when Black
with the
people
states,
became still
it was only a
Americans?
minute number of people. We're talking about 10%. 10% of all of the Americans in America. 10%. That's 1 in 10 people. 1 in 10 were just being considered in some select states as being what's it called? As being a citizen in America. But again, the government, the Supreme Court, the highest court of the United States, made it clear in 1857. They made it clear. So they're overriding all that shit. They said, listen, we don't care if you're free. We don't care if you're enslaved. You are not a citizen of the United States of America. I must keep
And they
reinstating
fought a
this.
civil war behind that
It's like my
decision.
words.
It
It's
was
like
a
my
civil
words are
war
landing
fought
on deaf
behind that
ears.
decision.
You
No
know what I said?
president or
I
Congress
said,
ever.
it's like my words are landing on deaf ears. Yeah. 1857, they made it clear. And it became a national
No
recognition.
president.
A national recognition. Not a
No
state
president.
recognition, not states.
No
A
Congress.
national recognition in 1868.
Hank, I still
That
don't
now
get how
BLK
the
people can be deemed as citizens.
Black History, can I speak now?
yeah,
I've been really patient.
I really don't get how you're correlating.
I've been really patient. I've been really
Can I
patient.
just say this real quick?
I've been really
Levy,
really
please.
patient. I've been really patient though.
Yeah, man.
Man said,
You-
man
okay.
said patience,
Oh my days,
patience.
Libby, leave me coach.
So you're not gonna let me speak
What's
then,
that?
in other
What's that,
words.
Black
So
History?
I have to be
No,
disruptive to
speak
be
up to
heard.
Libby. You guys have to Libby.
All right, leave it, go
Yeah,
on,
man. I
I've been
support you,
waiting.
Jamaican.
Nah.
But hey, Levy,
Okay.
can I just
So
say
you're
this
not gonna
real
make me
quick?
talk. You're not gonna make me talk. You're not gonna make me
No,
talk.
you can talk. You can talk, my brother.
All right, now, going back to what my American brethren was saying about what is being taught and what is not being taught, right? You'll never hear no Black Americans speak about the Ethiopian regiment known as the Lords Dunmore Army. You'll never hear of a Black American speaking about the Black Loyalists, people like Colonel Ty. You'll never hear them mention Colonel Ty.
They're
You'll never
heroes.
hear them.
They're
Yeah.
heroes.
Yeah. Heroes to who? So
To the British.
now.
To the British. And that's why Freeland and
Okay. So
Sierra
you're not gonna.
Leone is
Hey,
there.
brother, did I interrupt you or did I let you speak?
Right, exactly.
You're not gonna let me speak.
You
then.
interrupted me, but go ahead.
No. Close
you
your mic.
spoke, bro. You
I'm not.
spoke. You
I'm
had
not
the
going to
time to
speak
speak.
until you mute your mic, because you leave your
He's
mic
crashing
open
out.
for a reason.
He's
You
crashing
leave.
out because the British guy was
You
right.
leave. You leave your mic
Hey,
open for a
Hank,
reason,
the
so you
British
can
are
so you can
coming. The
interrupt.
British are coming.
So yeah. So when they say the British are coming, the British are coming. Some black people were glad. Yes, some black people were happy that the British were coming because they were not all supporting the American cause. Those people who fought for America, the black people who fought for America during the Revolution, were quickly re-enslaved after that war was over. He's not going to tell you that too, that their rifles were taken out their hands and they were put back in the fields. He's not going to talk about that. The black people who fought on the side of the British were the ones who got free. They ended up in places like Trinidad, where they were known as Americans. They end up in places like Canada. They end up in places like Sierra Leone and Liberia. So the ones who fought for the American side, those were the ones who were quickly re-enslaved. The ones who fought on the side of the British, known as the Black Loyalists, they were the ones who got their freedom. So you can take your choice anytime you want, brother. I will take the chance of freedom. I will take the chance of getting away from my colonial master, and I'm not going to be re-enslaved by him. So we have all these different groups operating all in the safe space. If you look at the second verse, the second stanza of the American national anthem, the American is telling you that no one is going to be able to save you, nigga. They wrote that shit. No one's going to be able to save you. You think all them black Americans were sad to see the British in 1812? It was the black people who showed the British to burn down Washington D.C. So yeah, there are Negroes like this that still exist in America right now. We're not all blow out supporting these colonialists to be re-enslaved by them. We are trying to get our way free in any which way possible. And if it means fighting on the side of the British, hell fucking yeah. That's what the Ethiopian regiment did, known as Lords Dunmore's Army. But American schools don't teach this history. They teach the history like Crispus Attucks, but they don't teach the history of Colonel Ty. So definitely we will take our chances, and our chances when these chances are presented to us. I yield my mic.
Reply?
Yeah, I guess. Go ahead.
You can reply if you want.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, the Ethiopian regiment, shout out to those brothers. And they moved them to Nova Scotia. They moved them, like you said, to Trinidad, and they moved them to Sierra Leone. And that's where Freeland in Sierra Leone originated. It's still there today. So yeah, they did a lot for those people. But that is because the South who were furthest from the war, the WAR, excuse me. I love TikTok Shop. The furthest from the battle would not free their slaves. So some British people came down to the South and offered them freedom. They wasn't going to free them anyway because they didn't have anything to do with that war. That was up in New England. That was up in the Northeast region. They had nothing to do with Georgia or South Carolina or North Carolina. It didn't have anything to do with them.
So Hank, I think the problem is what you did was you mixed up the word free and the word American. So Black history was never talking about people being free. He was talking about when
No,
Black
man.
people were able to be
I
called
understood what he was talking
American.
about.
Hold on, because you said a whole bunch of things and you're conflating different things up here, right? So Black history was never talking about when Black people were becoming free or fleeing and fighting to gain their freedom. He's talking about when they were recognized as American. And you came up here and you lied about that. And he did not lie about that because he brought up multiple sources
Exactly.
to back up his point about when Black people were officially called American. We're not talking about when people were free. Obviously, there was some slaves that was fleeing from their masters and becoming free prior to that. There was groups that were forming and fighting back to become free. So you're conflating different things. He's not talking about just people becoming free. He's talking about when people became Americans. Jesus.
Exactly.
Okay,
But
can I
then,
And also, wait, wait,
hold
and
on, hold on,
then,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
I'm gonna reply to
and
that.
also, wait, 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 and
No,
Hank,
hold on,
Hank, you
hold on,
can
one
Can
second.
I
reply to
reply? Move
everything.
off the stage. I'm
No,
gonna move
no,
off the stage.
no,
One second,
no,
one second.
Hank,
And the
you
reason
can
why,
reply
So I
to
can't
everything. You
reply?
say a
hold
lot.
on, hold
You
on,
know you
bro.
say a lot.
Hold
We
on.
need to reply to you.
Right,
You
exactly.
said too
So I
much.
just want to reply to that.
We need to reply to
And
you.
Data is right. Happy Feet's right about what was being about what I was saying as well. So he's trying to. I feel like he was straw manning. He's trying to make my point about something else that I'm not saying,
Exactly.
so that he can easily target what I was actually saying. But I wasn't even saying any of what he said. He shifted my point to a different point, which was what I was not making. And yeah, and the reason why I did bring that up and why that was correct, Happy Feet, is because my statements was directly with regards to what the other guy came up and was talking about, the children of the sun, or whatever his name was, or something like this. When he was talking about the FBAs, and he said, "Oh, you guys are on FBAs, you know, we're still foundational, blah blah blah, all this sort of stuff." You understand? And that's why I started breaking down about, you know, the whole foundational argument and whatnot. You know, foundational Americans only became American in 1868 and all of this sort of stuff. But look, not even any sources were pulled up anyway from you know, like this guy here who's trying to debate and whatnot. According to Scholarly Publishing Collective.org, according to what we got here, this is Statista as well, statista.com, that's a good one. And we got Cambridge University Press and Assessment.org as well. And it says, prior to 1868, several northern states recognized Black Americans as state citizens. This created a complex legal landscape where a person could be a citizen in Massachusetts or New York, but have no recognized citizenship rights at the federal level or in southern states. And it talks about the pre-Civil War. It says, according to the US Census, the vast majority of BLK Americans were enslaved and denied any form of citizenship. The free Black population, those who could potentially hold state citizenship, represented only a small fraction of the total Black population. This is in alignment with everything that I've actually said. So I've not spoken anything that's not true. It talks about here. It says the total BLK population was around 4,441,830. 4,441,830. In terms of the free Black population, we're talking about 488,000 people. 488,000 people. In terms of the enslaved population, we're looking at 3,953,760. So that's almost the whole 4 million. That's almost 4 million basically. It's like 3.9 million basically. 3.9 basically 4 million. So in terms of the percentage, the percentage of people that was enslaved was 89%. In terms of the percentage of those that were free, is 11%. Do you remember I said it's literally about we're talking about anywhere from 9 to 11%, and I said anywhere from 9 to 11%. This is exactly showing it here. It says 11%. I didn't even pull up the sources at the time. You get what I'm saying? This is off the top of my dome. Right.
And I would say, yeah, that like,
Here's I'm just going to say this last bit, and you can say what you're saying. It says state versus federal citizenship. It is important to distinguish between being free and being a citizen. State level. In some states like Massachusetts, Vermont, and New Hampshire, free black men could vote, hold property, and were legally considered citizens of that state. Federal level, the US federal government remained largely silent on black citizenship until the 1857 Dred Scott ruling. This is not what I spoke about. The Dred Scott ruling. 1857 Dred Scott ruling, which explicitly declared that no person of African descent could ever be a citizen of the United States, regardless of their status in an individual state. I've already said all of this stuff. This is just regurgitating exactly what I said. You understand? And remember, then 1868 is where this all backtracks. So yeah, just wanted to make that very clear. Thank you very much. You can say what you were saying.
and I think also, so yeah, so just going back to what I think Livy kind of left, right? Yeah, but this is why the whole foundational BLK thing just kind of becomes a bit crazy, right? Because yeah, right. So the British abolished slavery in like what was it, 1834, right? And then your Civil War happened. What was it, 61, right? So many years after. So what I was saying, yeah, like the British, like yeah, because the British done abolish slavery. Right, and one of the reasons, right, the British Parliament were having talks about abolishing slavery, right, because it wasn't becoming financially feasible anymore, right, and then on top of that, they were saying, hey, cool, well, taxes, and you have to pay for this, pay for that, and they didn't want that, right, cool, but the issue is that Hank, what you're saying is fine, individual states allowing certain things, but that still doesn't refute what Black history is saying, that on a statewide, nationwide thing, where it became an official, when it became, one of your amendments, right, the 14th Amendment, right, that's the only time where, again, the vast majority of BLK slaves were considered citizens of America. I'm pretty sure before that, like, you were considered property. You weren't citizens, you were property, right? So again, it wasn't until after the civil rights movement, till after you stopped, slavery ended more so legally, whatever, cool. That's when you became citizens of America. Prior to that, you were property. So
Exactly.
he's not wrong in what he's saying. So I
And
don't see
again,
what
like you saw it for yourself. Only the minute of people was actually free, and that's again 11%, and we're talking about 89%. 89% were not. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Okay.
it was.
Can I?
Let
Can I? Can
us
I
allow
respond?
Hank. Yeah, Hank, respond to that, and then I
And
got
then
some
and
things
then
to say
then
to
we can move
you.
the conversation away. I'm not gonna center myself.
Big up Earthman.
But
Yes,
no,
sir. Go ahead. Go
I'm,
ahead.
yes, sir. Okay, so you literally said everything I said. Each state had their own constitution. Each state had their own uh, divide. The the United States of America, just as in Britain, was in process of ending the slavery.
No.
Oh my
Nah,
God, stop
Process.
me!
no.
Y'all gonna stop me?
No. It wasn't the same in process.
Let him finish. Let him finish. He's
But
right. We're
yeah,
not stopping you. But you said the United States and Britain was in the process of stopping
No,
slavery.
I
So
said just like Britain, just the same as Britain. The United
no,
States
leave
was
British.
having no
Leave the
because
British
the
out of it.
system
Let's speak
because
specifically to the
you're right,
American.
you're right. I'm gonna leave British. I'm completely out of my response. But The United States at that time, as a matter of fact, it was the 14th Congress that was debating on how
Debated,
to
I get it. Yeah.
transition. Yes, sir. Was debating on how to transition out of slavery. The South, again, because slavery was their driving force of their income because of cotton, was going against it. This is why a lot of enslaved people used to escape to the North. They would
There you
just
go.
go to
Now,
Philadelphia.
Hank, you got to summarize this so people can grasp, because
Yes, sir.
the abolishment of slavery in the U.S. was not dependent on the government.
No,
BLK people in the
it
South
wasn't.
had a
You're
mass
right.
migration. They starved the
It
North
wasn't a mass
economically.
migration at that time. It wasn't
It-
a mass migration, but it was
It
a
was.
migration.
It was a
wasn't mass.
migration.
It
Well,
was a
hurt the
migration.
South.
Yes, sir. It was.
So
It was a
it was
migration.
not totally the Lincoln government coming out like, you know what, we have to emancipate the people. Nah. There's a story
No.
behind that. Yes.
Exactly. But
Thank you.
what took that fight over was, again, like Black History said, the judgment that the Supreme Court gave in the Dred Scott ruling. Because, like I said, the 14th Congress was trying to find ways to abolish slavery. So when the Supreme Court made their ruling, which they were not covered by any Congress or any president, no one else ever said anything to that extent, the country went into a civil war.
Why?
WAR.
Why you think that was? Why you think that was?
Because of the Dred. One reason was because of the Dred Scott ruling.
There was no argument. The conclusion was BLK people wouldn't have stayed in enough and still be enslaved. They were going to leave, whether by death or life. And the South were already
Sir.
starving economically.
Sir,
There was no choice.
Sir, you're right to an extent, but you're not. But you're also not right, because there was a slave catching law that hit the North, that if they return slaves, they would get $10, but if they free them, they would get $5. So it was more feasible for them to return them.
Okay.
So it was more feasible for them to return them. So they were playing a money game. They were
There you
playing a
go.
money game.
You
Right.
magic word right there. The money game.
Right. But
So now you
we're
mentioned
still-
Liberia and Sierra Leone. What make a
No, I didn't
guy like
mention
Joseph?
Liberia. Liberia wasn't even among. I didn't talk about
What
Liberia.
was? No. It was further. It's the same topic, right? The freemen, right? People who were free. You just said it. They will still capture you and sell you back, whether
Right.
you are free or not. It prompted men like Joseph Jenkins Roberts to go to Liberia, a business color man who became the first president of the Republic of Liberia. Not because he wanted to be in some jungle like Africa was called then. These people didn't even know anything about Africa. They sacrificed to get on a ship with whatever resources
you
they had.
you had organizations.
It was the same
by Richard.
migration process. Black people knew they were not free, even if they were free men. Their life was threatened. They had competition business wise. They had these white people going after them. Bro, if you live that time and have money, whether you were color or black, there was a threat to your life,
trying to
whatever
untangle
way.
myself.
But
If
go
y'all
ahead.
let me finish,
Untangle yourself.
I won't center myself anymore. I promise you.
Thank you.
promise.
I will meet up.
Okay. So, yes, you're right. I mean, that's crazy. But people did go to Liberia, but that was because of Reverend Richard Allen, who had the African his organization. I'm sorry, y'all throw so much information out that it don't make sense.
And I'm sorry, OG. I'm descendant of American Liberian. So the conversation kind of just cut me in the middle, but I'm sorry. Just disregard everything I said and start back on course. We're talking about the South. right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes.
So, like I was saying, the country, if you look at the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, the country is cut up. It's a snake, and it's cut in 13 sections, which stands for each 13 colonies. So each 13 colonies that the flag stood for had their own constitution. Their own constitution gave laws that they could govern for themselves. This is why the
I
federal
heard the
government never
Constitution.
involved
The Native
themselves.
Americans. The Native
This is why
Americans.
this is why the federal
Who wrote
government
the
never
Constitution?
involved itself.
Hank, who wrote up the Constitution?
What?
Who wrote up the Constitution?
The Congress and the governors of those states.
Who were those people?
Oh my God! Come on now. I'm
Come
trying to
on, now, Hank.
uncenter myself. I'm not,
Hank, relax. Who?
I'm not
What?
trying to center
Hold on,
myself, bro.
Hank. I didn't finish talking. Hank, there was no Congress when was there a Congress in the Constitution? I heard about the.
Yes, it was a Congress and the
Listen.
Constitution.
Hold on. Let me let me pay.
Hold on, is that the whole stuff? I can see the box lighting up.
Yeah,
Is
I'm the
that
host.
whole?
This host.
So I heard the Constitution was written or originally done by Native Americans. Is that true?
You
And
said
then
you heard it was done by who?
Yeah. I
It's
heard.
arguable.
I'm sorry.
It's
I just heard like, a little bird just told me that the Native Americans are the ones that wrote it, and then the white tea people. This is how
Oh
they
no,
like
I don't.
manipulate.
That
This is where
none of
English.
that. I
This is
don't.
where
I don't
English
follow
came
none of
from.
that.
Hold on now.
I don't follow none of that.
What? You don't follow? What
That
don't you
that
follow?
America stole everything from the Indians and
Hank,
and
how do
I
you
don't follow
identify?
that.
I'm sorry. I'm just showing up, Hank. I've seen you before. How do you identify?
I'm Black American.
Race, black, nationality, American.
Yeah.
Okay. So you haven't heard about the Constitution, the origins of the Constitution.
The origins of the Constitution. You mean the first Continental Congress?
The Constitution, Hank. Who wrote
I'm
it?
talking about the first Continental Congress is the one who wrote the Constitution.
The Native Americans had the origins of the Constitution, Hank. Did
I
you hear
never
about
heard
that?
that. I've never
Okay,
heard
go look it up, brother.
Hank, have you heard that, American, the American judicial system is based off English common law?
Yeah, English and Roman colony. Yes.
No. So your whole judicial system is based off English
Yeah.
common law.
Yes.
Oh,
Absolutely.
mm.
Absolutely. Even down to the founding fathers wearing those little funny looking wigs.
I think it's kind of sad, right? Because you're defending America so hard.
I'm
We
not
would call
defending
that
America. I'm defending black people. I'm defending black people.
no, but we would call that a capture land, isn't it? It's a capture land, right? It belongs to the natives, right? It is theirs. Problem is that of course you guys, don't know where else you would go, but I think the issue here is that you guys are
You said
literally.
we would go somewhere? But I didn't understand what you mean.
So like, but even if you wanted to, where would you go, right? There's no way you could call home apart from
I'm
America.
American.
Yeah, right. So we get that, but then it's the fact that the countries run majority by white people, and
I live in
the
Atlanta.
BOK people are taking credit for that, bro.
I
The
live in
country
Atlanta.
isn't the richest country in the world because of you guys. It's not.
Okay.
No, but that would be a fact, no?
I don't know. I don't. I think y'all arguing with me thinking about other people. I'm not making those type of arguments. Those aren't my arguments. I'm arguing about black people. That's what I'm arguing about.
So I think let's go to the prompt. FBA is dangerous. And it's dangerous because let's think about this entire conversation, right? Where individuals who think they're the foundational black people will literally dismiss any other diaspora, anyone else, and they
I
become
would
so
never do that.
self-centered.
I
No,
need
but
I need my diaspora here. I need my Africans here. We got cities and states that are damn near empty that we can bring our people in.
oh no,
I
no, no,
need them
but
here.
hold on, but again, that's the issue. That's the issue. When you guys talk about unity, it's just to prop up in America, bro. Like the goal should be to prop
FBA
up.
is American, right?
No, bro.
FBA is an American.
I'm just saying, yeah, man. You guys, want to, have all the power on this, that. You want all other to conform.
Vibes, you
I
there?
didn't say nothing about confirmation. I said that I need my people here. I would love for my people to be here. I love seeing.
Right,
I love the
right,
diversity of culture. I'm not the type
right.
of
But
person that fight against diversity in culture.
let us
I
get to the
think y'all
sister
arguing with
point.
me thinking about
No,
someone
no,
else.
hang. I think you listen. You made some great point, educational points. We got it. It's just that here's the thing: the wise man is not wise.
Wait. Someone said, why is recognizing ourselves wrong? No one says it's wrong. But all you guys do is recognize yourselves and not recognize anyone
No,
else.
and that's the
Right?
and
No one's saying that it's
that's what
wrong.
we have.
But the way that you talk, like, you guys know nothing about plight and struggles.
I
Right?
just want to talk to him because even with my accent, if Hank and I was in an argument, the moment I opened my mouth, he disregarded me 100%. And he spoke previously mentioning Sierra Leone. He said he didn't say Liberia, but Sierra Leone and Liberia, in fact, the Liberia came first before Sierra Leone, right? Sherbrooke Island, and this is my history. This is why I am a part of Black History and other panels. Because
I'm not against learning.
hold on,
I love to learn.
hold on, Hank. In the process of this conversation, right, and how people talk, my forefather get dismissed because I'm a descendant with an accent. But no one ever asked me why you even speak on this topic. I got family members who say, why are you on this Black American people panel? You don't got nothing to do with them. And I look at them like they got 6 hair on their shoulder. Like they look at me like I got 10 hairs on my shoulder. We're all intertwined, especially for me as a Liberian. Classifying Liberia as an American Liberian. And don't have any of the specimen, whatever, like, I am not a Black American.
And this guy said, Joe, that we're jealous of
the
FBA.
conversation, right.
Which makes no sense, right? Yeah,
It don't make no sense.
Number one, yeah,
I was born on the East Coast.
Most of my family is American.
In West Africa.
Right?
That don't make no
Number
sense.
Number two, no one wishes they were you, bro. Right? It's the fact that, again, I'm Caribbean, bro. Like, again, like, people kind of covet Caribbean culture, Jamaican culture and whatnot. So we have our own little thing going on. You know what I mean, Earth, right? We have our own little thing going on, right? But the issue is that no one's jealous of you. No one's jealous of being FBA. Because, again, you don't know who's FBA or what anyone's history is, right?
Are you talking about somebody in the audience or are you talking to me?
No, wait, she well, it's a general conversation.
Because on the prompt here, because the prompt was not made by me, right? So we're engaged in the prompt. But the issue is, and please back me up here, most of the diaspora, they dislike BLK Americans, but have an aversion because of this. Because
Can I ask Hank a quick question?
I'm listening.
Hank,
I'm listening.
yes, sir. I know you know some history, and you mentioned Sierra Leone a couple of times. Sierra Leone. I think twice I heard you say the word Sierra Leone.
Yes, because
Liberia and
he
Sierra
spoke about
Leone,
the Ethiopian regime. The gentleman
Okay,
spoke about the
okay.
Ethiopian regime.
Yes, sir. Now, Sierra Leone and Liberia were chosen by the ACS, the American Colonization Society. Now,
Absolutely.
for what reason the ACS was formed, that is deep again into politics. Like you mentioned, the Freemans. The Freemans were, and you see the powerful white people had no problem with slave or enslaved BLK people with no status. Their problem was with free men, free BLK men in the Americas with power, with businesses and money. And they were mixed. There were two different type of freemen. The color and the original BLK man who was not born a slave and was free, but had money and had influence. It was a threat to the establishment of the white supremacist group. Thus coming forth with the ACS, establishing an organization to encourage free, powerful BLK men in the United States to leave this country, or what? That was the question that was asked among people like Joseph Jenkins Roberts and other BLK free
No,
men,
wait.
whether they were caught up black.
He hasn't said these things personally himself. So yeah, Hank.
No, he
So
didn't say that. I am
yeah,
telling
so
him
kind of
that.
like saying it to him, like he's
Yes.
defending arguments he hasn't really made.
No. He don't have to. I'm just having a conversation with him now as an OG, as a big brother who knows a lot, and I'm trying to bring this education towards his attention so he can grab some. Because I think his argument was a little bit one-sided when it came to people leaving the U.S. and they have money, they have influence, they have power. The time we're talking about in the 1800s, there was no free BLK men leaving the New World to voluntarily migrate back to Africa. You call Africa today a third world country in 2026. In your right mind,
I think at this point,
right. I was just making a point to him, so at least he can modify some of these argument and you know, it's not about you or me. For me, I'm always a sponge to absorb information. But when I see people trying to teach people and
I
don't
think
really know
I've
what they're
so
teaching,
I
I
saw the
have a
major issue
problem.
here with the conversation because Hank didn't like he didn't
No,
really
I'm
say
not
those
talking
things
to
anyway.
Hank now. I'm saying generally migration from the south to the north was not voluntary. Like repatriation from the US to Africa was not voluntary. It was coerced. It was economically coerced, not physically. These people were forced to make some decisions and do some things that would not seem normal to us in 2026. And for us to classify that it was normal, these people just wanted to leave the South to go. It was forced. Emancipation was forced.
Can I say something real quick?
Lincoln did not free.
Yeah, let's
Lincoln did
let him
not free the
speak, brother.
slave.
Let's let him speak. Cause
Lincoln did not free the
hold on,
slave.
let's let him speak because he hasn't made any of these arguments, so we don't really know. What do you mean?
No, I am making the argument now. I'm not even speaking to Hank
but to
anymore.
who? Yeah, but to who? Because Hank, do you know what I mean? Like let's let him respond.
To the panel.
I mean, there's only me, you, and Hank, so yeah, let's let him
Well, there's
respond.
people in the FYP listen. There's 36 people besides the three of us.
Sure.
And Hank said a lot. And I just wanted to lay some of these arrests because we got young people who would do their research and study. And I don't want it to come to one conclusion. The internet doesn't teach us anything. When you on here and people think they know and teaching us, I think we should have a broader conception, a perception of what the truth is. No one has the truth.
It's not their fault per se. I think just in general.
I am not talking to them. I am part of the people you're talking about. It's not their fault. So
I'm Caribbean too, right? I'm brought up in the UK.
No, but you're not understanding my point of argument.
Okay.
I'm not talking to him. I'm not putting FBAs down. I'm not putting anyone down. I'm saying when we come up here to teach, we're not teaching. We're learning. So we should all be humble at some point. and
Yeah,
allow the
but
information to
what
flow.
I'm saying, yeah, from their perspective, right, yeah, and what they're taught in America in comparison to the rest of the world.
No. Okay, talk to me. What I just said. What you think that I need to change in my presentation
No,
to this argument?
No.
I want to. Yeah, you are interrupting me more than 3 times. I like to
Because
know
obviously we're talking
what.
for like 4 minutes, innit? Straight. So obviously,
Well, I
do
just
you
came
know
on the panel, but I'm sorry.
what I mean?
I'll meet up.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just like they think that they think the history that we have is false history, right? So, and it's not necessarily their fault. It's just that's
Boy,
how
y'all
America
crazy.
teaches them.
But who they? Hey, you sit there.
All right, can I reply
All
real
right, all
quick?
right. No,
Because
no. Hold on, hold on.
it
I'm
seems like
back.
it's
I'm
about
back.
to go.
Host is back. Host is back. Okay. We're going to redirect this conversation. We got 33 people up in here. Let's hit the likes. Let's get to 10, yeah? So we're going to go back to making a parallel to slave catchers and ICE. Okay.
First of all, I don't like the way
Hold
y'all.
on, hold on.
Go ahead.
Slave catchers and ICE. All right, original slave catchers. The original slave catchers are the people who call themselves Indians today. They please note, they knew the land and they were excellent trackers. Track you through the snow, track you all the way to Canada. All these people who are calling themselves pretendians today, they are the people who are descended from the trackers. There was always 1 or 2 Indian on the plantation for the specific purpose of tracking down any African who decided to run away from the plantation. So I myself, as a runaway African, would have been tracked by these pretendians to bring you back to the plantation. Anybody notice that the pretendians have a lot of contempt and hatred for Africa and her descendants, even though they may show a little bit of the color. They do not like Africa and they do not like Africans. Those were the original slave catchers. The people who call themselves pretendians today are descended from those people. Yeah,
Stop with the pretendian stuff.
there's always
That's very
there's
disrespectful.
always
That's a bold claim. Okay,
a
hold on,
tracker. There's always a
But you know,
tracker,
in some
an
sense,
Indian, a couple
hold
of
on, brother.
coon dogs. You
Hold
know,
on,
coon
brother.
dogs, the one that run you down and
Hold on, brother. I got you. In some sense, he's kind of right because, like, the people that are gonna call ICE, there's this one dude called Chief Natural, and he works for ICE, and he claims to be this indigenous black person, right? That has always been here, and he is glad to lock up Mexicans and people and black immigrants, you know. And he's gonna say that they're Siberians, you know, that these people were hybrids, and so in some kind of way, I mean, they're doing the work of the oppressor, right? Like, black people always say they're not racist because the powers that be, like the institutional racism, right? But when you're aiding institution like ICE, and you're promoting for people to be called on or work for them, like, I know everybody wants a little check, right? And you gotta get your little, you know, those bonuses that they were gonna give to ICE. If you quit, you have to pay back the bonus money. So it's like I don't want to butcher it, but they swindled those brothers and sisters. And yes, most of the people working for ICE are Hispanic, white Hispanic Latinos, right? The same ones. Oh shit. The same ones that are racist, right? So this is why I'm like, Black Americans, why don't you care? These are the same people who are gonna pull you over because now police and ICE are the same thing. And
Can I rebuttal that?
hold on, I got you. They have merged together, right? Oh well, we've been through it. This is nothing new, you know. Like, that is very short-sighted kind of thing. And then the whole thing, like, oh well, you know, we went through it, so it's your turn. That shit is like wild to me. And so what I'm saying is, there's already been 3 Black Americans that were unalived by ICE.
That's
Black
not
American,
true.
huh?
That's not true.
Well, I'll pull it
What?
up for you. Listen, don't interrupt me. And then detained. Black Americans detained by ICE, right? They might mix you up with a fucking immigrant, black immigrant, right? This is why you guys are so scared to get mixed up, right? But it's gonna happen. You know, racial profiling happens. It's happening to the brown community, right? But this has nothing to do with you. You voted the couch, but you wanna be at the front lines of telling people that they're anchor babies and they're gonna get deported. You know, so you contradict yourself every time, and so I'm not telling you to put yourself in harm's way or in danger, right? Like I said, you voted the couch, stay on the couch, but there's other ways to be like active, you know. You don't have to go marching in the streets. That's not the only way to make change, right? Like you can use your voice, but you guys choose to use your voice to dehumanize, call people illegals, right? The dreamers, the people that did the right way, the children that you deem illegal. So I'm saying black people were considered illegal too. You guys never want to like see that. You think your plight is different than the lowest common denominator in our societies.
Do you know why? Do you know why I
And
heard right here?
hold on,
Okay,
sister.
can I speak?
Let me get this out. Let me just get. I was that. So I say this to say that. So this is why I make this parallel, right? This is, and Black Americans hate that I make this. Like, it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. But you can't account for the 40 people already unalived. And I'm talking about Mexicans, the ones that you group up as Latinos, Hispanics, right? The ones that make up the ICE. No, wait, they only make up 30% actually, right? And like I said, police and ICE are together now. They merged. We know that the police system was based off of slave catchers, bounties. We know that. Like, don't play dumb. Don't be dense. Like, so anyways, I'm gonna land on that point. Who?
Can I say
It's
something?
me. I'm
Uh,
next.
Can I say something?
I just want to say what's up to my mod.
No,
What's
it
up,
was
Mister?
steady.
And then
No, go
OK
ahead.
has been here. Hold on, Steve. You're gonna have to wait a little bit. Hi,
Yeah.
Mister, and then OK. Go ahead.
Hi, Vibes.
Dang,
How
so
are
you
you,
gonna
sir?
skip me?
Yeah, let me.
I
No,
got you, Steve. Just chill.
yeah.
He just got it.
Hold on. This is my mod. You gotta respect the mod.
Yeah, I don't want to be xenophobic today, so help me God. And I just wanted to say this. You know, when it comes down to these slave catchers, you know, so-called FPAs, they, you know, want to get close to power, and they feel like, you know, by picking up the phone and calling ICE, it just, you know, makes them powerful. I mean, they have never tasted how being in power feels like. So with this, I think for them is an opportunity to kind of, you know, because think about it, they never had like an FBA president, and you know what I mean. I don't think it's going to even ever happen in our lifetime. And that's why with this ICE thing, for them, they taking it as an opportunity to feel like at least they have some type of power to, you know, get a phone and call ICE, and they get paid what $500 a month, and the ICE guy, they're gonna have to spend like, you know, what, $40,000 to deport this guy back where he came from. So all that stuff is just like, you know, it just shows you that these guys are basically trying to pee against the wind. So yeah, I just feel like they definitely not in their right state of mind when they're actually thinking of these things and taking these actions toward, you know, these immigrants, because today's immigrants, but tomorrow is going to be you now.
the question is who's going to stand with you when you know you when you need somebody to stand with, right? It
Not you.
clears where you're gonna ask. I know you have a lot of questions. It's the
The
same thing.
delineation, you know, I mean, you know, when they say we only have us, you know, black Americans versus everybody, these are the
Right.
hashtags I see.
Now, see,
go
and I
ahead.
like that you brought that up, Vibes, because have you seen how horrible we are doing in Middle East with this Iran war? It's because we don't have any more allies and nobody's willing to come out to help us, right? So I saw Michael Rubio begging for the UN yesterday to actually say something about it. You know what I mean? So that maybe Iran can stop what they are doing, and nobody wants to like go out and help. So it's pretty much the same thing that we are witnessing with the FPAs. You get to the point where nobody is willing to help when these YT people are trying to take them back to the plantations and using those,
Yeah, but fishermen, they can't help. And they
on them
can't help, right? And no matter how much money they have and whatnot in that country, they can't help Africa. They can't help. And like they've been so brainwashed, right? And they don't understand, right, that the reason why when you go abroad, right, and they hear that you have an American accent or a British accent,
Y'all just skipping over me. I
even
guess
though
it's the
we're
African way.
Hey, this is an African
please,
panel, brother. Just be patient.
I
got
see.
you.
I
Go ahead,
see.
though. Okay.
you're getting a VIP treatment because you FBA, bro.
even
I
even
haven't
though
even
we'll be
said
okay,
nothing.
even and again, why do you assume
Wait,
everyone's
be
African? I'm
patient.
Caribbean, and all this is kind of jarring. Just stop saying that because literally, stop, brother. You're darker than me. Please stop saying these things.
Hi,
Oh, African. Please, you're jarring me, bro. I'm a Caribbean woman. Yeah, I said Africa, but don't use that Africa as a slur. Anyways, when we go to other countries, right, and they hear that we have a British accent or an American accent, even though we'll be okay, they treat us a bit more nicey, right? They give us a bit more special treatment. Why? Because they don't want to, have to deal with, we just violated the rights of a British citizen because they don't have to deal with England or America, right? Point is, is that the country, right, where you're from, wherever, being powerful gives you protection within that country and in other countries, right? If the entirety of the continent of Africa is literally being ransacked, right? You're never gonna get any goddamn power from these people because they're not scared. You have nothing that they need, right? They will keep you there as workers and whatnot, give you money, but that money you're gonna spend it straight back into the country anyway. So they don't really care, right? And the issue is that they've convinced you, right, to abandon any sort of cause to help upbuild Africa. You're literally fine with them ransacking literally your motherland and then using that money, exploiting that motherland to make America rich so that they can then be more racist to you.
You shouldn't flee then. Stay and fight.
No,
All you
stop.
gotta say is wait.
Are you, babe,
Stop fleeing.
are you not listening? No one
They don't
fleed.
ever. Okay,
You
let
did
No
him.
one
flee.
Let him.
fleed.
He
No
can't
one
wait to
fleed.
interrupt. But I'm gonna let you
Listen,
land. Okay, go ahead, sister. Go ahead, man.
no one fleed, right? They're not scared of you because you're not attached to any other country other than America,
Then why they
right?
fight us so much?
God, it
Why
hurts.
they
I
Because
why
know.
they
because
do
because
It
because
why
they
hurts, man. Stay
can.
muted.
They
Stay
can
muted.
they can
It's not a
violate
why
your
you think
rights.
they do
Just
everything to
stay
They
stop
muted,
you?
can
bro. You're
stop.
next. You're next.
Listen,
I promise, bro.
They
you
don't care
can
Stay
nothing
muted.
about
Why?
y'all.
you
Why gotta
can
crash out?
bro,
Just
they
relax.
can violate your rights because they don't care. They're not scared. Who's gonna check them? Nobody. No one's gonna check them. That's why they violate your rights. But again, certain other demographics, right, they get maybe special treatment. special privileges, fast track and whatnot. Because if you violate that demographic or person from that country, that country will G-check you because that country has resources that America wants. So they tiptoe. You have nothing they want, and you guys literally,
Stevie,
All right, land your
relax,
plane.
bro. Relax,
let them do
relax.
it.
You're here to
Anyways,
learn, or
good.
you're here to talk? Hold on. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Ain't nothing you
Okay.
can teach me,
Hold on.
bro.
Hold on. I have to think. Okay, because she's been here for hours, and I've been in and out, but she's losing her voice, man. But she's been hanging in there. I appreciate you. Okay.
Mm.
And yeah, she's right. When you guys say African, it is a slur. Your tonality, the way you say it.
So you're not
Hold
African?
on. I ain't talking to you. I'm talking in general to all FBs. Even tether is a slur, right? The hard ER is the new N word for you MFers. Okay. Oh no, it's just an observable thing, and no. You guys call your own people tether lovers. You know what I mean?
That's the funny
Anyways,
part about it.
thanks for being patient. What did you want to say, Wesley?
I just want to say that the fun part about it is these FBAs, they think calling you African is an insult, and they do it. Are you African? Are you African? You're like, of course
Damn
I'm
Skippy.
African. What are you
Like
talking
10
about?
toes down African. All right, let's go with Steady. All right, thanks for being patient, Steady. I need a race and ethnicity where you're from.
And I'm big FBA.
Why do you guys do that?
Yeah, I'm letting it be known I'm not you.
Why does it have to be big though? You must have like a small
Nah.
man complex or something.
Nah.
It means
All right.
African.
All right. So again, I'm gonna repeat this. I need a race and an ethnicity, my brother.
I'm FBA.
Hold on. No.
That tell you all
which
you
one
need
is
to
it? Is
know.
it both? Is it both?
That tell you all you need to know. I'm
You don't
FBA.
know, but you
Texas.
repeating. You just repeating what the next person says.
Nah, I
But it's
know.
okay.
I
I'm
know
gonna
exactly
give
what
you a
I'm saying.
pass. I'm gonna give you a pass, Steady.
You can't tell me who I
I'm gonna
am.
give you a pass, Steady. Welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
I'm big and Africans are small. Yeah, go ahead, FBA. You're
Man,
big.
nobody talking to you, bro.
Let
Now,
him talk.
I don't
We're gonna give him
understand.
space.
I think
We're gonna
I'm
give him
not
a space,
talking.
brother.
Hey, let me
Steady.
talk.
Go ahead.
Yeah, GMO, bro.
Now,
We know
I don't
So you
understand
big.
what's this.
Mister. Hey guys, let him talk.
You
Just let him
big
talk.
and other people are small,
Hey,
right?
bro, just let him
Yeah.
talk. Let him talk.
Yeah,
Go
GMO
ahead,
is
Steady.
big. We know that.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
okay.
Steady.
Like, I don't understand the fixation you have against us. Like, we don't have nothing to do with all what you talking about. All this ICE stuff that you got on your page, they don't have nothing to do with us. Like,
Okay,
say
but why you licking that boot?
if you
Why
came
you
to
licking that boot
America
though?
illegally, you getting your ass up out of here. That's just what it is. We can't come to your country illegally. We can't come to your country illegal and then just stay there. No, you gotta go.
Sure
Now,
you
if you came
can.
the right
Sure
way,
you can.
then you come the right way. We don't
Sure
have
you
nothing to
can.
do
You
with
can go.
that.
You can go wherever
Stop
you want to
trying to
go.
put us
You can
into
migrate wherever the fuck you
stop
want to go,
trying
Steady.
to put us into your mix. Y'all have a problem with us identifying ourselves as FBA. Just say that. You want us to be African. That's what that is a white
No one said
supremacist
that. No
talking
one said
point.
that.
Well, I
It's
got this.
No one
I got
said
because
this.
we
that.
want
I got this.
everybody to
Let
be
him get it out,
African.
guys. Just let him
So
get it
that
out. Let him
way
get it out.
so you're doing their job for them so they don't have to pay us what they owe us. We're not all Africans. We all didn't come the same way. Do we have African DNA? Yeah, some of us do. Some of us don't. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. We had an ethnogenesis, became a whole new race of people. You know what I'm saying? Over time. So I don't understand why y'all so jealous of us, like that y'all gotta keep making spaces about us, putting us on your flyers. So that because y'all know that's why people come in here is because you putting FBA on there. This don't have nothing. ICE don't have nothing to do with us. We don't have nothing to do with that. We didn't ask for them to do that. We don't care. That's not our mix. We don't care. We don't care if they getting y'all up out of here. So what? And so be it. If you came in here the wrong way, then oh well. The Democrats let y'all in, let all of y'all up in here at mass. Now they gotta get them up out of here. And so what? It frees up job opportunities for us. You know what I'm saying? It stops them It stops the white tea people from undercutting us and undermining us. You know what I'm saying? Because they're undermining us when they put all the illegal people in here, and y'all doing it for cheap. Y'all doing all this labor for cheap, and they
You
know
remind
that
me
they
of the
know that
South
y'all are
African.
cheap labor. That's
Yeah,
why.
let him land,
That's
guys. Let
why.
him land. Just let him land.
Yeah,
Let him
let
get
me
it out.
land.
He needs this
That's
therapeutic
why
session right now.
they're
You just
cheap.
let
Nah,
him
Y'all
he's
get
are
it out.
cheap
landing. He's
labor.
landing.
That's why they want y'all to come in here. They want y'all Africans to come in here and do all this stuff because you cheap labor. We've been here this whole time. We've been fighting for our rights. We've been fighting for equal rights. So they're gonna have to pay us what they owe us. And we're not gonna stop fighting them since we've been fighting them.
Yo,
We ain't
Steady,
fled.
can I
We
interrupt you
haven't
just a little
fled to
bit?
no other
Steady,
country.
Steady.
We've been
Let me
fighting.
interrupt you just real. Let me interrupt. Hold
America
on, brother.
is
Let
Y'all
me
are
interrupt. No,
docile
sorry,
and
sorry.
cowards
Hold on,
that y'all
guys.
y'all
Steady,
fled y'all
steady.
company.
I need you to relax for a little bit. I need to interrupt just a little bit. You're economically capped, right? You're not going to go back and pick vegetables on the field, right? For
You don't know what we would do.
hold on. No, Donald Trump already tried. He's like, the inner city people get to work, and it didn't work out. He had to invite back the illegals that he deported,
Yep.
right? Hold on. To work for those farmers, again, brother, you're gonna have so many industries, from construction, service industries, um, customer service, everything that where Mexicans are, everything's gonna go up in price. It's not gonna help anybody, right? And then
Bruh,
Donald Trump
it's
is
people.
he's inviting them back. Hold on.
Israel.
Hold on, brother. He's
It's
inviting.
people in this
Hold
that
on,
would
hold
do
on.
the.
Your issue is not with Mexicans or immigrants, bro. Your issue is with white people. Okay.
And capitalism.
Yeah.
You
And so
want
again,
cheap stuff. You want cheap stuff.
again,
America,
brother.
Israel, and
Let
Argentina.
me just remind the brother. Hold on. Let me just remind this brother that your lineage, your branded lineage, and what you read a script that every FBA says, like, verbatim, bro. You didn't say anything we haven't heard before, and it's just so sad, like, I shed a tear, like, and I repeat, like, I'm like saying what you're gonna say because, like, I've heard it so many times, Steady, but I'm gonna let you land. All right, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, okay, and I'm gonna feed you to the wolves after. Go ahead.
Man, you can't feed me to nothing, and that should tell you something that we all on
Just would you
code
let Viv
of what
speak?
we
Because
all
he's
on
been here for a
code
while.
of what we're saying. We're saying the same thing. Hey, it is what it is. We're foundational to this country. We're the only people that's ever fought back. We've been fighting. We still fighting. You know what I'm saying? We don't need cowards around us that's not willing to fight back because they're scared that they'll get deported. If we're gonna have to fight by ourselves, then we'll fight by ourselves. We don't need people that fled their homeland to come to try to act like they're part of us. Because when the times get tough and everything, the chips are down, you're just gonna run to another country. No, we can do it on our own. We've been doing it on our own. You know what I'm saying? Get the hell up out of here. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. We've been by ourselves. It's all good because y'all want us to all be black when it benefits you. But when you get a win, or if you get something, then you want to big up your country. You want to big up your people when you get something. When you become a doctor or you get to the NFL, you got your Nigerian flags and got all these other flags. But when you do something bad, then it's all black. We're not going to be your dumping ground no more. You can't dump your
All right.
trash on us.
All right.
Oh
Thank you,
my
brother.
God.
All right.
How did
Let
how
me
wait,
think.
wait,
Let
wait,
me
wait.
think that. I'm
How
gonna
did
take that
black
grievance.
Americans,
I'm gonna take
you're
that
in a
grievance
first
to HR.
world country,
Let me.
become such
Yeah,
victims?
this
Anyways,
came
all
up.
right.
I would like to
You're in
Talking
a
black us
about
first
out
the
on
world
it, brother.
energy,
country.
Let me.
I
man.
want black
Guys,
us out.
calm
I
down a
can't
little
I
bit.
take
wanna
him
I wanna
serious.
I wanna black us out on it. First of all, let's go back to the fleeing part. African Americans fled to Canada. African Americans fled to Mexico. African Americans fled to Jamaica. African Americans fled to Haiti. African Americans fled to Sierra Leone, and they fled to Liberia. That was the first fled. There was Pop Singleton. Anyone can Google this. Pop, P-A-P, Singleton, and the Exodusers. The Exodusers were people who were fleeing. Yeah, they were very much fleeing. Black Americans fled the South to the North for better job. They fled the South for clan violence. Because of clan violence, they fled the South. They fled the South for better opportunities. When you look at the man in Chicago, ask him where his great-great-grandparents is from, and he will tell you Mississippi. That's the first thing I want to talk about when it comes to fleeing and fleeing. You fled to Canada. You fled to Nova Scotia. You fled to Haiti.
Hey, let me say something once his brother finishes. Let me say something.
I got Davon. I got one more before you.
So that's the first instance. That's the first instance you find of
And
people
then Mr.
fleeing. That's the first instance you find people fleeing or fleeing or fleeing, whatever you want to call it. Even Jesus had to fled. The God tell Jesus to flee into Egypt. David had to fled from his son. So black people, if you're from a different country, don't let these people make you feel no kind of way because your country has been exploited and you're following your wealth. A person like me, I'm following the aluminum wealth. Half of my topsoil is sitting right down there in those Louisiana ports. You understand? So if you don't want people to fled, stop exploiting their fucking country. You and the alphabet soups and your government is forcing black people to flee their country because you're stealing their natural resources. And that goes across the board for all black people who have fled their country. You're following your own wealth. Don't let these people make you feel no way when you're following your own fucking wealth. So we will continue. We will continue to be fleeing, brother. We will continue to be fleeing until you tell your blood-clad government to stop exploiting black people. And if we have a good leader, it's you, CM1 and your alphabet soup and your fucking government come and analyze them. So you don't want no good for us, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I have to move on. I'm sorry.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish landing. Brother, the Africans that you're looking at with disdain have fielded revolutionary armies and got their countries out of independence. When you look at Zimbabwe, you're talking about Frelimo. All these independent movements got Africa free, brother. It wasn't by no vote. You yourself, as a FBA, have not fielded a revolutionary army yet. So I don't know. You're sounding like the South African. My land, my ass. You don't own shit. You have no control over nothing. You're just like fucking me in this fucking country, a regular fucking nigga. You have no control. You have no political say. You have no economic say. You don't own no mines. You don't own no sport team. You don't own nothing. So right
Maybe
now,
had to get it out.
You're not special, brother. In other words, you're just a regular.
Let me get up in
nigga
here.
like everybody.
Livy, let me get up in here. Again, these are the same people that say they never flee. They never fled the plantation. They're still on it. With that, let's go with Mr. Did you want to say something before I introduce?
I've been waiting so long, host.
Okay, you're right, sister.
You've been
Okay.
waiting for so long.
Let me get your race, ethnicity, where you're from, please.
I'm black, I'm African, and I'm 23.
Okay, welcome to the panel, sister. You can respond to anything that was said or speak on the prompt. The floor is yours.
Okay, I have quite a few points, so I'll try not to drag it on, but I think it was Mr. that mentioned, you obviously mentioned about FBA, and the thing is about FBAs is the problem that they have is that they feel like they want to distance themselves from being African. Nobody, it is an established fact that every black person in America has African ancestry. You cannot be black without having African ancestry. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that people that are black American don't have native ancestry, because some of them do. Some of them are also mixed with white, whatever, because of various reasons. So first of all, I think we have to understand that the people that are skeptical of FBAs is not because, they're being haters. It's because a lot of FBAs are completely denying their African ancestry. They feel like they were there before, which is literally a proven historical lie. So second of all, I wanted to mention a point that a lot of people, especially black Americans specifically, they have this perception that black people in other countries are sat there hating and thinking about black Americans. Let me just tell you right now, as a black Brit and somebody that has other black friends, we do not talk about you. We do not think about you. We do not have a problem with you. You're just seen as another black person in another country. There's no reason for us to hate on you or be against you. I guess my opinion could be based on the fact that I am a black Brit, so I'm also a black person in the West. But, you know, a lot of this misconception is causing a lot of division between black people, and I feel like this should be unpacked. I think a lot of you guys feel like, unfortunately, a lot of Americans in general feel like they are the center of the universe when they are not. I promise you that we're not all sat, you know, plotting against you guys. We do not think about you at all. The third point I wanted to mention is a lot of people tend to think that if somebody from Africa moves to, let's say, the UK or the US, they are fleeing. But let me just give you a fact. This is something that I've seen personally in the UK. Most immigrants that come here, like parents, for example, my parents came here, and, you know, similar for other people. So Asians, Arabs, etc., etc. The reason that they come here is because there's better job opportunities, and that's a fact, right? But most immigrants that come here, they send money back home and they build property back home. And that's what my parents did, for example. I've got 2 properties within my name when my parents pass away, and they're really good properties with expensive fittings. So it's not about fleeing your country. I think as a parent, you have, you know, it is the right thing to do to make sure that you can give the best experience to your children. As a Nigerian, my country was directly affected by the British colonialism in my country. So I feel like I indirectly have a right to claim the benefits that they took from my own country and other Commonwealth countries. It's not fleeing your country or abandoning your country if you are still making the effort to send money back home and build for your children. So I feel like a lot of Black Americans can tend to look past this, because you have been in the country for, let's say, 300, 400 years. You do not have the right to judge because your experience is completely different. I never hear this the other way around from Africans judging Black Americans. So I don't really understand why Black Americans feel that they have a massive issue with Africans or immigrants that are Black.
All right, thank you, sister, for that insight.
And the funny
Appreciate it.
part about that is that some of them will tell you that black only belongs to the, you know, FBAs in the Americas.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've heard that a lot, actually. There's a lot of Black American people that say that you can only be Black if you are American Black.
right. They gatekeep it. They police it. We know this, and thank you guys. Thank you. Let's get to
See, my thing is that they gatekeep the most stupid things ever, like, you know, the N-word, the black, you know, it's just like, bro, come on, man. That's not it. There's a lot of things to gatekeep, bro.
right, and it's like your family, you know, your
Exactly.
children, your. There's a lot more things to worry about. People are
Yeah.
gonna call you whatever, and we can't let that like
The
bring us down.
passport bros
I
are
mean,
all over the world, you
it's a
know, and they're
distraction.
telling us about gatekeeping. Like, come on, man.
Definitely,
So, host, can
Mr.
I just ask a question quickly?
Oh
Are
my
you
God.
Black?
Let me. I have to get to
No problem. Sorry, my bad.
I'll spin back around. Thank you. Was it Davian or why?
Yes, sir. What's up with it, brother? What's up with it,
bro?
brother? How
I
you
need
doing?
I need a race and ethnicity and where you're from.
Yeah, I got you, my brother. I'm black. My ethnicity is African American, and I'm from the Americas.
Okay, welcome to the panel. You can respond to anything you heard or speak on the prompt. Floor is yours.
I want to say this. So with the FBAs, I'm not FBA. I believe I'm a foundational African American. I acknowledge my African ancestry, and I know when my people were stolen from their land and forced here through the Middle Passage to the Americas. What I've come to notice is that the FBA not only see themselves as non-African, but they delineate because of the so few handful of non-Black Americans that'll come into America and basically downplay and dehumanize lots of our Black American brothers. And one thing you'll notice is that there's this misconception with people that come from outside of the United States coming into the States and being prosperous. What a lot of people don't understand is the people who are able to do that, who are able to leave their country and come to another country and prosper, they are already at the top of the echelon. They are already in the top few percent of people that can both economically and educationally do these things. So one thing I want a lot of my Black American brothers to understand is that not every non-Black American is your enemy. If anything, they'll do more to benefit you rather than to destroy you. So once again, yes, let's deny, let's outright, and let's speak against the anti-Black non-Black Americans. But the ones that don't do anything negative and only want something positive for the Black diaspora, I don't think it's okay to delineate from these specific people.
Yeah, people are catching strays out here. You know. All right, thank you for that. Why I welcome to the panel. Are you there?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Race, ethnicity, where you from?
Race black. I'm from South Africa. Yeah.
Oh
And
no.
yeah.
Give him a chance. Welcome to the panel.
What did you say?
Welcome to the panel.
What did she say?
Yeah.
I just said, oh no.
She said, welcome to the panel. Well, hold on, guys. Welcome to the panel. You can respond to anything you heard or speak on the problem.
Yeah. I just want to say immigrants are not the center of blackness. They cannot dictate to citizens. They cannot end this idea that's because you are black, you are somehow absorbed of any criminality or any laws or any like blackness is just supersedes every law in the country. It's just wrong. And you can't keep comparing yourself to white people, be like, why are you chasing away black people and white people are there? Well, they are not selling drugs to kids right now. They are not the immediate danger right now. People keep saying they own our land or whatever. We also own our land. We have a Zulu king and a Zulu land. We have Xhosa land. We have land. The land that is on record in the states. It's the one that is recognized by the banks, that has mortgages. Cultural land does not have any bonds or mortgages, so it's not counted as ownership because there's no title deeds around that.
That's a lie.
Counted. What do you mean? You're like, we have the rural
Hey,
areas.
come on,
and
just let this brother
with no
speak,
title
man.
deeds. There's no title deeds in the townships and rural areas. It's only title deeds in the suburbs, and that's what they mean. And when they say okay, the government has an agency called the IPC, which owns 30% of every major company in the stock exchange in South Africa, right? So South Africans technically own 30% of every company, right? So the other 70% is said privately owned. It's not saying, they don't say white people. People keep saying it's white people who own 70%. It's privately owned, 70%. So the privately owned, it could be anyone. It could be anyone.
But the majority is white people.
Right. What?
I stutter, my brother.
I didn't hear you because you are speaking over me.
My brother, the majority of these private owners are white people. You know that, right?
It doesn't say white people. It just says privately owned. Black people, Indians, and coloreds can
You
also
being
own.
facetious.
So I'm assuming you don't
it's
own a
the
land in
stats.
South Africa, right? Because you don't know what you are talking about. If you do, you should know exactly how these things works. So
Wait,
basically, you are a
Yemi,
good example of what
sorry.
you actually you are basically debugging yourself on saying that you don't own a land and white people own more land in South Africa than the South African people. So now for you to come up here,
commercial spaces
for
are owned by
you to come up here when you have blood on your hand and try to act like white
blood.
people,
Which blood?
they are okay in South Africa, but not the African immigrants. That's crazy to me.
Yemi, do you mind if I ask you a question? Because I think I misunderstood earlier, because you mentioned that if there's no mortgage, but there's a property, you don't actually own it. Is that what you said?
I'm saying that developed suburbs and the cities have mortgages in it. But the rural lands where most blacks are and townships, they don't have any mortgages or any title deeds.
But do you understand how that is backwards thinking? Because obviously in the West, generally it's common to have a mortgage, but you having a mortgage you don't necessarily own it. You're basically paying a sum to the bank monthly to say on paper that you own it. If you buy land and you build something on it, then you own it outright.
I don't get your point.
Because you were
So
basically saying that a mortgage
Want the
is more.
land or anything.
You
That's
were
why it's
basically saying that a mortgage is more proof that you own a property, right?
That's when we're talking about 70%
Sorry, you cut out. What did you say?
on by
again,
whites
why?
and 30% owned by black. That's exactly what they're talking about mortgages. They're not
A
talking
mortgage,
about
ain't-
cultural land.
a mortgage ain't nothing but a scam,
It's
bro.
all about the banks, right? Or every
Hey
mortgage
man, this
company.
nigga don't know what
And
he's talking about,
South African
man.
government
Yeah,
own
he
30%
doesn't
of
know what he's
every
talking about.
major
He
Yeah,
don't
because a
have his
Well,
mortgage,
we
land.
know what
He's
we're
a good
talking
mortgage
about.
ain't nothing
example.
but a
It's okay.
When we
goddamn
say that
scam.
South
and
Africans
30%
don't own
it means
anything,
the
he's
South
a good
African
example of what we
government
talk
owns
All
the
right,
about.
we're gonna have
majority
an
share
open panel.
because
You guys
the
be
Yeah,
rest
I
Hey,
of
can
just
I
the
want to
say
hear
country
what he
something?
was
Can I say
owns
saying.
Anybody
something?
can talk.
an
Can I
individual
say something? I
company
want to say
or
something,
company.
man.
He's
Wait,
talking
can you
about
just let
something
him
Hey,
that
let
he
finish?
me,
Because
said
I
damn,
want
from
to
a
so,
white
understand
guy.
what he
hold on, let
was.
me make this
Again,
quick
brother,
because
the
I know
things
this
that
should
are
be
going
cutting
down in
people
South
off a lot, man.
Africa, you
African
know,
has a say.
it
That's
mirrors
why
the same
Elon Musk
thing that
couldn't
we're dealing
even
with the
put
FBA.
Starlink here because
So,
we wanted 3% in Starlink. So you guys
there are places,
said
there are,
that's why Elon Musk
brother, there
did
are
not
places in
operate in South
South
Africa because he
Africa
doesn't want to
that they
give
don't
away
What do
30%.
allow.
you mean,
They don't.
30% of what?
He's talking about Starlink or something like that.
There are places in South
But how is
Africa
that
that black
related?
people
Because
are not
basically, the point that
welcome.
you made is that a mortgage is more proof that
There's
you
a
own
big
a
old black
property
continent. Ain't
than
that
owning
sad?
the land and building it outright, which is just, it's objectively wrong, right? You get that, Yemi, right?
Yeah, I think he's talking about something that he was told by a white guy, and now he's trying to make it look like he knows what he's talking about, and
Oh no, he
he's clearly a
left.
good example of South Africans not owning anything because
Hey, get a bower up on the panel.
even explaining about how the
Yeah,
owning
y'all
land
need to kick them
procedures
white
works in
folk out
South
of South
Africa.
Africa, bro. Y'all need to kick them
You
out of
don't even
South
know it.
Africa. They got to go.
All
He's
right, we
trying to
got
come
Nick.
up here and explain about the mortgage. He's paying
Yeah.
mortgage to a white bank in South Africa.
Yep, on a big
On
black ass
his
continent.
Nobody dropped you. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
let him up. Was he dropped?
yeah, I didn't drop
On
him.
a big black continent. You see the bullshit that's going on? You mortgage, you know what the mortgage is? That's a scam that's created by Europeans. You're paying for something 4 times over. You're paying for it 4 times.
You know,
Interest
I have
rate.
a question for Yemi if he comes back up, because I've seen a
Okay,
lot of
one
South
more question for
Africans
Yemi, and then I'll go to
basically being
Nicholas.
hateful towards Nigerian people.
Yeah,
As a
I,
Nigerian, I think it's quite
I love
disgusting.
y'all, man. I love African people. I love black
Bro, my
people
nigga,
across the
why is you
globe.
cutting people off, dude? You see niggas is speaking. Why you gotta start speaking when another nigga's
He must
speaking,
be
man?
FBA because I said I love African people.
Ain't
Yeah,
nobody talking
no.
about no FBA, dude.
Oh, okay. I just say I love black
Man,
people,
I don't
bro.
give a fuck
Nothing
about no
bad.
FBA. Man, come on.
Okay,
When you hear people
I love
speak,
black people across the globe,
look,
bro.
you
That's
you
all I'm
doing it
saying.
again, my brother. You doing it again, brother.
Let
When you
let
hear
You
um
people
doing it
let
speak,
let
too.
VV Nicholas let VV
Shit,
I'm
you
just
saying
doing
when you
it.
hear people speak, let other people speak, brother.
let
Okay.
VV ask that question
Yeah,
again.
I mean, what I want to
I
say is, to be
I will
honest,
respond.
Nigerians do have a bit of a shady reputation. Like, there's a kind of stereotype of us being like scammers and things like that. But, you know, at the end of the day, I've heard this also from Black Americans quite often as well. There's a lot of Black Americans that seem to think that they have a negative view of Nigerians. And this is what I was saying earlier. It feels very much one-sided about this hostility. It mainly comes from Black Americans, whereas Africans aren't really thinking about you guys.
That's not true. We learn about Nigerians from other
All right,
African
Nicholas,
people.
hold on.
That's not true.
Why I will get a chance
What
to
do you
respond to
learn?
that, and then I'm gonna give
I'll tell you.
Nicholas
I'll tell
an
you in a minute.
introduction. Hold
Whenever
on.
he
Hey, can I
comes
say
back.
something after,
I'll tell
man?
you.
Yeah, but by
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
you want to respond?
Uh,
Okay, he's still muted. I'm gonna
Yeah.
introduce
Sorry.
Nicholas. Nicholas, I need a race
Yeah,
and
go on.
ethnicity and where
I'm
you're
black.
from.
I'm black. I'm from New Orleans. I'm from the Chocolate City, baby. 80% black.
Hey, 80%. What's the 20?
Yeah.
What's the 20?
20% is probably 10%. About 5% of it is Creole mixed black and French, and then the rest of it is YT, and then we probably got another 5%
You still
of
black.
yeah, they still black. They because
All
I
right,
got some of my
Nicholas,
family. They
welcome to the
thugged out.
panel. Welcome to the panel. Respond to what you want to respond to, or address the prompt.
Yeah, I just want to say, man, a lot of information that people get from each other, it's a bunch of false information. Just like I know a lot of African people, right? I know a lot of Africans from around that globe. And I'm a musician, I travel a lot. A lot of bad shit that we learn about Nigerians that they say bad, we got that from other Africans. We don't even know nothing. A lot of us ain't even ever been to Nigeria. We hear other
Yeah, but I
Africans
guess
complain about you guys. That's not us.
no, but basically, obviously, I've never been to America, so I guess I don't have
Exactly.
the first-hand experience. But I'm only basing this off of TikTok lives. Every
We,
time
we
I've been in a live with Black
right,
Americans, they're always
right.
talking about Africans and Nigerians for some reason.
They ain't never
Also,
they ain't never been to Africa before.
yeah, also, bro, Nicholas, I wanted to say this.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
I'm glad you brought it up. You say that you learn about Nigerians from other Africans.
Yeah.
So why would you take what somebody else is telling you about someone
And I
that's
and I
negative,
don't
Hey,
I
hold on.
don't
Let me
believe
say
it.
and you
something.
take
Hey,
it
let
and
me
you
say
believe
this.
it,
Let me say this.
and you try
Let
to
me
make
say
it
this
like
real quick.
that's who they are. That's who Nigerians are.
Now,
When it's
well, hold on,
you
my
didn't
brother. My
even
brother. Hold on.
do
My
your due
brother, I
diligence.
need our people on this panel to understand the indoctrination of the Eurocentrism. I need y'all to understand something. The vast majority of things that us as Black Americans learn about the continent, it comes from the miseducation, disinformation, and also
White
the
people, man.
illogical. Bro, please let me speak, my
Okay.
brother. Come on, my brother.
No, you can have a whole panel for yourself, bro.
Nah, I'm not trying to, go on no tirade or nothing, brother. I just need a quick minute or so, man. Here's the thing, right? The propaganda you hear, whether you're from the continent, whether you're from Europe, wherever you're from outside of America, you hear propaganda. You won't understand the truth until you actually speak to the people that live here. And the people that you must speak to are Black Americans. You can't allow a non-Black American or a non-Black person to tell you how other Black people are living in their country. See, what a lot of people don't understand is when Europeans colonize things, what they do is they tend to take control of the media. They tend to take control of the education that gets pumped out. One form of miseducation is the fact that they'll tell us that before the Europeans came to Africa, Africa didn't have shit going on, and that's false. I can name you 17 different African kingdoms right now that was more prosperous than any European civilization. I
Yeah,
can listen. Look,
That's who
hold on.
built Europe.
I could
Africans.
even look. I could even look at the ancient city of Ila Ife. Ila Ife was one of the most in-depth civilization, or one of the most in-depth city plan outs in Africa of all time. They literally had paved roads that had maize, corn-like streets that were paved for miles and miles. Listen, this happened 500 years before
They
the
had a
first
wall too, like
actual
China.
city plan out in Europe. So when
okay, but
people
let me just clarify. Sorry if I interrupted, but let me just clarify something, right? That is completely true. And even me growing up, I've never been to Nigeria myself, but obviously I've seen my dad video calls me and I've seen it, and it's not the way it's portrayed on the TV, and my mum's showed me her house, etc. So I have that first-hand experience, right? But all of us in the UK, America, the West generally, we've all grown up with this idea that African people are all poor and they don't have any water and they live in mud huts, right? And I'm not trying to say that you guys think like this, but what I'm trying to say is what I've noticed is when I join Black American Lives and it comes onto the topic of African people, if they disagree with me, they then say things that are very I guess disrespectful to African people. They're saying basically, "Oh, go back to Africa. Like you're literally an African. Why are you speaking on this topic, etc., etc." And I've never seen that the other way around personally.
Well, I'm an
Do
older
you feel
guy.
like there's a reason why?
That's the
There a
younger
reason why for
generation.
what?
That's not the older generation. That's them
No.
young people.
What
Them
she
ones
say?
in their 20s. That's Gen Z with that
What
bullshit.
she say? A reason for what?
No, like, do you feel like there's a reason why
I'm
Black
gonna tell you the
Americans?
reason why.
Hold on,
Because
wait. Can I hear her question again? Because I want to be able to answer after you done, my brother.
I was trying to answer it too, but then.
Yeah,
No,
Let
you
me
can.
just
I'm just saying. I want her to
yeah.
reiterate the question so I can answer once you finish, my brother.
Yeah, let me just start from the beginning. What I was saying is when I come on lives, I go on British or American lives. But what I will say is when I come on Black American lives, I guess it could be their personality that they are abrasive. But when they do know that I'm an African person, if we disagree on something, they tend to say, "Oh, go back to Africa," or like, you can't speak on this, you're not even Black, or like, you're from Africa, why aren't you fixing your messed up country? But I've never seen that the opposite way around. Like, I've never seen a black Brit saying that to a black person from any other diaspora country. So I was just asking, do you feel like there's a reason why it happens more from Black American people?
Black Americans are damaged. They in denial about it. They my people. I live amongst them. I see it from day to day. Jim Crow damaged us, and they need counseling. They fucked up. Excuse my French. We damaged. They in denial about it. I don't care if they go get degrees on skyscraper. The damage has already been done. It's emotional damage from this country, and they in denial about it. You understand? We got people that I know sit in workplaces, lawyers, they all dealing with it. Don't matter where you're at. You're still dealing with that emotional bullshit in the workplace. It's everywhere. The oppression is still there, but they're in denial about it. They're trying to ignore it, right? I'm dealing with it on my job. I'm dealing with it in business. Even when I'm trying to buy a business, I'm dealing with it. I tried to open up a restaurant last summer, wanted to purchase 3 buildings. Guess what? Got no calls back because they found out this particular area was growing and there's a lot of money. They don't want me to make no money. We still dealing with it.
Let
Economic
me ask you
They
a
won't even
castration.
sell
question.
me the
Now,
building.
can I answer the question from earlier about why Black Americans are so distasteful against the African?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
bro.
So I could bring up some historical context. So if you look at the African revolutions, both in Haiti and in other South American countries, and also in other Caribbean islands, what a lot of people don't understand is that these revolts led to the unique genetic group of Black Americans. Because one thing they would not allow a majority of African people to come from one specific area. That's why you'll notice you have all these different dialects. Like you got you got Creole, you got Gullah Geechee, you got all these different things, because the best way to enslave a people is to enslave different groups of people and force these people to coagulate themselves together. So one thing you'll notice is the main difference between the Caribbean's music, like the Black Caribbean music, and Black American music, is that Caribbean music is more closely tied to the African continent. Like if you look up
Yeah.
polyrhythm, right? Look up polyrhythm. There's a very specific 3/2 beat that is used in Caribbean music that is literally dead on with Afro beats in Africa. Or another thing as well, the Bo Diddley beat in Black America is kind of similar, but the thing is, you'll notice that we didn't get the chance to actually be in tune with our musical notes from Africa because of Code Noir, all these other anti-Black laws that the Catholic Church was putting in place for Black Americans. So that's why you see so much disdain, is because we've been indoctrinated, we've been forced, and we've been miseducated and guided away from our continental brothers in Africa.
I disagree with you on that part. I'm a musician, and maybe the young, like I said, it's a generation gap. I grew up in the 70s. Black culture, African culture, all of it is in our music. When you listen to Earth, Wind & Fire, you're going to hear African in there. You're going to hear Caribbean in there. When you listen to Stevie Wonder, you're going to hear all those Black cultures from around the globe. It's in the music. It's there. You can go get them records and sit down and listen. You're going to hear. Even Michael Jackson even had some of that in his Thriller album, right? It's there. We all have that same beat. All of us Black people melanated across this globe. When the beat drop, we're going to shake our ass. We're the same people. We just been divided and we've been separated, and that's a part of the divide and conquer. That's what they did to us. And we all have the same enemy. If we pay attention, stop fighting each other, we all have a common enemy. You need to be asking yourself, why did he work so hard to keep us divided? Why? Why he spends so much money from the continent to wherever you at?
I mean, I
keep you
guess
divided.
I'm not sure if you guys know this, but a lot of Caribbean people, and also I guess a minority of Black Americans, also feel like hostility towards West Africans, because there was some Africans that sold other Africans into slavery, right?
But they was exploited for that. They was exploited. This is documented. Look at the Ashanti Empire, the Ashanti Kingdom. Them niggas thought that because that the white man was giving them pew-pews, and giving them all this ammunition that they was on the right side of history, that they was on the white man's side. But the thing is, if you realistically look at it,
Right.
as soon as the Ashanti kingdom started falling back too far, started falling back too much, the Europeans let them go. Why do you think the Europeans destroyed the Ashanti? They got sick of that shit. They said, nigga, y'all not doing nothing for us. We got to we got to get rid of this shit.
So what changed? Is they still doing the same thing? Are they still
What you
going
mean?
to Africa giving them pew-pews? Are they still going to America to the
No,
hood giving them pew-pews?
Of course they is, because they've been
There's nothing
indoctrinated.
changed about these people,
that
man.
doesn't happen
Nothing
anymore.
will change,
Oh,
my
it's still
brother.
happening. That's why you got those little small groups running around Africa,
Brother,
book around. They created them groups.
That's because of Islamic
The French
extremism.
created those groups. They still doing the same
you want to know
thing.
the worst thing that ever happened to Africa, my brother? Have you ever heard of the Dark Continent?
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst thing that ever happened to Africa. It's two things I say are the worst that ever
We
happened to
should have never
Africa.
went to Europe.
Listen. There's two things that I feel like destroyed Africa: the Dark Continent theory and also the Berlin Conference. Both of them. See, the Berlin, if you look at the border lines in Africa now, those aren't realistic. Nigga, there was never no straight border lines. Look at take Kemet, for example. They say Kemet was specifically where Egypt would be now. Nigga, that's wrong. It is literally historically documented that Kemet's 43 nomes were all along the Nile. There was probably at least 5 that were not along the Nile, but they were still in that general area. Yet they'll tell you that where these ancient kingdoms were is where these places are now. Mind you, you could look at Niger and Nigeria. Those were the two, they were a part of the same empire, the same kingdom. Yeah,
Yeah.
look at the Berlin Conference splitting
Yeah, they
niggas up.
divided it. Yeah. I think the worst thing we could have ever did as a melanated race of people was go into Europe and help them build that shit. That's the worst thing we could
Nah,
ever
we
do.
went into Europe long before that. Look, you ever heard of the Cheddar
I'm
Man?
talking about after the Roman Empire collapsed in the Masons and that's where the Masons came from, Africa. That masonry system, that's an African system.
That's not the
That
worst
came
thing
from
we
ancient
did.
Egypt. Those tools, yeah, that's why they have the tools and stuff as their logos.
Let me
Because
tell you
that
something, my
goes
brother.
back to Egypt, bro. They
Let
were
me tell you
bricklayers.
something, my
Mason
brother.
means bricklayer, bro.
My brother, let me tell you something.
Uh-huh.
The worst thing that any, that us as black people have done was being too generous to these people. Because
Well,
you'll
God
notice,
made
right?
us
You'll
that way,
notice.
bro.
Look at some of the ancient Kemetic empires, right? Some of the dynasties. It wasn't up until a few thousand years into the black civilizations that you started seeing the indoctrination and the induction of these non-black people. You would see the Asians coming in, like the people from the Mediterranean, the Middle East. You've seen all these groups of people coming, and you've seen the Europeans coming. You had the Persians, the Assyrians. You had all these other groups of people, and that's what the brother Chancellor Williams talks about in the destruction of black civilization. He said the worst thing we ever did was allow these non-black people to become kings, emperors,
Right.
and leaders in our communities.
Right, but you got us. This is different between the Europeans and the other nations, right? The other nations done been in wars. Everybody done been in wars with each other, right, for centuries. But nobody had the desire to come in and destroy your entire culture and change your entire language and try to make you like them. They never did that.
They did,
And
my brother.
they always remember they got a story about Ruth in the Bible when the Israelites was fighting with the Persians, which is Iranians. And Israel was out of order with God, and they got their ass whooped. And you know what the Persians did? Out of respect for their culture, they rebuilt it and said, "Go back home." Nobody did that. But this particular group of people that colonized these 7 UK folk that colonized the globe, they came in with all kind of diseases. It's just horrible, bro.
Well, brother, I want you to
They
understand.
just was terrible with the shit.
I want you to understand something. The two dangerous religious conquests of Africa was Christianity and Islam. Now, see,
Yeah.
you'll notice, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think the vast majority of these African countries practice Christianity? Mind you, Christianity is not the white man's religion. Christianity came from the Middle East. Look at Islam as well. Why do you think you had the Mali Empire? Why do you think you had the Moors? These people were Islamic.
They stole it, man.
Exactly.
They stole both of those religions from Africa.
But you got to
took both of
understand,
them.
my brother. Look. When people talk about Christianity being in modern day Ethiopia first, it was still introduced to them from outside. See, the thing is, ancient African religions were not organized. They were not how we see them now. What
Right.
they were before, it was based off of spirituality and it was based off of your environment. You would have one deity for farming, a deity for animal husbandry, basically breeding animals. You'd have one for cooking, one for prosperity, one for hospitality. You have all these deities for different things because they lived off of a philosophical society. They did not live off of believing that the only thing that could change your situation is a divine intervention. That is one thing you'll see with the Black Americans. Why do you
But
think you
look
got
at the
so many
big
black
picture of
churches?
what happened in history, right?
I can
Those
give you
two
guys
religions,
a
right?
fun fact about religion, right?
They
Bro,
were
what is this
stolen.
nigga? Hold on. What is this nigga Milestone talking about in the comments? This nigga has been at me for the past 45 minutes. Nigga ain't saying shit. Who is
Hey
this
man,
nigga?
what they did was you got to realize the Ishmaelites stole they stole the Muslim religion, right, and took it for their own. And then the YT took the Christian, and what they were doing, fighting over who's gonna be. They're still fighting today. Both groups fighting right now. That's what this thing going on around Christianity versus. They turned it into that versus Muslims. They've been. Am I right? The Christian and Muslim crusade wars. That's how you got so many Arabs all over Africa now, because they went in there to try to enforce their form of Islam on everybody. Same thing like Europe. They
They've
went
been doing
across the
that for
globe
thousands of
enforcing
years.
their form of Christianity on everybody. So they both fighting each other.
Well,
And guess what? Neither one of their asses is the child of promise.
well, think of it like this,
None of them
right?
are Jacob.
The
It's for Jacob. It's not for them, bro. It
the
was Jacob's.
reason why you see Arabic spoken so deeply and mainly specifically northern Egypt, if not all of Egypt, is because of the 1,000-year mind you,
Yeah.
this conquest has been going on for thousands of years.
Yeah.
This shit, it spans back to the BCs.
Yeah,
It spans back to before Christ. Yeah, long before. They've been doing this shit for a long
Look at all
time
them
because
goddamn Arabs in Egypt, bro. They're
yeah,
Arabs.
what you'll notice, Upper Egypt, which is basically northern
Nubians.
Egypt. Yeah,
Right.
all right. No, I take that back. Yeah, you're right.
That's
So
the Nubian region. They black.
it'd be Lower Egypt. Lower Egypt is more closer to the Mediterranean than Upper Egypt. Yeah. Okay, I remember now.
And people get upset when I say original Egyptian were black. Oh no,
Of course they
brother,
was. This is documented. They was
I know they black.
mind you, they would have been from Eastern Africa. That's why you see phenotypically presenting that when they do these reconstructions, when they're not being, biased, because
The Sudanese people in Sudan are the original Egyptians from that land. They were pushed out of there by Alexander.
Some like that, because you got
everybody ass off.
you got some of the Cushitic people as well. Some of the Black Cushites, they were a part of that demographic as well.
Yeah.
But here's what I'm gonna say, right? I could get into this on another live, maybe another day. You could follow me and I could tell you all these things. There's a brother on YouTube. He's a geneticist, and not only is he a geneticist, he's a facial reconstructionalist. And what he's done is he's broken down the bias that they have when they do genetic testing on these ancient African individuals. Take some of the ancient Egyptian people that they found, for example. They will deny the African ancestry, even though the African ancestry is more closely related to this person than any Eurasian. But you'll see that they'll do like a few markers. They'll probably do like 5 total markers in Africa, and they'll try to compare it so deeply with Eurasian people. But that's the problem. There's a racial bias when it comes to genetic testing in ancient DNA.
Well, that's what the FBA groups are saying. They saying that they not a part of the African DNA family, bro.
Man, don't believe none of that,
Niggas
bro.
ripping out, bro. I've
Man,
never
look.
believed that bullshit for about 10 minutes. I don't know, and I know what it is. When I talk to a lot of FBA people, I say it and I ask them one question. I said, "What race is your girlfriend? What they got to do with it?" Let me tell you what happened to a lot of them. Let me tell you what happened to a lot of them. They intermixed and they drank that snake oil. They done mixed in with YT people, bro. They done married. They got families, and so now they gonna dominate your ass, and you're gonna take on their beliefs.
Well,
They gonna
this
sit at the
has been
table
going
while
on
you
for
eating.
thousands of years as well.
Come on, bro. You're gonna sit in them white families, and you're gonna sit at that table, and they're gonna talk about black folk like a dog, and while your ass eating, you better not say shit. That's what's going on right now.
Tell them,
They're gonna
brother,
talk
tell
about your people and put your people down. That's what a lot of them caught up into that mess. right now. Your NFL play, all them intermarrying and intermingling with them families. You got to now. You got to sit because they ain't changing their racism for your black ass. And sitting there dragging for your folk. You're not like the rest of them.
Ain't that shit something, yo?
You know how they say you're different. You're not like the rest. You're welcome into the family. You don't act black.
And you know, another thing as well is when it comes to the racial jokes, man. See, I feel bad for a lot of these anti-black brothers that date these white tea women. And when it comes to racial jokes, like let's say they sitting around playing a game or something, it's oh man, I'm gonna pull out this card, man. You know, like Cards Against Humanity. You heard about that shit, man? Let's say one of the questions is, oh, what's the funniest thing? They go bring up a card talking about some starving African children. What the fuck?
I know.
And then you expect this nigga not to say something?
I know.
He's not gonna say nothing because that nigga don't care about his people.
I know. I got a cousin, bro. He act like a white dude, bro.
Oh hell no!
Yeah, bro.
He dressed like one too?
His brother thugged out, but if they grew up in this little white town in Gretna, Louisiana, there's no blacks. They were the only black family in the whole town. Because my uncle, my mama's brother, he worked for this dude named Frank Christianity, which like started a chicken thing in the 70s.
Wait, his name was Frank Christianity?
Their chicken company.
Oh, I thought you was talking about that was that nigga name. I'm like, why would you name this nigga after a religion?
Yeah, his name Frank Christianity or something like that. This the white guy.
I thought you was talking about Christianity. I didn't know. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and my uncle was a truck driver. He said he had started a chicken company. He was the only truck driver he had.
Exactly.
Right? So Frank was in a small town, and my uncle took his family. He went in that little small town of Gretna, Louisiana, which was predominantly all white back then. We were growing up. It wasn't but black folk. You couldn't even walk in certain neighborhoods. But they went there because Frank was powerful in that. Frank was rich. He in that town. So my uncle used to move them chickens. And then they started moving chickens, and that dude got rich, right? And then my uncle got his chunk, and he went and started his own Patterson. Our last name Patterson. He started his own trucking company, whatever he had. And my uncle was doing well. They had cable. They had
cable?
HBO in the 70s. My cousin, they were living good, man.
Shit.
I know we used to go there by their house to watch HBO in the 70s. That shit was around. But you had to have money because it was not cheap, right? But so I moved to my mama. I got in trouble. I'm from New Orleans. I'm from the city. I stayed and shit. My mom said I'm moving to that little. She moved in that little town where they was at, bro. I had to hang out with him and all his white friends, bro. I used to be so pissed off with them. Them white boy. I used to wear my Adidas, you know, my rope chain, my Kangol. You know, I'm black. And the white dudes thought I was so cool, and I could see in his face he felt bad because he acted like a white dude, right?
That's.
And I said, Glenn, I'm just being me, man. I'm just being myself. And so they had a little white dude worked up with us on the job, and I seen the racism in that white dude. My uncle had died. He left my cousin a brand new F-150. He had a nice Camaro, and the white girls wanted to get in the car with him all the time because he liked white women, you know. And so I seen the jealousy, bro, on him, and he couldn't see it. And one dude, bro, he scratched the truck up, bro. Man, I seen the dude on the job. When he wasn't looking, I threw bleach in his face, bro. They ran him to the hospital, bro. And my cousin said, I was cleaning the walls. He got in the way. On the job, they had to rush his ass to the hospital. He ain't even come back to the job, no, because he know I got him. I didn't like the way he was. That's still family, regardless, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Still today, my cousins call me Stevie the Blinder. He said, you blinded that dude. I said, I sure the hell did. I tried to blind his damn ass because I seen that racial shit in him. I didn't like the way he was treating you, bro.
And you know another thing too, my brother. You know another thing too I think about, man, is the fact that what's the black church doing for the black community, man?
Not a damn thing. They program too, bro. They under that shit.
Hey, but look. I'm gonna tell you this. Guess who's working in unity? The black church and the white man. You want to know how I know the black church is working in unison with the white man?
Mm-hmm.
They got that white Jesus.
They sure
Not
do.
even just that though. Not even just that. Look at this, right? Look, I'm about to fuck your head up, man.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody could tell me anything the black church has done in the past 45 years. The last time the black church did anything for the black community was Brother King's time. Guess what happened? Guess what happened after Brother King? After Brother King was gone, the black community got too docile. Niggas need to understand something, man.
Yep.
You're not gonna make change if you ain't.
And I know the
fuck
bitch
shit up.
ass nigga who put it together, nigga named Paul Martin from New Orleans. Have you heard of him?
Oh man,
That
no,
bitch
hey
ass nigga.
man.
I'm going there. That bitch nigga put all them black churches together and became full gospel and
Hell
got
yeah,
all of them to become a
hell yeah,
he created that shit, bro.
hell yeah.
He did. Because everybody was individual. And then he
Right,
wanted
that
all the money.
individualism.
He made them. He corporalized all the black churches and put them up under him. And he would teach and start preaching that prosperity shit.
Nigga talk about the only way you gonna be prosperous is if you wait on God. Pray to God.
If
You gonna
you
be
give me
prosperous.
some, if you give me some money,
Some money, yeah.
not God. Nigga, it play, bro. Let me tell you what ties and
Evangelists, them niggas make millions of dollars off of stupid niggas who don't do no education. The dumbest thing you could ever practice is an organized religion, and you don't know nothing about that organized religion.
And that's because our people perish for lack of knowledge. Tithes and offerings was once a year. They can look at the book of Isaiah. It was a once a year festival in Israel, ancient Israel.
But now
Once
every
a
time
year.
it's every Sunday, every week.
Right, but they had this festival called Tithes and Offerings, right, in ancient Israel, where everybody would come out and they met each other's needs, right?
Right.
If a dude had a donkey, his sister needed a donkey, they just
You
took.
got
It was
that
like
sister with that
basically it was
donkey.
like Christmas. It was like
Yeah.
Christmas. They took care of each other, and then you see it in the book of Acts again in the New Testament, where they say that all the church was on one accord and they all met each other's needs. That's why when Paul and them questioned Ananias and his wife, and then both of them dropped unalive, because they was on that selfish shit. Man, God don't believe in that. He wants you to be a brother's keeper. Him, by God, ain't for that, bro. That ain't the kingdom of God, bro. He required that we take care of each other, bro.